And hello and good morning, everyone. At least it is morning where I am. That's because I live on the edge of Western civilization. And here in California, it is 6:12 a.m. It is an hour and 48 minutes earlier than our normal open Saturday start. But you are looking at the beginning of Grand Leipzig, a monster game being run by Carter and James. And so it is early, so I've got my big cup of coffee here. At least it's nice and hot. And I'm going to need this whole pot today. So not even going to bother with the mug. So there it is. Um, we are good to go. So uh, let's see here. I'm joined by Achilles. I don't know if he's on. He's got a couple fur babies, got a couple pups, and he's taking care of them. There he is. I can hear him laugh. Uh,
Yes, I am here.
and
Um, I'm not seeing you on YouTube.
oh my gosh, it says that I'm live. I just hope that the settings are yeah, it's public. So
Here we go.
it's probably operator error. All right, we're gonna get Achilles going here, and in the meantime, let's see here. I will verify. I am gonna pop into YouTube on my phone and just make sure that it is streaming, but I'm pretty certain it is. But let's just see.
Yeah, when I went to the website, found it, but it wasn't on my normal stream thing. Where I mean, normally it would just be. I had to actually go look for it, and that's unusual. Okay.
Oh, it does say it's live. Let me see here. Yeah, I know it is it is on there. Yeah, I got it on my phone. So, uh, it's just it's early in the morning, at least here in the civilized part of the planet, and I'm just not that interesting. But the battle sure looks pretty. And let's get into this because it's time to start. This is a monster. I don't know how many participants we have. You can tell it's a monster. And by monster, I mean it's a big, big game. And the reason you can tell is because we're calling it grand. That's something I started not really intentionally, but when I put together the Grand Gettysburg event, which is kind of our first monster, had about, I don't know, 50, 60 people in it. That was when we were still the Southern California Kriegsspiel Society. I called the event Grand Gettysburg. It's just kind of marketing, right? And promoting it. And since then, other umpires have used that, in particular, Carter, who is legendary for running monster events. They've used that convention to indicate that, hey, this is a really big event. There were about 100 people signed up for this particular event to be involved in it, and if they all arrive, it would make this the largest event that we have ever run, as far as a live game is concerned, at least. But I don't know if we have that many people present or not. I haven't done a census, partly because it's early, and also I'm not very good at math. So by counting skills, especially at 6:30 in the morning, are not the best. Nonetheless, we do have a lot of people. And you can see that all of the umpire slots are taken. And Achilles, who's my co host, is unable to join the table, I think. I know that there's a little tweak they can do on Tabletop Simulator so that he could join, but I don't know if anyone knows it because I don't know it. It's one of those things that you have to kind of be a tabletop simulator wizard to know. And I've seen that trick used, but I am not a wizard. So What I am, of course, is the commentator today, so I apologize. You have to listen to me throughout this. I will try to make it interesting and explain things to you. My co host Achilles, who is here, and actually, it does say that he is got his video going, but I don't know if I can see it. This is also technical, Um, and but if I can get that to work, then let me see here. There we are. Look, I can put him on the screen now, and boom,
Oh dear.
there he is. There you are, my man, my brother Achilles there, and you can see him. He's got his headset on. He's repping the brand, and now he's stepping up to the terminal. He's gonna do Achilles things on the computer. I don't know. He's got a game back there. And check out that game. He's got World War II going on in the background. Oh
He
yeah.
does.
So that's great. That's good stuff. All right, let's minimize that or move it and get back to our table because our friends are here, our viewers are here because they're interested in Leipzig as opposed to myself or even my dear friend Achilles. But I will tell you all, he's got a couple puppies. And if I were you, I would definitely want to check them out. Hopefully, he can get them on camera at some point. I do see he's joined the table. So that solves an important problem that we have. So now he can see and spectate and comment as proficiently as I can. And in fact, better because he's read books. He's read a book about, warfare or something. I was in the Cola Wars.
Conflict resolution.
Yeah, yeah.
I read a
Also,
book about conflict resolution.
yeah, also, yeah, in the United States Army, mind you, in Iraq. But me, I was
Hmm.
I was in the Cola Wars, so I kind of know how it feels. Not really, but um, yeah, I mean that moment when Michael Jackson came out for Pepsi, that was devastating, man. I'm still traumatized by that. All right, let's take a look here at what we have going on. So, this is a largely historical situation. If you're familiar with the Battle of Leipzig, which I am not, but I do know it is pretty historical just from the passing familiarity that I have with it. It was fought in October of 1913. I think like so. There's
1813.
oh, did I say
18.
1913?
You did.
Man, I tell you, this time travel stuff is it's really messing with my sense of perception. Anyway, yeah, 1813. I think it was like October 14th to 19th. Today in the real world, it is October 28th. So we're kind of close. We're not dead on the anniversary, but we're pretty close to it. And I know that in this battle, Napoleon had a bad day. He was basically surrounded by coalition forces. Historically, the French were defeated. He had to go back to Paris. And the ultimate consequence of this, along with a series of other consequences for other decisions, is that he eventually had to abdicate. And that was that. So this was a big bad day for Mr. Napoleon Bonaparte. But let's see if our Napoleon today can change history. And our Napoleon today is a guy whose name is Chief in the IKS. That's his little handle. We're going to be talking to him momentarily. But first, just a quick layout and overview of the map. Now, I cannot color or draw on the map, and I don't want to interrupt the umpires. I can, however, zoom in. First of all, you see here Napoleon's position and the emperor right here. He's having a tea party. Normally, I do not like to see officers having tea parties, but it's understandable in this case. This is an exception to that. He's got a couple corps commanders. He's got a nice little observation post here on top of this hill, and he is looking at enemy cavalry, or actually that's his. He's looking at his forces down here. And I don't know why the colors are different. I guess it's Polish versus French. These must be allied units, but it's interesting to see all the colors and how they're mixed. And this is what a Napoleonic battlefield might have looked like if you looked out over and saw all the different color uniforms of all the different units. It would be a lot of different colors. There might be, you see a lot of blue, the regular, but as other units are slotted into their positions, they might have different color uniforms, and it would probably be a pretty cool sight to see. Anyway, the best we can do is blocks, because God forbid we use miniatures, because we, sir, do not play with dolls. We use blocks. Kriegsspiel is played with blocks. All right, people like my friend Achilles here and Jim Alzakowski, they play with dolls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys play with dolls. Real
And
life
as a matter of fact,
blocks.
we're doing Leipzig as well.
Are you?
We are.
Oh my
We're doing.
gosh.
We've been doing it for I think we're 2 weeks in. Today would be the third.
So, when you play, how much time do you play per session in the battle? Do you play like a whole day of the battle each session, or is it like 6 hours, or what?
Um, well, it depends on how many turns we can get through in 3 hours that we play, but usually it's about. I think we've been doing about six. So far, we've done about 6 turns a day. I want to say,
Yeah.
or close to it. Or no, that's not correct because we're almost halfway through the first day.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
um,
It can't be as pretty as all these blocks. Look at look
yeah,
at
I
look at
guess.
this reserve here. This is a pretty mighty reserve here, and here's your guard. And as a typical Kriegsspiel player, I don't know why he doesn't have the reserve already put in one big long line. I mean, he could have an unbroken line going right through these trees and marshes where nobody's going to attack, but it would be a nice, impressive, unbroken line. And instead, he has them sitting back here in columns waiting for deployment. That's insane, right?
Mm, mm.
Yeah, I mean, that's the mistake that all these generals made. It's probably the mistake that Napoleon made. He had a reserve. We know in
Yeah.
Kriegsspiel, reserves are for losers, and you should just deploy everything in one single continuous line. Don't even have a second line or anything. You
Well,
know,
longest line wins, man.
right? Right? Actually, usually what happens is a competent opponent just smashes through your center, but they will never outflank you. So
Because they'd have to go completely off the map in order to do it.
one of these days, we're going to have to play one of these battles where we deploy in the corner of the map like we're playing Total War, and we only have a few units, and we're badly outnumbered, but the enemy can't flank us.
That's right. They can't get around it because the map ends. The Earth ends right there.
All right, well, let's start talking to players. I'm going to look for Napoleon down here, and I want to start with him. And he's down there, and he's probably doing Napoleon things. But let's listen in if he's doing Napoleon things. If he's got a minute, we will talk to him and ask him some questions and see what he can share. You ready? All right.
I would be, except I don't see anybody.
Oh Lord. Okay,
I mean,
let's get you some permissions.
yeah.
They didn't make you special. They made me pretty special. Now all I can do
Oh,
is give you France and coalition roles.
there they are.
But
Okay.
that might be sufficient, but we'll see. If not,
All right.
we'll work it out. Let's
All
dock
right. Let's
this
go down and
window
see
here.
Napoleon then.
Yep, let's do it.
All right.
All right. Oh my God, that's him. That's him. Oh, do you think we can get his autograph?
Look, I've got your.
Yeah. Oh
Do
my
not detain
gosh.
me very long, gentlemen.
Napoleon, you like I'm your biggest fan, bro. You are. I am a great admirer of all your work. So
It's strange that you are, since Napoleon is 0 for 2 in grand games in the
Mm,
IKS.
Well, and in fact, Achilles happens to be our Napoleon from the most recent, Grand Waterloo.
Yeah,
You
Yeah.
and
know,
that was a valiant effort. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
But at least I wasn't surrounded like you are.
Yeah, Leipzig is if there's one battle you really don't want to play as Napoleon, it's probably Leipzig. So
I would think.
yeah.
yeah. So,
Well,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Well, sire, I wanted to ask this because I realized that Christmas of 1812 was kind of a downer in the Bonaparte family. Things were, the tree was hung with black crepe coming out of Russia. But what is your objective today? What goal have they set for you? What goal have you set for yourself? I should say. What is your objective today?
Yeah, I guess the main one probably is survive, but is a little bit more of an actual test in tactics. The general plan is to it's tricky because we're outnumbered and it's sort of not the greatest ground to be defending on. So we really condensed our lines, or at least that's the idea. And then we're going to see wait where the enemy's strength is, and then we're going to try and counterattack very strongly with a lot of force. So
Mhm.
it's probably going to be in the south. I think. I'm not sure how much I can actually go into detail, but uh,
Mhm.
Ney's up on the Parta in the north, on the banks of the
Mhm.
Parta River,
Mhm.
and all the guard is basically just going to be in the reserve in the south.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm a little nervous, mainly just because this is my first grand game, but I'm confident in the team. We have a great team. I
Mhm.
have my loyal Berthier, my Mortier, my Friand. Uh, I'm confident in the plan. It's a great plan. Um,
Mhm.
the best plan, some could say. So, you know, hopefully have some fun.
Yeah, that's the goal, right? Yeah.
all right. Well, Emperor, best of luck to you. It will be interesting to see what happens to your plan as the day goes on. And yeah, um, it is a challenge, but I think you're up to it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching the replay, and you're probably looking right now at this massive coalition of assault column that's going to come plowing through my position. But it'll be fun to watch the replay. So
Oh no, I'm not.
Well,
I'm
they
not going to
they
do
seem
anything like that.
they seem to have joined into a giant line going from one edge of the map to the other for some reason. I
Oh,
don't
good.
understand.
Yeah, it's the
Facing the
longest
wrong
line.
way, right?
It's the
Yeah.
longest line I've ever seen in a Kriegspiel. So,
Yeah. So
they,
I don't see how you can win under those circumstances. They have the longest line.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Just so our
Fantastic. Then we'll
viewers,
just set.
go ahead.
We'll just set off. I believe Desert Fox is here, but I forgot who is he playing at. No, we'll just set up some of the flanks. It'll be fine.
Yeah, you need another
Just
map.
roll up the very very long line the entire the way through.
This, the secret, the French secret today is that they actually have an extra map that they just attached at the side, and so they can flank.
They found it wrapped in some cigars.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Just so all of our viewers get the humor here, obviously a lot of our Kriegsspiel players are not, necessarily the most military-minded individuals. They are oftentimes gamers, and they come from environments like, Empire Total War, the Total War series, and they bring knowledge of those tactics here, and they will sometimes try to recreate them. And again, there is just this odd um, I guess, thought process with Napoleonic warfare that you absolutely positively have to have this unbroken long line, and you absolutely positively don't want the enemy to ever flank you. And so, players who understand that being flanked is bad, and who understand that having gaps in your line is bad, or they have that perception or that thought, they tend to deploy everything kind of in this line. The new players, they don't really keep a reserve. And of course they lose. It doesn't work at all because of reasons, it's when you commit fully to a tactic like that, well, the counter is quite simple. If you don't have a reserve, they're just going to concentrate and punch through your center. And then you're done. But, they make the flank. If you don't allow a flank somewhere, they'll make the flank in your middle. And that's how that goes. So we have worked hard in the International Kriegsspiel Society to educate our members, partly through using humor, partly through using shame, to keep reserves and to, learn a little bit about the actual tactics that were used and try to replicate those when you play, because it means better play for everyone all around. We do have some members who have, in fact, as I said, they've read a book or two. People like my co-host Achilles, who's actually trained in the military, and who actually is quite literate and knows his stuff. And then, of course, you're stuck with me, and well, I've got my coffee at least. So, all right, okay, let's go back to our umpire booth, Mr. Achilles, sir. And
Yeah, let's go back. Yeah.
yeah, let's do that. Well, we're going to leave you here, Mr. Napoleon, in 1813, because, well, no, I mean, you have a fun day ahead. This is going to be one of your greatest victories. I can feel it. So
We're going back to the future now.
yeah, we're going back to the future. So, like I said, I can feel it. It might be that, or it might be the coffee, or it might be the drugs, but I don't know. But I feel something. All right, see you guys.
See ya.
Yeah.
All right. Here we are. There we are. Okay. Let's see here. I kind of want to start talking to the allied players as well and see what's going through their mind. Obviously, they're already attacking. They're moving up. They're tightening the vice, if you will, already. So they are moving decisively to attack is my overall sense as I see the blocks being pushed forward by the umpires. Here you've got whatever's the Green Corps, obviously Russians. They are pushing forward. They got their cavalry out. They're pushing their cav forward. They got Cossacks out there. And then, of course, they have their column. They have their artillery deployed at the front, as they should, more or less, because they are expecting contact with the enemy. However, it is not the very lead element. They obviously have Jaegers and cavalry out front. This is a very good deployment. So whoever is playing Gorshakov, or Gorshakov, yeah, I pronounced it correctly, I think, has a pretty decent deployment, and I'm actually I'm interested what his thoughts are. Maybe we'll start with him if I can find him. But I do not see. Let's see here. I don't know who's who.
Is he? Yeah. Let's see. Well, Schwarzenberg is the Austrian commander. He was the overall commander for the day.
Oh, he's down there. He's towards the 3/4 of the way down, and he's in his own channel. So I'm gonna pop in there and let's see who that player actually is. If I can, I'll have to. I don't recognize the face on the thing, but we'll see. Maybe it's someone we know. Maybe it's someone we haven't met before, because we've got like 1,700 members at present in the IKS. So, all right, here we go. Hello.
Hey.
Hello, Prince Gorshakov.
Gorchakov.
Yeah.
Gorchakov.
Yeah. All right. Now, who are you in the IKS? Because I don't know if I know you or not.
Of course you know me, Marshall.
Oh, this is Huggs.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Huggs.
Dude, I can't believe you don't know me.
Well, I had to hear your voice first.
I know.
You
I know.
You have a different profile picture up. Let's take a look there.
Yeah, that's not
is,
necessary.
Oh gosh, he's the
Steve Harvey.
yeah, Steve Harvey. Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, you're using Steve Harvey there as your profile picture. I'm like,
Yeah.
what the heck is that? Achilles is supposed to pop in here at some point. Just so you know,
excellent.
we are live streaming to the whole planet and other neighboring solar systems.
All right, I'll behave.
Well, so we're going to deprive the world and neighboring solar systems of the classic hugs experience. The reason I'm here, though, is I was scoping out the umpire table and I was looking at your deployment. And it looks to me like you read a book somewhere because you're deployed quite intelligently. You've got.
Am I?
I feel
Well,
that you are. I mean,
Yeah,
you got.
understand, Hugs, that's Marshall telling you that. Okay.
that's fair. That's fair.
So I'm probably wrong, and you're probably facing disaster.
Well, I'll let you know the Cossacks are not under my control. That's someone else. So I'm purely infantry and artillery.
Because from my, I mean, I see that you have scouts out. I'm looking at your column. You have light infantry. You have you have your Jaegers out, and then you have your artillery ready to go. It's at the head of your column. It's not at the end of the column, which for some reason people like having their artillery out of their reach.
Yeah, I can't stand that.
Yeah, they put the artillery at the very back of the column, maybe because it's heavy and slow, and they think that when they absolutely positively encounter the enemy and need artillery, they'd like to add an extra 30 minutes to an hour to get the artillery online. It makes for a more exciting experience for the infantry that are stuck at the front without artillery support.
Well, actually, for my corps specifically, artillery is kind of like the strong suit of it. As far as I understand, the previous battle, these two corps historically were beat up, so they were just combined together. So they had this like huge surplus of artillery.
Hello, Jen.
Hey, hello.
So your troops continue to move up the road. Your Jaegers have reached the edge of the town of Boltzholzen or Holtzholzen, and your Cossacks have flowed past them around the two villages. There were no reports coming in of any French troops in the towns. There are some Cossacks have come to you and said that there looks to be some forward scouting French patrols about a kilometre north of the Hausen villages, but that's about it. I can't think at the moment.
Okay. So who actually commands the Cossacks? I'm not sure whose those are.
Constantine.
Oh, okay, interesting. All right. I want the Jaegers to take the Sanger Hill, and the artillery to kind of remain on the hill. The 6-pounders that are attached to the Jaegers.
Yep.
And then the Jaegers are going to deploy in front of the hill, facing towards the town of Ober. I myself am going to be on the hill. The artillery is going to continue along the road behind the hill to kind of remain there. And the infantry are going to, once they're able to, break off a little bit north and go north of the town of Holthausen. I think it's Holthausen, actually.
Yeah, I think it is a Holt, yeah. Just it's a reverse B. Or this is, yeah, okay. Yep, okay. So Jaegers up to the Sandgrower Hill, you to follow them, and your troops just continue straight up the road through the Holthausen. Grand. Thanks a lot.
So I have a feeling that I'm the forward most deployed corps out of the right wing so far, minus the Cossacks, but I could be wrong.
Well, if you count being surrounded by French Guard units as being the most forward deployed, you probably are correct.
Yeah, well, it turns out there are no French over here right now, at least from what I can see, so it's interesting.
That's the problem. You can't see them.
Yeah, how carefully have you looked?
Yeah. It is Halloween, that is right. We could have, like, teleporting guard units.
They're wearing camouflage.
Yeah, could be aliens come down. So, no, we actually ran our Halloween scenario last Saturday, and everybody was expecting aliens. So Achilles and I, who are commentating now, actually co-hosted, and instead of giving them aliens, we gave them rogue AI. So instead of alien, we gave them HAL 9000, more or less. So
Interesting.
and everybody died. They all died. So yeah, the AI won.
Happy ending.
Yeah, I don't know if I should say the AI won or the humans just lost. They kind of were their own worst enemies.
Fair.
So
Yeah, the AI didn't have to do a whole lot. The humans basically killed each other.
yeah, pretty much. So There you have it. All right. Well, hey, good luck to you. I was just admiring your deployments and your maneuvers here, and it's a thing of beauty to see when people do things correctly. So very nice. Very nice.
We'll see how it plays out. I mean, I'm not trying to like. Yeah.
You're not trying to win today, or what?
Oh no. I'm trying. I'm trying to make myself look good. Just put it that way. I'm maybe not win. I'm not. I'm just a simple core in a huge battle.
Yeah, just a lowly corps commander, huh?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, go dig a latrine or something, huh?
Oxymoron, am I right? Lowly core commander.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm taking no blame.
There are times when a corps commander's life does not count.
Hmm.
I wonder if Hancock actually said that. He pops that line in the movie Gettysburg, but I don't know if he really said that or not. But it sure is dramatic.
Yeah, it sounds like a Ken Burns special.
Yeah, probably. All right, Achilles, let's hop back up to our booth, and then
All right.
we'll decide where to go next. Oh my gosh,
All
I
righty.
scroll so far. All right.
I know, it's way up there, isn't it?
Yeah. Almost like
Where
Grand
are we at?
Gettysburg.
Oh, it's crazy. All right, guys. Good luck, man.
Thanks.
All right. Well,
Wow.
he's getting his contact with the French. He couldn't see him, but he's going to hear him for sure. And
Pretty soon.
Yeah, he's got first contact with the enemy here. The Cossacks, I don't know what the results are going to equate to. I don't know if 12 or 1 is better. I don't know what system they're using here, but it does not matter to me. I do see they're putting out some disruption markers. Obviously, they have taken some artillery, so they're taking some disruption. So that people know, if you see the numbered markers on the pieces, we call that disruption. And disruption is kind of this catch-all term that we use in the Kriegsspiel Society to represent bad things. So disruption is any time a unit's fighting ability is degraded in some way. So, for example, they could be low on ammunition. One of their officers could have been hit. They could be disordered. They're not in proper line. It could be smoky. It could be noisy. It's kind of a catch-all because we don't have the ability when you're pushing around, whatever was historically at Leipzig, probably almost 200,000 men. You don't have the ability to sit there and track individual losses or even losses by the hundreds, really, or ammunition or any of those things that war gamers just think are just so important. So we just kind of generalize and keep the game rolling. And it works very, very well. I call that minutia when people want to track these little ticky-tack things like, well, how much ammunition do they have left and what's the range on their muskets? And while that's kind of relevant and you have to kind of keep track of it, you can do it by simply using disruption markers, as you see here. And that's tracking it as closely as you need to. So the idea in an event like this is you got to keep it moving, otherwise the game bogs down. And I've also found that when you add minutia to games, you start tracking little things, like when I was tracking the fuel in our Space Midway game in Los Angeles, Achilles. It was a lot of work and it did not produce a corresponding benefit. So tracking minutia sounds like it's got to be an awesome way to enhance the game, and it's just not. It's just a way to you give yourself a lot of math homework. So.
Excuse me. Maybe we should have a chat with Schwarzenberg, I believe. Well, he was the overall commander of the coalition forces at Leipzig.
Okay.
So he might have some idea of what the plan is supposed to be.
Yeah, that is our next step. The only problem is it is 6:46 a.m. It is still dark outside, although it's starting to get light on the horizon. I'm tired. I'm tired. All right, he's in the D-Tolly channel.
Is he? All
Yeah,
right.
I actually need to locate him on the map. Let's see here. Right. I'm in the area. I don't know I don't know which token is his. But yeah, let's go ahead and pop down and have a chat with him.
Okay.
All right.
Yes,
All right.
north of Kleberg.
Oh, this is where they're.
Hello,
That's
gentlemen.
what I've been told.
Okay, understood. I understand.
Good.
Please
morning or
mute your
afternoon.
mic, Mr. Homburg.
I guess this would be afternoon for you guys. Hello to Schwartzberg. Who is Schwartzberg? Who's playing Schwartzberg?
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag. Wie geht's?
Guten Tag. Est get, I think it's called.
All right.
Gut.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I only speak
So-
American.
Guten Tag, wie geht's es Ihnen?
Ah.
Yeah, I mean, we can do this in Norwegian or we can do this in English. That's pretty much the limits we got here.
Was magst du?
Yeah, as an American, I do not speak English. I speak American. What's weird to me is that British people speak American too instead of European, which is really weird.
It appears to be a very popular language.
Yeah, it
Mhm.
is. Yeah, crazy.
Sadly, I'm from Texas, so I don't even speak English. So,
Yeah, you don't speak English. You're probably not even American. You probably. Yeah,
oh, yeah, it's Texan. We speak Texan.
yeah. Oh my goodness. All right. I'm making fun of our unfounded belief of exceptionalism that we have as Americans, and our overall lack of education as a civilization. But whatever. Oh,
So, Field Marshal Karl von Schwarzenberg, what is your objective today? What is your plan?
The plan is to
In
identify.
in a general way.
The plan is to identify the enemy point of strength, point of mass. We're gonna dislodge them from that space, and they're gonna then move on Leipzig itself and hopefully crush the French army against the river.
Ah, I see.
have you? So you have not yet identified. You haven't scouted their positions quite yet.
Can
You don't have
I
a
can I
bullseye.
interject for a second?
Yes, of course.
Schwarzenberg, I've got a dispatch from Liechtenstein from the right that there are in fact no Frenchies in Liebert-Volkwitz.
Go up there and take it then.
They just took it. Once again, they advanced without orders. I don't know.
Okay, wait, your guys advanced?
Yeah, my guys advanced without
Okay,
orders.
have them stay there, and then you go up and you make a line from there over to Kleberg.
Kleberg. Mark Kleberg, yeah?
Yeah, so you take off the positions we initially thought the French were gonna be on. So I assume the enemy strong point then is at Siegelhausen, which we just repeat the same plan. But Siegelhausen is now Liebert-Volkwitz, you know.
Alright. Suppose I'll ride over there next turn then and talk it out with them.
Very well.
You can continue, Marshal. Sorry.
No, it's your guys' discussions are paramount because you're actively playing. So yeah, I'm looking at the map and it's interesting to hear you guys say these things as we look at the map, and you know we have sort of a god's eye view. So we see what's actually happening versus what you perceive as happening. And I won't say whether you're wrong or right, although it is pretty crazy that the French Guard are coming up from your rear, which is totally a surprise. But don't act on that information because you're not supposed to know that. So.
I believe Dabu is showing up right behind me. Oh no. Not again.
And of course, you know Halloween's coming, so on turn 3, the aliens will arrive. So
Naturally.
Oh my goodness. This is just beautiful, though. Looking at the umpire table, it's really pretty to see all the colors, all the different blocks, and your positions and stuff. Like, you guys know what you're doing. And this is true for commanders on both sides. I'm seeing less and less of the silly stuff that we used to see in the earlier days of the Kriegsspiel world, because our players are kind of veterans now. You know, a lot of people graduated from their freshman year in the IKS, and they're employing better tactics. They have reserves. They are not sticking their artillery at the tail end. The commanders are still kind of clumping together, but that's kind of typical in a situation like this, especially when you're concentrating forces. So they're doing all right. You know, they're staying with their units more or less, which is good. So we're seeing some good behaviors here.
Holly, are you receiving letters from Second Corps?
No. Second
Send Second Corps a letter saying that they should be reporting to you from now on. Because they are reporting to me. They've sent 2 reports to me, and I'll be moving far away. So.
You can tell them that
Report to you.
dispatch.
Well, I'll be moving this turn, so I think it will take longer time. But
Fine, I'll tell
sure.
them. Okay.
Also, I might just be lazy, but you know.
I'm also lazy.
Uh-oh. Yeah, if you
I thought I had a.
you guys don't want to put the work in to send a dispatch. I
Got another one.
have
I
I
just
got
got one.
news for you.
I just got one from Second Corps, so it's fine. Second Corps is
Okay. That's good. Good to hear.
They're acting in character.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's my A?
Can we
Another
find?
one.
Is there any young staff officers who can like write out all my crazy ramblings?
Hold on, another dispatch. Hold on. No enemies, lots of kilometers north of Liebert-Volkwitz. Just nothing. I do march right to the street to north. To my left are the Russian cav. Hope you are fine. Otherwise, give me orders. Got me tunes.
Wait, hold on. Von Schwarzenberg, you aren't supposed to be in here.
Okay. Where am I supposed to be?
Uh,
I'm supposed to be with Dog Pilot, I think. So
yes.
I'll go down there. Bring Michael Mouse with me as well. Or Lieutenant Field Marshal J. Ratajski.
Okay. All right. I believe everyone who is here has their orders. Any immediate questions for me?
Did the scouts find anything forward? And where did the Kleist go?
You saw Kleist and the scouts go into the town of Wachau, and it didn't seem like they were getting into combat.
Okay, understood. Everybody seems to be advancing already, but whatever. Okay. Understood. Thank you. That's it.
I'll be back in just a moment for orders.
All right.
Great Gold, where is first exactly?
First is to the left. That's Colardo Mansfeld. He's just to our northwest, more like north.
Gubben?
Yeah. You go there. You tell them to advance, though they already seem to be doing that. They advance along Markleberg, Dölitz, and Dösen. Okay.
Yeah.
Homburg. You're gonna go to the Einteilung, and you're gonna tell them to take the right flank of 4th, probably near Zuckelhausen and Holzhausen. And I'll go to 4th.
Do I tell them directly to take Holzhausen?
Yes, tell them to go on Holzhausen. And I'll tell 4th to go on Zuckelhausen.
Alright,
And
so I
one more
leave all
thing.
my units on you, right?
What? After that, return here, everybody. Return back to Gofsa once you're done.
Alright.
We're gonna reassemble the HQ. And one more thing for you, Homburg and Nostitz. Bring your reserves up behind the advancing men.
After returning? After we return.
After we return, we're just gonna inch up behind the first line.
Okay.
Can you guys explain to me what the heck is a reserve?
It's a rear line in case the Frenchies have the guard behind us.
It's a placeholder, that's all. Useless.
It's a place where you can chill.
Yeah. You just kind of hang out.
No, it's where all the lazy people are. So yeah.
Who don't
It's
want
where we
to
put.
send dispatches.
We've run out of room to extend our lines, so we just have to put them kind of behind.
Well, I don't know. I'm looking at the map, and I see a lot of map on your flanks that you could extend the line out even further.
But we would have to go into a river and stuff, and it's not so pleasant.
It's okay. Sometimes the umpires will ignore the terrain.
That's true. If I just tell them to
It
take Leipzig.
sadly. So
Yeah, sometimes
Well, there's
the
a
terrain's a suggestion.
there's a special rule though here at Leipzig. You can't touch the fish. So if you touch the fish, you die.
Oh boy.
All right.
The umpire is back. Let's listen in.
hello, Sir Umpire.
All right. One thing you have also noticed as you've been sitting there is more artillery is going off towards your north, more than previously thought. What order?
Okay, I will ride over to 4th Corps, that is Klenau.
Okay. Very good, sir. What about Nastitz?
I will go towards the direction of Gröbern, looking for Colorado, and I want to talk to him.
And Hamburg.
Okay.
I would like to move to Poznan on the right side, and specifically trying to find Liechtenstein.
Okay. Good. And for your troops? Should they
Troops
just
will
hold
stay.
it? Okay. Very good. Very good.
All right. Good luck, gentlemen.
Okay.
All right. See you, live people.
See you. All right. We'll see if Achilles pops back in here. There he is. I want to say what's really interesting, Achilles, is how the generals are back there and they're like, well, we don't know where the enemy is. And they are giving orders for their units to take the next, village and then the next crossroads and then the next village and so on, without any knowledge that the enemy is actually concentrated in those positions, and it's not going to happen. It's not as easily as they sound. It's not like, hey, go take that and then report back. You heard them give that order, and no, they're actually their lead elements are already under artillery fire from the French, as you can see here. And it's really cool. Then what's really cool about this is that delay, because your commanders at the front are like, oh, there's the enemy. They're putting me under artillery fire. But until that communication reaches the commanders in the rear, or at least until they hear the sounds of the cannon, the commanders are oblivious to the fact that contact has occurred. Now, they'll learn about it through a dispatch or the sound of battle. But for right now, they're kind of oblivious. So they're at a whole different stage. These guys at the front, the strategy is no longer the thing. Now they're getting down into tactics because they're at that tactical level of combat. Whereas in the rear, they're kind of thinking the overall strategy of how do we take Leipzig. So it's kind of cool to see that. And that's why Kriegsspiel is such a cool game, because you don't get that experience in the common war game, like a hex encounter war game, where you see everything and you move in real time or whatever, In Kriegsspiel, your communications are delayed, your information is imprecise. It's a lot more realistic. It really messes with your head, but it also makes the experience way more fun and exciting than any other war game you play.
Yeah, I think it's the very heart of what Kriegsspiel is. Yeah, their cavalry haven't gotten their report back to them yet that they're engaged or that they have made contact. So they should be getting that message pretty soon here.
Well, I would hope that they would at least hear the sound of the guns and say, okay, there's our contact. It looks from reading the map here that we're dealing with kind of low rolling hills. Like these are knolls. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the historic terrain.
Mm-hmm.
But reading the map, these little hash lines or whatever are a change of elevation that are just in the single digit meters. So these are not like mountains or even hills. I think they're like rolling, hills or knolls, as we would call them. Here in the United States, we have mountains that literally soar to the heavens that, 8,000 foot peaks. I mean, Denver's above 6,000 foot. So we have actual mountains here. I know in Europe, in some places they don't. They have rolling hills, like in England and Scotland. They don't really have mountains per se, like we do. So when I look at these European maps, I don't know what the elevation differences are, but I know that they're not like people assume. People might look at this and say, "Oh, that's a huge mountain peak." Not really. Like you could walk up that in a minute.
However, you can hide an entire brigade in one of these little. Just it doesn't take much. If you look at the lay of the land, you can hide an entire formation, Napoleonic brigade, in just one of these little dips in the ground, and not be able to see them until they crest it.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, if you visit Waterloo, you think of the ridge line that the British were defending. It's not high at all. It's kind of a very gentle slope, but just past the crest of it, you can't see anything behind that. But yeah, I mean, you would almost not even recognize it as higher elevation, especially if you're looking on if you're just looking at it straight on, you can see the crest of the ridge, but you can't see past it, even though the difference in elevation is really small. But yeah, Wellington was able to hide 2/3 of his army behind it.
Yeah,
you couldn't even see it.
Yeah. This is why it's important to read the map, and both for umpires and commanders. And unfortunately, one of the problems that we get into, hence my kind of joking about it, my facetiousness, is that you look at a map and the umpires will sometimes see the terrain just as a suggestion. Suggested terrain. Like, you get the TV dinner and it has this beautiful picture of your microwaved meatloaf surrounded by fresh vegetables and potatoes and everything, which are not part of the meatloaf meal at all. And you're like, who takes a microwaved meatloaf and plates it and cares about the plate presentation of it? It's microwave, bro. It's hungry, man. Come on, And on the picture, at least in the United States, on the front of the box, it will say serving suggestion. And nobody eats like that. Nobody does that. And to kind of close the circle on the joke here is you have this terrain, and a lot of times one of the issues we run into is the umpires and the players are moving pretty quickly, especially in a real-time game. And they tend to ignore the terrain features, especially if those features are gentle, like these. It is probably the case that the umpires are not reducing movement as people, for example, move across country over these gentle rises and falls. So this is one of the things where you have to say, is that minutia to track that? Or is it one of those things where it is in fact important and you have commanders who are trying to use the terrain to conceal their forces and sneak up on the enemy, and it's kind of a mix. This is why when I wrote the K22 and K23 rules, if you're not in column on a road, you're taking penalties, and the penalties are generalized. It's a quarter of your movement.
I can show you a real world example of that in this game right now.
Yeah, let's see it.
Over on the right in the south at Ober.
Okay.
Over in this region.
Yep.
that initial artillery fire that hit
Oh,
those
yeah.
Cossack cavalry. Okay, but
Yeah.
if you look at the ground between those guns and where those cavalry were, or where the cavalry were originally, you can see there are two hills
Yeah.
between them,
Yeah.
and that artillery would not have a line of sight on that cavalry when they fired.
Yeah, he's got a couple 6-pounders here firing to the southwest, and I see exactly that. We're just
Yeah.
immediately west of Ober. Now this other artillery, it looks like they would have a little bit of a shot here because you have this low terrain and they can at least see the peak to their south.
Yeah, that French artillery closer to the center there that's firing on the Austrians down here.
Yeah.
They could see down this road towards Schaff Moosdorf.
Right.
But look at the guard horse artillery, the Allied guard horse artillery that's firing back just to the right over here.
Yep, the 6-pounders.
Yeah, there's a big hill between them and the French.
I see it.
So basically, they're shooting rounds into the ground because they would not be able to see those guns that they're firing at.
Yeah. And again, like you say, I don't think the elevation difference here is very great. It's like maybe a few feet or meters, but that's enough.
It's enough. Yeah. It's easily enough. You know.
And this is why when you're running, especially you're running a monster, you have to think about how much do you want this terrain to be part of the tactical problem for the players to solve, as well as how much of a tactical advantage do you want to be calculating into things by taking into account this terrain. So certain terrain features you're more likely to take into account than others. For example, water features.
Yes.
Obviously troops can't, like we made the joke about Rock Creek. And if you're familiar with our videos and our content, you will occasionally hear a reference to Rock Creek. And I'll explain the context to you. When we did the Battle of Grand Gettysburg, which was kind of our first attempt at a monster, and it was a great success, actually. But there was a water feature on the map, and this keeps getting attributed to me, but it actually wasn't me. I don't know who the umpire was. But I think the players asked, can we ford Rock Creek? And the umpire was like, no, you have to use these crossings, these bridges. And, okay, well, that's the umpire ruling. And when the umpire issues a ruling, that's it. It's done. You're not allowed to debate or argue with the umpire. It's done. It does not matter. The facts or the history or anything doesn't matter. And of course, later after the battle, somebody posted some pictures of the actual Rock Creek at Gettysburg, and it's like a trickle. It's like a dry stream. And so now, of course, we have this joke that, the Titanic is down there and you can never cross Rock Creek. And, that little submersible that went to view the Titanic and imploded, that's down there too. And, it's the abyss, man. It's Rock Creek.
Right. The Marianas Trench is only half the distance to the bottom of Rock Creek.
So that's the joke, and so yeah, when you see a water feature on a map, you take it into account. Like you look at these marshes here to the immediate west of Leipzig itself, Das Leipziger. The I don't know what Leip means. I've always thought that Zeit refers to like time. I don't know what, but Zeiger is something else. But I would imagine it's like the marshes or something. Das Leipziger, the marshes maybe. I don't know. I don't speak German. But you have it's trees or brush. This is terrain that it's not very easy for units to move through. And the umpires will take this into account, and the players will use this terrain features like these as part of their strategy, as part of their defense. I mean, how many French units are defending this avenue of approach? And the answer is 0. Why? Because the enemy cannot move through there. Why would you waste forces defending an approach the enemy cannot use?
Yeah, they have to cross at these crossing points, and that was historically true as well. The these little crossing points here are they're the only way in and out. And in fact, historically, it was Napoleon's escape route was I think it was up here at Linden's. Linden something. I can't read the rest of the word, and up in this region up here.
Right, I'm zoomed in on it.
Lindenau. Lindenau. He had to keep control of that road right there because that was the escape route for the French army.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, that didn't work out very well. But this marsh and this river area up here, and I think what we were talking about before with the terrain features, when you're running something as large as this, and you're trying to do it quickly, take into account the small contour lines is probably not going to happen. But these kinds of features, which really stand out, which are like as you say, the water and the large forested, marshy areas, those stand out, and they're easy to for the umpires to say, we take those into account. But trying to take into account the small difference in contour lines is much more difficult to do when you're running this. If these were small forces and it was a smaller game in that sense, then you could much more easily do that. But in this case, you kind of abstract it, and
it kind of gets averaged out of the equation. And this is common in Kriegsspiel. And really, for me, the criteria is how much of the Kriegsspiel problem that the player is tasked to solve as their exercise. Does the terrain matter? And if terrain is not part of the problem, if it's not really part of the exercise, you can kind of hand wave these lesser features. But there are going to be times when the Kriegsspiel problem is, how do I use the terrain to, attack or defend or whatever? And in that case, you have to pay attention to this, even when you're an umpire and you're moving fast. I think the overall solution, of course, and here's some more practical advice, is it's that player-to-umpire ratio. Is the closer you get to a 1-to-1 player-to-umpire ratio, the more of these smaller details you can afford to track. If, on the other hand, you have one umpire and they're dealing with 4 players, which I suggest you should never go more than 1-to-4, one umpire to 4 players, unless you are a real experienced, hardcore master umpire. Then maybe you could do 6 or even 8 if it's a simple game with small forces.
If you're auto.
Yeah, if you're auto. But at the same time, this is not a simple game. The forces are big. This is why also you don't want to give each player a whole lot of blocks, because each block you give to the player has to be moved, and they will give an order to individual units. So the more blocks you put down there, you blow up the time it takes to manage the event. So you want that ratio. And the other thing is what was the other thing? I forgot now. But that's the big thing. And I think, yes, you definitely don't want to have too many units.
Well, when you're doing Leipzig on the squad level,
call me then. Holy cow! Talk about a monster. Why don't we just get 200? Napoleonic
200,000?
reactors. Yeah, 200,000. I mean, and let's just do it that way. It'll probably be more efficient.
We're going to the next grand game will be Grand Leipzig with blocks representing individual soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. Talk about a crowded map.
We're probably going to have to hire the Russian army.
Yeah. Well,
it's been
whatever's
done
left
before.
of it.
Well, yeah. It has historically been done before for movies, but yeah,
Yes.
whatever's left of it,
Where's Eisenstein when you need him?
right? But yeah, just some practical Kriegsspiel advice then is um, it may or may not matter. And again, having that good player to umpire ratio, having fewer pieces rather than more on the board, allows you to take into account more of this little stuff that may or may not be important to you as an umpire and, you know, as the person who's running the event.
Yeah, and as you said before, it depends a lot on, you know, what is your object in the game as far as
Right.
you know, what is the problem you're presenting, and if the problem you're presenting, you know,
is grounded in
doesn't,
the terrain, pardon the pun.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, true, or if it's like we said before, a small tactical exercise, then that terrain you know, every fold in the terrain becomes far more important.
Right.
But on this scale, it's not that important. So major features, you know, woods, rivers, towns, those are important features that have to be, you know, on this scale would be important. But small elevation differences in contour lines are not as significant, you know. And I see it looks like Hugs's boys are going into are marching into action here against Ober.
Yeah, there's the order. Yeah, you see it drawn out. And that's another thing. When you umpire, I like having orders drawn I like my assistants to do that, and I like to do that as an umpire. Because it's very easy to see the visual. I have my own shorthand that I have developed and used. So for me, you know, the arrows and the lines and the way in which they're drawn actually means something when I do that. But that's just how I umpire. You know, I notice there's not a whole lot of drawing today. So, yeah,
he seems to be concentrating an attack against Ober in that area there. Unter Sveinondorf.
Yeah, he's a. I mean, this is all the artillery popping off on both sides. All these dice.
Yeah, but you can see where his lines are going. He's moving his infantry to attack there. Quite interesting.
Yeah. If you're a casual viewer of this, if you're not familiar, and I would imagine that if you have watched this video to this point, you're probably not just a casual observer. But if you're a casual observer, you look at all this stuff, and it's got to be confusing. You're like, how do you know what's going where or anything? And we actually have a way of telling. For example, the way in which the blocks are oriented. You see these here have arrows. These are infantry moving in column in the direction of the arrow. The black part at the top of the unit is the front of the unit. That's the frontage. And so here we have cavalry. These square pieces are cavalry pieces. And we can tell you what direction they're facing because, well, the block is literally facing that direction with the black at the top. So we have a way of telling. And if you're using physical pieces and you can't change the state, because these blocks here with the little arrows, the infantry blocks, we can actually right-click on it, and I can't here because I don't have the permission on the table. But if I had umpire permission and I right-clicked on one of these blocks, I could turn it into one of these here with the X, and this is going from column into line. Well, you know, and sometimes, you know, when they're just kind of gathered like this, it's more just a mass of troops. They're not necessarily in a well-formed line. You can tell they're just kind of there in a clump. But it's not tactically or strategically significant to have them placed, positioned exactly correct when they're in the rear. Here the positioning matters. But that's how you can kind of look at the blocks and read it and see what people are doing. If you can't change the state, you turn the block sideways along the road, and you see how these artillery are kind of, well, these are deployed. Those are online. These here, they've changed the state. But if you're using physical pieces, you just turn the block 90 degrees, and you then know as an umpire that it's in a column. So it's not as hard as it looks. You just have to practice it a time or two.
Looks like some of the French artillery over here took some hits.
Mm-hmm. Well, luck is still a factor, right? We're using dice, and yes, it averages out, but luck is still a factor. In fact, it's one of the things that I learned, the more I learned about Kriegsspiel, and it made me uncomfortable because what attracted me to Kriegsspiel right from the very beginning was the fact that it's not necessarily luck-based. I don't like playing luck-based games, like, a card game or whatever. And, I enjoy poker because there's strategy to it, but at the end of the day, it's still the luck of the draw. Yes, you're playing the other person. You're not playing your hand. You're playing the other person. So it's a very psychological thing, and you can have junk in your hand and you can, win the pot if you are clever and perceptive and thoughtful. If you know your odds and such, you can do that. But when you play a game, let's say chess, for example, there's no luck in chess. There are no die rolls. There's no, random results or anything. The king is in check or the king is not in check. It's very simple. And you take something like Kriegsspiel and you're like, well, yeah, that's very strategic. It's got a balance of luck and strategy, where it's like, all games have a balance between luck and strategy. A card game is mostly luck, so you might have 10% strategy or 20% strategy and 80% luck. A game like chess is 100% strategy. But then you look at a game like Kriegsspiel, and you would assume on face that it's 80, 90, 100% strategy and maybe 10% luck at most. And the fact is, you're actually wrong. There is an uncomfortable degree of luck that matters on the battlefield. And when I realized that, it made it hard for me to sleep at night for a little bit. Because I was all full of myself. Oh, I know how to play Kriegsspiel. I can umpire Kriegsspiel. Kriegsspiel's an amazing strategy experience or whatever. No, actually, the dice matter. The dice have a say.
The friction of war.
Yeah, exactly. Which itself is kind of a cool thing, right? And we have players who make the right decisions and still they lose. And sometimes it's the dice. And the cool thing about an umpire game like Kriegsspiel is if the umpire rolls the dice, and it's kind of umpire dependent and it's rule dependent. I will tell you, in my rule sets that I publish, I tell the umpire, look, if you're getting these outlier results, if the result is kind of it's going to break the experience, it's just kind of out there, go ahead and fudge it a little. There were outlier situations that occurred, there have been, small groups of troops that have held off much larger enemies historically. We could go to what is it, Pavlov's house in Stalingrad, for example. You just got this tiny group of guys holding off this entire German formation. And I don't know what the numbers actually were, but it was obviously surprisingly disproportionate. So, you roll the die, and that's why also the number of sides on the die matter. If you're rolling a 6-sided die, you're going to get a lot of 1s and 6s. About a third of the time, you're going to be rolling either a 1 or a 6, which is a pretty extreme result if you're only rolling a 6-sided die. If the die is more polyhedral than that, if you have more sides, like a 12-sided die, or a 20-sided die, or at least a 10, you get a little bit better diversity of results. You have fewer 1s and 10s. You have fewer 1s and 12s or 1s and 20s. So you have fewer outliers. But again, as an umpire, if you get an outlier roll, you have the discretion to either keep that result and say, look, Pavlov's house happened to you here. You're stuck. You're not moving through. Or you can just modify it and say, no, the weight of numbers matters in this case. I'm not going to let luck ruin or change what should more or less be happening here. So as an umpire, you have that discretion. That's the cool thing. You don't get that in a computer game. You certainly don't get that in a traditional hex and counter war game. You're only going to find something like that in Kriegsspiel. And to quote a very famous Kriegsspiel person, who I'm not even going to mention, but he is a friend, Kriegsspiel is the land of fudge. And that's okay. That's okay, because ultimately the purpose of Kriegsspiel, it's one thing if you're wargaming something and you want to, play it at this high level and wargame like the Japanese did prior to the Battle of Midway. But a lot of times when we play it, and when it was originally played, it was often played as a training tool. So it comes down to the problem again. The problem to me is central to every exercise. What problem is being put before the players for them to solve? And if luck is interfering with the lesson, then as an umpire, you tweak it a little. You don't want to completely reverse the result, because then why are you even rolling dice? But I think you should have some discretion to tweak things to kind of smooth out results here or there, sparingly, but when necessary, to keep the focus on solving the problem and the player's ability to grasp and solve the problem versus a player's luckiness and just lucking out of the problem or situation. So that's why
Go
ahead. Yeah.
I go by the rule that if the facts undermine the theory, then they must be disposed of.
Mm-hmm. There you go. No, and I think that's a great way to look at it, because the die roll would be the fact, but if the fact is interfering with the lesson, then the fact is the problem. And again, I'm not speaking of facts in a scientific sense, even though, yes, it's a fact. It's, the die roll came up as a 1 on a 20-sided die. But again, the purpose of the exercise is to learn or to, demonstrate your ability to work through a problem. And if there's just an extraordinary run of luck, and it happens, as an umpire, you have a responsibility to kind of tweak that a little. So there you have it.
This is an interesting situation developing here.
All right, let's get into it.
Where
are you at on the map? What are you looking at?
I'm looking at where Huggs's positions are, and if you look at the French disposition, and you can see right away where the weak points are for the French. Between the two villages, they're spread a little thin, and he's got this mass.
He's got this reserves though.
Yeah, but they're way up the road, and they're probably going to get called on somewhere else pretty soon here.
Yeah.
It depends on what Huggs does. Now, if he's got this massive cuirassier, these are guard cuirassier. These are serious horse right here. You can see the French are actually moving their infantry up a little bit towards their artillery in the middle. He's got this really serious horse right here.
I see.
And then he's got his artillery firing and infantry, and a little more coming up behind. He does not have enough force that even if he tried to punch that hole towards Stotteritz,
right?
He probably isn't going to be able to do it. The French can bring down a whole lot of cavalry reserve that they have just to the northwest of it.
Yeah.
And he probably wouldn't be able to do it, but it looks like a weak point in the line. You can see the French adjusting to cover it right now. Because I think that's what they're thinking, is that's where he's going to try to punch them. And this is one of those things that gets in a commander's mind. And this works on all the time. You know where your weaknesses are.
Right.
And so you, in your own mind, this is a common thing with commanders. You assume the enemy knows too.
Mm-hmm.
And so, it's one of those things where you see this threat to what you already know is a weak part of your line, and you don't know that the other guy doesn't know that that's the weak part of your line. So you start reacting to it, you start adjusting to it, but at the same time, when you do that, you can't be strong everywhere. To be, as Frederick the Great said, to be strong everywhere is to be weak everywhere. When you start adjusting to it, you create weaknesses somewhere else. So sometimes we anticipate, this is the part of my line that I'm scared about. This is the part I'm really worried about. And then you see, oh, here's the enemy, and he's, approaching that area, and you overreact to what's going on, and you end up creating a weakness somewhere else that gets hit by something much stronger. It's an interesting element of what happens in your mind, because you're imagining most of this. And this is hard, probably any viewers that has not played this or is new to this will have a hard time understanding, is that the bulk of, you're seeing everything.
Yeah.
But if you're one of the commanders on the field, 90% of this is happening in your own mind.
Mm-hmm.
The map is you're looking at a map, but you're only seeing screenshots that are showing you and like a couple of units around you, or something like that. You're not seeing all of this. So most of what is going on is a map created in your own head,
Right.
and you're trying to respond to, you see Russians coming up this way, or you see, cavalry in the distance, or you see this, or you see that. And so you're trying to get a picture in your head. And that's one of the challenges of doing this. It's very difficult to create a truly clear picture of what is happening around you and react properly to it. I can see the French cavalry coming up towards Sommerfeld, and that's interesting too, because you can see all this wide open area out here. There's nothing but cavalry on that section for both sides.
Yeah.
So it's quite interesting, but so it's easy for us to, it'd be easy, like if you were looking at this map, watching the game, and you think, well, look, there's nothing but cavalry over there. So, what if he shifted to the right? And if the Russians shifted to the right, they could swing around or something. A, that's a lot harder to do than it sounds like, because the distances, the time it would take to make the move. 2, the French have the interior lines and can respond to it rather faster than you can move around.
Yeah.
3, you would leave a huge gap between your own forces and the Austrians to your left if you start shifting to the right.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot that goes into that. So oftentimes, taking that flanking move out to the, what seems like open ground is actually the worst thing that you can do, because you separate yourself from the rest of your army. You spend a lot of time making the move, and then when you get there, they've adjusted to you because they're working on interior lines, so they can actually shift to your position anyway, and you don't really know what all is out there,
Yeah.
So it's part of what the problems are that are created in this, and it's all, to me, it's quite fascinating.
Yeah,
But
it's the fog of war, and I also refer to these as organic problems myself. And those are problems that are created by you or the other players. They're not necessarily created by the umpires or the scenario, but they're problems that arise naturally from a lack of information and just trying to kind of feel your way forward. And the fact that the enemy gets a say in everything that you do. You move one way, well, the enemy gets a say. They can choose to react or not. They can choose how much to react. And you're not just playing a solitaire game where you can say, well, I'm going to go around the flank and there's nothing they can do to stop me. Well, actually, no, they get a say. And that's really important to take that into account as a player. And I think the way you take that into account is you have to scout. You're dependent on your scouts and you're dependent on your reports. If the scouting or the reports are poor, then you're in deep trouble because you're not going to have knowledge of what's going on around you. You're not going to have that picture in the battlefield. And you can really blunder without the correct picture of what's in the battlefield, which is why if you have good experienced players, you want to assign them cavalry units and put them out there on the flanks or have them scouting, because they are the ones who understand how important it is to have that situational awareness, and they'll send you their reports. If you take the new guy in the game and you put him into the cavalry slot and expect him to scout and send reports, you're going to be sadly disappointed, because this person doesn't appreciate necessarily how important it is to do that, because they don't have that experience. And, they could be trained, but generally your average Kriegsspiel player has not served in the military. And the end result is they're going to kind of fail at the task. So I remember at the Battle of Austerlitz that we played, it's probably about a year ago now or so, we played that one, and I was a French Corps commander, and I don't think it was the Pratzen Heights. It was a different set of hills to the north of that, I think. I can't remember. But in any case, I had received reports that kind of the way forward was sufficiently clear, that the enemy wasn't there in any kind of strength. So I just said, all right, we're going to just slam through that. We're going to go ahead and create a new flank for the enemy. We're going to create problems for him. Let's attack. And of course, in doing so, I ended up getting surrounded and having my unit destroyed, because the scouting reports that I received told me it was okay to, I acted upon them, and they were in error. So you want good, competent scouts out there. Now, I wasn't able to fill the position myself. I was kind of put into the slot, and my subordinates were handed to me, so I didn't get to pick or anything. But that's the problem if you don't know what's going on.
Now, as I look at this, I think what's going to be really key is when this big French reserve force up here, south of Leipzig, when it starts to move, that's going to be the ultimate decision here. When it starts to move, where does it go? And it's going to be where their overall commander feels he's being pressed the worst, and he feels he needs to throw in his reserves.
Yeah.
Now, to me, this area along the river, where you've got this large force of Austrians coming up towards Dulcin, and you've got all these what look like Prussians to their right. There's a very thin line of French there, very thin line, and they're being pressed. They're being pressed on their what would be the French right, the Austrian left, on the opposite side of the river as well. And you've got the two crossing points there. If the Austrians hit this thin line, and they're being hit already from the other side, and they break through here, the French are in really, really big trouble, and that's when the French would have to throw in these reserves to stop it. Now, right now, they could do that, but if they get pressed before that happens, this is a matter of timing. If they get pressed somewhere else, like if Hugs is able to really make a dent in the French over on this other side, or in the north, if there's some kind of a breakthrough up there, something along those lines, and they start siphoning off these reserves to go stop it, then they would be moving them away from where I think the critical point of this battle is going to be. And that depends on, of course, how well the Austrian or how well the Allied coalition forces hit take advantage of this. But right now, they're in a position to do so. It's going to be a matter of timing and where those reserve forces go. But they're going to end up committing, if they commit these French reserves too late, that would be bad. If they commit them too early, that'll be a disaster. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. But that's what I'm watching for. That's going to be the key to everything, is when we see this French reserve start moving, where does it go?
Yeah.
That's going to tell us what's going to happen.
Yeah. Commanders make surprisingly few decisions, especially the higher the level of commander you are. The fewer the decisions you will make, but the more critical those decisions become. You know, obviously, if you are a non-commissioned officer and you're right on the front line and your men are engaged in combat with the enemy, you may or may not micromanage them depending on the circumstances. Like, you're going to position each soldier in a fighting position where they have some kind of cover, where they have a better way of shooting at the enemy, that the enemy can shoot at them, so that, you know, they have the advantage in combat. You're going to do that, but a general does not place individual men on the field and doesn't even place entire formations. You know, a general is not going to say, well, you know, take this platoon and deploy it over here. No, the general is far removed from all of that. And they make very few decisions. And one of the critical decisions that all generals have to make is, what do you do with the reserve? Where do you put your reserve? You know, when do you commit it, if you're going to commit it at all? Likewise, you know, the arm of decision, usually in this time period, your cavalry. When and where do you commit that? You know, that is a critical question. Now, the problem that you have as a commander in a Kriegsspiel is also the same problem in real life, which is that you are in the rear and there is a delay in communication. So if you even if you have scouts out there and the scouts are reporting back, you know, regularly and consistently, you're still going to get a report that's at least several minutes old, sometimes 30 minutes or an hour old. And then you have to give the order to your subordinates, hey, I want you to punch through here because an hour ago or 15 minutes ago or however long ago it was, my scouts identified a weak point. So by the time the scouts ride forward, identify the weak point, send the dispatch back to you, you decide, let's go ahead and commit the reserve, let's make that attack. And then that order gets to the reserve commander, and then the reserve commander goes in. You're easily looking at an hour's worth of time in game, and sometimes even more. And by the time that commander gets in there now, they're acting on information that's 1 to 2 hours old. And there's where I guess, I don't know if I would call that luck or not, but it's just part of the challenge of Kriegsspiel. You know, you either time it perfectly or you time it miserably, and the consequences can be devastating.
Yeah, it's getting a feeling for that you know, the great commanders historically had that ability to know when and where to commit the reserves, when and, you know, how to do that sort of thing, and they had that, you know, that innate sense of timing for when was the moment, you know, what was the moment, like Napoleon at Austerlitz, for example. You know, what was the critical moment, and where do I want to apply it, and when, and having that sense of timing. And that, you know, is that taught, is it natural? You know, that's an interesting debate in its own right. I think I lean more towards it's a combination of experience and natural ability. But you know, it's an interesting issue. You know, I don't think anybody's ever really resolved. But yeah, that's going to be the heart of it, is when and where this gets committed. And yeah. Oh, little Freya came up to visit here, so.
Oh, let's go ahead and see if we can't get her on the screen. Let me see. And then I want to talk about this a little further, problem and solution here. Hang on. Let's see if we can see.
Oh.
There we are. And yeah, I
Uh,
can't.
this one.
I can't. Oh, okay.
Let me turn my camera on
I
here.
was gonna say your camera wasn't on, but
This is little Hera. She just jumped up here to take her sister's place.
oh, how cute! How cute!
Yes.
Oh
Hera wants to
my
say hi.
gosh. Hi.
And now Freya is jealous because she can see her sister up here,
Mm-hmm.
and that seems wrong. So now it's our turn. Okay. And this is Freya. Yeah, say hi to Marshall. Say hi.
Hey,
Ooh.
puppy. Hey, puppy. Hi.
Hi, baby.
It wouldn't be an IKS stream if there weren't dogs.
That's right.
how
That
very
right.
true.
Hello, Carter.
Yeah. Hey, Carter.
Hello.
How are things going, sir?
I mean that's more of a question for Napoleon or
Well,
those
I
guys,
just meant from
but
your perspective.
yeah, we're all good in the hood. It's great. The southern sector we're just cooking along here.
Mhm.
I think our cadence is down to like 20 minutes, which is we're
That's
good
great.
with that.
That's great.
That was one thing when we were like talking about designing the game that we really wanted. Like we were looking at Grand Waterloo and we said, not that. You know, we don't want 30, 40 minutes between turns. We want to keep it down to a reasonable time. So I think we're doing a pretty good job of that. A lot of that was just consolidating core, making sure that the blocks covered big enough size groups that we didn't have to worry about having hundreds of players and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that we got it down to 40, I'm really happy with. Yeah, and I think it still is doing the battle justice here. This is still like, you know, look at all the blocks running around. Holy cow.
Yeah, we've actually been talking about some of this. You know,
have you?
Yeah, the player to umpire
Surprisingly,
ratio,
we've actually talked about the game while we were here.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's not just all about dogs. You know,
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah, I agree. But,
and one of the things that you know we were just discussing is and I think is going to be critical here is is when that French reserve starts to move and where, you know, where he commits that is going to be the real key to this whole thing. And I look at this from what I'm seeing. I look at this fight along the river, on both sides of the river. This area of the French line is the thin end of the wedge here, and if they're able to, if the Austrians hit that, and then if they shift these Prussians to hit that, they can break through here. But if that French reserve isn't available when that pressure comes, then it could be a bad day for France. So yeah, because they're getting hit on both sides of the river at this point, and they are kind of a thin line there. But that's going to be an interesting. That's going to be an interesting moment. I'm looking for when that starts to move, when that reserve starts to move. Where's it going and when? And that's probably going to tell me how this is going to result. You know?
Yeah. And my big concern at the moment, just looking at the map, is French Fourth Corps here in the northwest, northwest of Leipzig. They're being forced back, and the back door to Leipzig is open.
Yes, I meant to ask you this. What did you give them as essentially the goal? What is the objective for the two sides?
I mean, for the French, it's to win, right? And same for the Austrians and the coalition, right?
Yeah.
The Battle of Leipzig is the decisive battle, you know, the Clausewitzian decisive battle of the 1813 Germany campaign, right?
Sure.
And so if Napoleon is able to defeat the coalition here, then he'll be able to start wrapping up the resistance there, you know, finishing up the campaign, and vice versa for the coalition. And the coalition definitely seems to be going for a kind of envelopment here, even if not intentionally. So both sides, basically, Napoleon's got to beat the coalition, or else he's going to get beat, right? And I think the onus is on the French to win. I don't think that, basically, it's up to them to change the fate of history. I think the coalition stands a pretty good chance of winning. It's up to the French to decide whether or not they can make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that area that you were talking about just now, that was Napoleon's escape route, and because it got shut down in the actual historically, that decided it for the French. That was the end for them. And I was just curious if there's a similar thread running in this, because
obviously we're aware of the historical context, and so like that'll be a factor. The escape route is currently closed. Very much. That's also why we decided to run day 1 instead of day 3, I guess, or the second.
Right, because the French still had a chance to win.
Right,
and
exactly.
Day 1, the French still had a chance to win. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So people be going, oh no, Bernadotte, where do I? No, I don't get to see the Swedes. But like at that point, it was already over. So anyway, I should probably go collect my orders for this turn. And me speaking of the fast cadence, and then also taking the time to talk to you guys. But
well, thanks for dropping in.
Yeah, no
great. Problem.
This is good stuff.
Alrighty, see you guys.
Thank you, Carter.
Yeah.
Yeah, this adds value to our listeners, our viewers, and it's important. Carter, as you guys may or may not know, is a classic master umpire. He runs pretty much only monsters, as far as I know.
He's running the entire American Civil War, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it's incredible. He's a college kid. I believe he's a grad student, and it's just it's got to be incredibly time consuming. But his dedication and his daring do, if you will, his willingness to say, you know what, let's do 100 people. Oh my goodness. You know, that's ambitious, but he pulls it off. And he's got a good cadre of assistant umpires you can see up here in the upper right in the rainbow colors on my screen. These are the coalition of the willing and capable umpires. Some of these also master umpires, like James, who's at the very top there.
Look what's on the move.
Yeah, I noticed the guard is moving.
The reserve is moving, and it's moving to the south. So I was just thinking as you were talking about this. They've been given a choice now. It's a question of, does he know what's happening in his northwest yet? And so he's made this decision and already started moving south without knowing that up in the northwest he's being pushed. Because if he loses Leipzig, he's done anyway.
Yeah,
okay?
he can't escape. Yeah.
Yeah. But he's moving. He may not know how much trouble he's having up there, and so he's already started to commit the reserve to the south. Mm-hmm. Or he may have he may be aware of that, but his thinking is, I'm going to bring in the big bad boys here with the tall hats, and I'm going to smash through the coalition force in the south before the collapse in north. I can hold off long enough up there around Leipzig, and given the ground up there, it would be it's a tough take for the coalition.
Yeah.
And so that wouldn't be a bad decision on his part, because he's looking at that and saying, okay, Leipzig would be really hard to take, and quite honestly, the Allies, the coalition forces coming from the northwest, while they may be pushing him, they're not overwhelmingly large. I can buy enough time up there, given that terrain, to defeat the forces in the south, and that may well be what he's decided to do. And when we talked to him at the very beginning, that's kind of what he had alluded to doing, was to win the battle in the south. And it looks like that's what he's doing. He's following his plan, and he is now moving the guard and the large reserve. And it looks like he's moving them against Hugs. He's going to hit. He's going to hit that Russian force, or in between that Austrian-Russian force down there.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff down there, including those Prussian reserves, those black units here on my left near Warschau or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Even with the guard, I think they'll get tired even if they were just supermen, they would get tired before they hacked their way through all of these enemies.
Yeah,
So-
it depends a lot on what happens here. If let's say Hugs goes all in, the guard haven't arrived yet. If he goes all in and tries to attack over here and gets his own forces chewed up in the process and then gets hit by the guard, then that entire flank will get crushed. The coalition flank over there would get broken, and that would decide things. If that happens before this area around the river breaks, that could be a French win. If he doesn't, if Hug stays on the defensive over here, he could probably hold this flank long enough for them to break the French on the other side. So it's going to come down to timing in that. That's going to be really interesting.
Yeah. So getting back to the very
Important
closely
stuff?
related- yeah. Well, but this is part of that, because what you're explaining brings us back to it. And in this case, you're the commander of the army or corps. You're commanding a large formation, and you have to decide when to make that commitment. Not just where, but when do I go ahead and commit? With the understanding that the intel that you're receiving, the information is at least 15 minutes old. And when I say 15 minutes, it's because typically when we play these games at this scale, each turn represents 15 minutes. In real life, it'll be what it is. But understanding that the dispatch you received is delayed, and that you have to take the time to make the decision. Maybe it's a very quick and easy decision, but then the decision has to go back to the subordinates, and then the subordinates have to get their act together, and then they have to implement the decision. So here's the problem. When do you commit? How do you, as a commander, know now is a better time than later to commit the reserve and make that attack? Is there some kind of heuristic or whatever, where you can look and see, or are you waiting for some kind of a report? Like, how do you know, or are you simply guessing? So,
ultimately, you are guessing.
Yeah.
But it's there's the plan. And its execution. So, you have a plan, you have an idea in mind, and so that clues you into, okay, where do I want to do this? Am I being offensive? Am I being defensive? Where do I think I have the best chance of success? And then there is the feel, and you have to have a feel for the battlefield. As the overall commander, this is especially true. You have to have just a feeling for the battlefield. Where am I being pressed? Where am I having success? The old adage about reinforcing success. That kind of thing, and how that fits into the plan, the concept that you came into this with. If the French concept was an aggressive one, we're not going to just play interior line defense. We're going to counterattack, or we're going to come out of the chute attacking. In this case, it looks like they were thinking more in terms of counterattack, and as he suggested, that the south was where he thought he was going to win this battle. So he's following his plan in that regard. Then it was just it's an intuition, it's a feeling. Okay, I'm planning this is the plan, but at what moment do I start?
Right.
And that's okay. We're going to counterattack. Okay, the enemy has hit us. We've exchanged back and forth, and at some point he's getting information that the enemy forces either A, are not moving forward against me here, or I've got a better idea of what's up there, or they've assaulted me and we pushed them back. We we hurt them.
Mhm.
Okay, now's the time to throw in that reserve. You know,
Yeah,
so
yeah. You want to make a data-driven decision, but
Mhm.
the problem is your data is going to be dated. It's going to be partial. It's never necessarily going to be complete. This is why Napoleon said, "A general who cannot see the army with his own eyes cannot
Mhm.
command it as it should be commanded." Because he wanted to be up there with his little spyglass and see everything and say, I can see. I can see the disruption in the enemy because they're not holding their rifles or their muskets straight. They're waving. That suggests to me that formation that I see in my telescope is disorderly. It's not going to fight as effectively in combat as it would if it were orderly. And that's important to have that kind of ability to determine what's going on, because that's data. That's a data point, if you will. The other thing here, because you're not going to have very many good, timely, or reliable data points, is you have to think like your enemy too. So what you're going to do, in my opinion, again, as a veteran of the Cola Wars, is you have to kind of suss out what your enemy is doing. This is why, for Napoleon, for example, he needs to be getting reports from every part of his line, including those portions of the line where the enemy might not be present, because the absence of the enemy is still information. And if you can form a fairly accurate and coherent map, I suppose, of the battle in your head, then you can,
like we talked about before.
Yeah, you can make a better decision. You'll never know if the decision's right or wrong until there's an outcome, and sometimes there'll be an outcome and you'll still not be sure if that was the right or wrong decision. Welcome to war, folks.
Yep.
But yeah, you definitely want to think about the enemy and is the enemy going to make a push? Are they going to push here? Is this where they're having some success, so expect them to commit a reserve to punch through and exploit that success? And you use that to inform these decisions.
And he seems to, he's bringing down reserve forces from that big block of reserve.
Yeah.
Only some of them are on the move now. It's a question of, is he moving all of it? Is he just sending part of it? And I noticed that all that lovely cavalry over there,
Still
north,
stationary.
is just sitting there. Yeah, it's just sitting there. If it, where is it going to go and when? That'll be interesting.
So
the fight over along the river looks like it's getting closer to where those Austrian forces coming from the south are about to engage. The Prussians need to get up here in between these two formations.
Yeah. So it looks like he's committing a core of reserve troops. The guard is still stationary. So he's not committing the guard, but he is sending a corps, and it seems to me that this is a defensive play. This is not the arm of decision. Rather, this is, holy cow, he's coming, and I need to get a reserve back there to reinforce this line, because that line might not hold.
You could be right. He could be just trying to bolster his defense down here.
I guess we could ask.
Yeah, we could. We could always do that.
we could ask, but it is fun to speculate and then see, well, am I reading the situation right or wrong? And then what's going to happen is we're going to go talk to Chief, who's playing as Napoleon. And when we talk to him, we're going to learn that he's probably full of doubt, because he does not have this God's eye view of the battle. And right now, it seems like he is reacting to the enemy, which suggests to me who has the decisions.
Here come the Prussians.
Yeah.
Here come the Prussians. Now this is interesting, because we talked about this earlier. If he is just moving then an infantry corps down here, and it's a defensive move, then he's already starting to siphon off his reserves, while up here in the northwest, his guys are getting pushed back towards Leipzig. And along the river down here, he's about to get hit. And he's got very thin forces down here. And he's already siphoning off a significant portion of his reserves to a different part of the field. And that is going to be really interesting. As we talked about before, it's when and where those reserves move and where they're committed. And if they send them to the wrong location, you send them to the wrong place, you know. Now, if it's an aggressive move and this whole force starts to move and they're going after the Russians, that's one thing. But if they're just coming up to be defensive, they're going to be in the wrong place. Because I think the key to this fight then is going to be along the river here. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. That's going to be really interesting.
Yeah. Okay, I'm playing with the levels. I see a comment on the YouTube that I'm kind of quiet and you're loud. Yeah.
That sounds pretty normal for us.
Let's see here. But I want to thank the person on the YouTube who is giving us this technical comment. I haven't been paying a lot of attention to the YouTube. Frankly, I've been kind of falling asleep. I've been fighting to stay awake. And I'm kind of dozing off even as I'm talking. I hope I sound coherent.
Well, if you do, it'll be a first.
Right? Let's go ahead and take some time here with the YouTube folks and give them their moment of love here because they deserve it. We've got 11 concurrent viewers, which might not sound like a lot, but for us it is. Usually we're 6 to 8. 11's a pretty good number, so it's good to have you here. And that just suggests to me and Achilles that we're doing an okay job, and the battle is compelling and interesting. As it's joined here, we're starting to see that the big decisions have been made, and we're going to see the consequences of those decisions in the next several turns. All right, Alex Texting Stories asks, is modern-day combat possible in Kriegsspiel? And
yes.
Yeah, and the answer is yes. You certainly can. You just have to figure out how you're going to, run it. What scale, what problems do you want to simulate, and yeah, it's just like, if you want to get down to like the squad level, it's really like Dungeons and Dragons. In fact, Dungeons and Dragons is literally derived from Kriegsspiel. A lot of people don't know this, but Kriegsspiel is the grandfather of actual Dungeons and Dragons because you have a game master or a dungeon master. It's the same thing as the umpire. It's literally where it comes from. And yeah, you can get down to that individual level. In fact, last week at our Halloween game, it was platoon versus platoon. So we had individual players representing individual soldiers making their own decisions, and it was actually in a futuristic context. So absolutely yes, the answer is yes, you can do it.
Yeah, the Army War College does it all the time, as does the Naval War College. They do it all the time. So
yeah,
yes,
this Kriegsspiel stuff is still done. It is still played by the U.S. Army. They actually play old school traditional Kriegsspiel. They play more modern versions of Kriegsspiel. And it just comes down to the rules you want to use. And believe you me, the rules, even though I am the author of like a 75 and 100-page rule book for Napoleonic and American Civil War, no. Like when I first ran Kriegsspiels, I developed what was called the SoCal system, is just kind of what we call it. And it is literally 2d6s. Like you can use any means of making a decision. We've also played what we call Bogsat, which is a bunch of old guys sitting around a table. There's no dice at all. You just look at it and say, these guys win. These guys don't. Again, it comes down to the problem that you're asking the players to solve. Think of the problem as like, a math teacher giving the student an exam, and they give that student a word problem. And what they're going to do is ask that student to suss out what's important in the word problem, and then apply the correct formula to solve and come up with the right answer. And sometimes the dice just aren't that important. They're this luck-driven thing that adds a little bit of variability, and it's also kind of objective because you have variability, but it's within a stochastic range of possibilities. and then the umpire can moderate it. And I'm digressing here. I want to get back on track though. The system ain't important. The system is not as important as people think. They're all about, well, what rules do you use? Should I play the 1824 rules? Should I play the 1867 rules? Should I use Marshall's new rules? No, just do something, because the bigger games, you're not going to have time to be in the rule book anyway. You just got to go. That's where the SoCal system came from. It was just Kriegsspiel stripped down to its most essential elements. And you know what? The players had just as much fun with a very simple, almost childishly simple rule set versus some of the more complex rule sets we've used. And it comes down to the problem. How important is it? So let that inform the level at which you play, the system that you use. Let that inform your decisions. What do you want to see or test in your players? So in an academic setting, that's going to be guided by your curriculum. If you're just playing for fun, it's going to be guided by what do you think is just cool or interesting. So
here we go, brother.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
The guard is on the move. These infantry are on the move down towards Pro Sadathia or whatever that is. And then over at Dulitz, the fight is now on.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see the French are bringing their cavalry down towards that area. It looks like the reserve is definitely on the move, and it's moving south, and it's being split between these two areas. Looks like he's sending the cavalry over to this section towards Dulitz, and the infantry is headed towards this town that I cannot pronounce. It starts with a P. Anyway, this is right now the coalition guys have got a whole bunch of people with these Prussians here, and there's more Austrians behind them, but they're all like, this is a traffic jam back here. These guys need to start moving up. You can see that the Prussian cavalry, the Silesian Landwehr cavalry, try to charge right into these batteries.
Yeah, a disaster, but
that did not go particularly well for them.
Well, and it's about to get worse. Although, hey, look at the terrain. They have this hill. There's some cover here.
Yeah, that's quite true.
Maybe they are taking it into account, because it doesn't look like they got blasted that hard yet. But I don't expect that the cavalry's going to come away from this in good shape.
Yeah. Now all this Hesse Homburg infantry back here and everything would have been interesting to see them come up behind the rest of this Austrian infantry over here along the river to reinforce them. But right now they all look like they're poised to go down this road right towards that village. And that looks like that's their chosen point. If you look at their formations, you can see all these Austrians and the Prussians, and they're all pointed down the two roads to head straight for that town.
Yeah.
That looks like that's where they're going, but that's also where the French reserves are headed.
Yeah, so both have chosen the same Schwerpunkt. That meaning, the axis or focus of attack is what that fancy word means. I do want to ask the YouTube folks if the audio levels are a little better, or if, hopefully you can hear me and you're hearing Achilles just fine. But again, if there's anything technical, feel free to post a comment in the YouTube chat. I will see that, and I'll try to tweak it. Marvelous Anarchy is pointing out real quick.
I was just going to ask you if you can hold the fort for a couple of minutes. I'm going to take the little puppies outside.
All right. Good luck, sir. We're counting.
All right. I'll be back.
All right. Okay. Good to go. So Marvelous Anarchy points out that if Napoleon has to commit the guard, this isn't a good situation. And I'll save further comment on this until Achilles gets back, because again, the guard, your heavy cavalry, these are the things that you call the arm of decision. And if you look at this French cavalry corps here, these guys are going in. He's got some heavy cav here, here in the rear, and the guard was just committed. They just went into column. Oh, look, they're going off this way. Look at that. They're going off to the west. So Napoleon has clearly made a decision, and maybe he's hoping to swing. I don't know if he needs these guys in the north, or I don't know where they're headed. We'll find out. I want to pop down and talk to Napoleon / Chief, because I want to get his insights and see mentally where he is at with this. I think you'll be surprised at how uncertain he will probably feel and how little information he is acting upon. But that's common. That's typical. That's literally how it is. Okay, Marvelous Anarchy is Zindos. Good. Okay, good to know who you are, Mr. Zindos. All right. It's good to connect the YouTube handle with the player that we know from the community. There we are. Okay, Joke, I want to say Joaquin, because I think that's a derivative of the name, but Deprez, Joaquin Deprez says that the audio is better now, so I appreciate that information, and I thank you for letting us know. So, again, I appreciate all of that. All right, let's see here. This is such a good stream. I kind of want to share it on socials as well. So I'm going to take a second to do that. All right. All right, there we go. That's shared. All right, let's see here. Okay. All right. Yes, I want to get in here. I'm just waiting for Achilles to get back, because I just think he will find this stuff very insightful. In the meantime, let's zoom in here. Let's see what's happening. Now, I'm not seeing any die rolls here for the artillery yet. I just saw a bunch here. I think maybe we're about to see it. But this Prussian cavalry is going to have a very bad day. They're not heavy cavalry. These are hussars. You got one unit of uhlans, which we would think of as lancers. And look, the umpires are saying, "Hey, we need to do this." They're pointing at it now, so it's going to get rolled. This cavalry is, I don't know. They've got this artillery behind them, but that's not going to do anything. The artillery cannot fire over their heads of their troops. It was not something that was done. I know that people ask about this all the time in my Napoleonic rules. No, you never fire over the head of your troops. In the American Civil War, it was sometimes done. You always see it done in the movies, but again, even then, it's generally not done. Why? Because artillery in this time period is just not that good. It's not that reliable. And you're just as likely to be putting shots into the backs of your own men. And if you try to do that, your own guys are going to have an issue with you. You would in the real, even today, So it's just something that typically was not done, if ever. All right, so there's the die roll, and I believe these would be hits on the Prussian cavalry, because that cavalry has to actually come into contact with these batteries to hurt the batteries. So I'm not sure what they're doing here, but I think this is the impact on the Prussian cavalry, and we're about to see that cavalry get a lot of disruption markers at best. If they don't shatter and rout, we'll see. If the cavalry had a good day for some reason, if they were to punch through, look at that line of infantry. Now, that infantry line's probably not the best ordered line, but they are there to back up the artillery. There's the disruption markers coming out as predicted, and there you have one that's broken. So let's just zoom in so you can see the result a little more closely. So yeah, broken right there. And I would imagine that I would expect more harm done to these units, but maybe this is just the result they're going with. So we'll see in just a second. Okay, yeah, Joaquin is saying the Prussian cavalry charge is going to be Elau all over again. And Steven says he thinks it's a delaying move. So get the coalition guns up and deployed in one mass. Well, let's take a look at the coalition artillery. And yeah, they are back here, and you've got a good-sized battery there. The issue that I have here is with the umpires, because they are ignoring this terrain feature here. And I really think it's important, but mentally somebody has just kind of glossed that over repeatedly now. And they're kind of ignoring it. And I would say that even though that terrain feature can't be more than a few feet or meters in height, I would say that is enough, as Achilles also pointed out earlier. Okay, so now you see the Prussian cavalry in retreat. They're pulling back. Actually, I would turn the blocks the other way. That would be me, but maybe they had enough time to get back there and they're in good order and they've turned around. So I don't know. I'm not resolving it. But if this is the result for the cavalry, I would imagine the cavalry got off lighter than I would have expected. I would have expected the cavalry to suffer quite a bit more. And who knows, maybe this is, again, the umpire moderating the decision to have a more believable result, whatever. I also have an issue with cavalry that just charges repeatedly. Historically, when you charge with cavalry, the horses become blown, and they're done at least for the day, if not more. So typically, like in my K-22 rule set, which is Napoleonic, you can charge once with your cavalry, and then at that point, the block is either removed because it's really no longer combat effective, or you can have it and it can move around, and it can kind of defend, but it really can't. You can't do any more charging with it, and it's really up to the umpire discretion if they want to simplify the board by simply removing the block and saying these guys are spent, they're done for the day. Might as well just take the block off. You can also keep it on, and because they can still move around and spot things and do things. There were cavalry units that charged repeatedly on the same day, but those were outliers. Typically, cavalry they are not this Superman type animal, these horses. Horses are animals. They're living flesh and blood creatures. And just as a runner has to stop and catch their breath for a little while after sprinting a long distance, likewise for a horse. And it's one of those other things that people tend to overlook, and they overuse cavalry. They push the cavalry and try to do more with it than they probably should if they were trying to be faithful to reality in history. So that's one of my little pet peeves. Those dogs are taking a while, I tell you. I wish Achilles were back. He's taking care of the dogs. My dogs are still in bed asleep. All right, let's see here. Steven says okay. So no new comments on the YouTube there. Let's see here. I really want to go talk to Chief, though, and then probably talk to one or two of the Austrians. Just waiting on Achilles and his pups to get back. I do think this is a fascinating game so far. I don't know what Napoleon's path to victory could have been here, just like historical. He loses. And that's another aspect of Kriegsspiel that's worth talking about, is the idea of balance. When you play a game, there's an inherent fairness that is built into the rules of the game. If you're playing poker, everybody pulls from the same deck the same number of cards. The cards will vary, obviously, but you're playing from the same deck, and it's assumed that every player has the same probability of drawing, that next ace or whatever you need to form a winning hand. And again, you play psychologically, you play the player rather than the cards, because you can have a garbage hand and still win because of your betting strategy or your nonverbal communication, which you may do on purpose or not. And you're communicating to the other player that I've got you beat, you might as well fold for this hand, whatever. So there's that. But then in Kriegsspiel, and see, I'm trying to stay awake here. I'm like losing my train of thought. But yeah, I blanked out. I tell you, being up at like 4 o'clock in the morning is killer. I'm on this is definitely my second cup of coffee. This is the pot. It's a joke. I just have the pot here because I don't want to go downstairs to the kitchen. Let's see here. Joaquin says it depends on the intensity of the cavalry charge. Usually they can only do one major charge in a single day, but skirmishing and stuff was much less intense. All right, and that's correct, yes. You can run around the battlefield and do these things. People tend to assume that every battle is like Waterloo and every Civil War battle is like Gettysburg, where you have these stupendous casualties and you have soldiers and units of soldiers that are basically accomplishing these superhuman feats of martial prowess. And because those battles have taken on such a prominence in the historical literature, in the movies and such, we tend to think that the average Napoleonic battle was Waterloo, that the average American Civil War battle was Gettysburg. I use these examples a lot, but we tend to go back to that and assume that that's what every day was like during these wars, that you had these huge lines of men and that they courageously marched into each other, that they exchanged volleys, and every time they fired their muskets, like 100 guys would fall down, and how stupid these people were to fight like that, and then you see another volley and the next 100 guys fall down, and the guy behind just stands up stoically and takes his chances, and sometimes they survive, sometimes they don't. And we have this impression that this is every day during the Civil War, this is every day during the Napoleonic Wars. And it's actually a completely erroneous perception. The reality of the everyday, of the mundane, which is something that I try to capture in my rules, in particular my Napoleonic K22 rule set, is much different. Because K22 is designed for, 2 or 3 or 4 people sitting around on a Saturday afternoon playing a little Kriegsspiel game over a couple hours. The unit formations are kind of small. You can use it to play a big battle, but I really recommend that people play it at kind of the micro level, whereas this here needs a different, more streamlined rule set to play at this macro level. In any case, the average Napoleonic battle was like 5 minutes, like the engagement, the skirmish between two sides. It was common for one side to run away even before a volley was fired. They're like, nope, we're not here. So this is because your common everyday Napoleonic skirmish is just that. There is a hill that a commander wants to take because it's a good observation point. There is a crossroads that needs to be taken for line of communications purposes, whatever it may be. These were your average engagements, and if one commander or the other did not feel it was worth taking, repeated volleys, they wouldn't burn the ammo. They would just say, okay, I'm out. No problem. This is not a hill I want to die upon. You can have it. We're going to withdraw before any shots are fired. The other thing is people assume that this combat was really bloody because when you look at battles like Gettysburg and Waterloo, there were thousands and thousands of casualties. But that's not every day. The reason you have that level of casualty is simply because both sides are committing to an existential battle. They're trying to have a decisive engagement. So they're putting everything they have in on this one particular day. They've both chosen the ground they want to die upon, and they are committing. But again, that's not every day. Every day is not a decisive battle. The decisive battle is, you'd have battles like that 3 or 4 times a year. And even those battles are not intended to be decisive. In American history, the American Civil War, Antietam and Gettysburg were intended to be decisive battles. Somebody at those battles was playing for a win, or they felt that they could not afford to lose the battle. Therefore, both sides are committing thousands and thousands of troops. Therefore, you have all the casualties. But if you look at the historic data, if you look at the reality, one of the problems they had was a lot of times these guys would not shoot to kill. They would actually fire over the heads of their enemy, or their weapons misfired. The weapons certainly were not accurate, which is why they had to use volley fire, where they stand in line and exchange fire. They weren't running around hiding behind trees, because the purpose of a fight is to decide something. And if everybody is running around through the forest like Rambo and Buckskin, you'll never decide the battle. You'll do that for days, and nothing will happen. So it wasn't like it was some kind of gentleman's agreement to go out and meet in this open field and exchange fire like gentlemen. It was simply necessary, because that was how you win or lose. That's how it was done, because the technology of the time. It's not that the people were stupid. People knew how to use cover, and they did use cover. But again, the weaponry informed the tactics. And we who are not familiar with the weaponry think differently. So that's the difference right there. All right, let's Achilles is back. So
I am.
You're
I was able to take the dogs out, feed them breakfast, and make myself an omelet.
Holy cow, no wonder you were gone. I'm like, man, I am waiting for this guy to come back. And so I'm just, lecturing on how we really don't understand typical Napoleonic or American Civil War combat, because we have an impression that is informed by movies and also the books, but the everyday, if you were a Civil War soldier, you could serve for a year, you might only see 2 or 3 major battles. What you saw on more frequently... Carter's here. Okay, I'm going to let Carter speak because he has limited time. Go ahead, Carter.
I don't have really anything to report. I'm just up here in case you have any questions, since I'm finished early, and the Western guys would yell at me if we kept moving. They're struggling over there.
let me ask you a gameplay question, because we've talked about different systems, and you gotta, when you have a Kriegsspiel battle, you gotta keep it moving, especially in Monster. What rule set are you using, and how detailed is it, and how appropriate is it for different scales of engagements, please?
Yeah, so James would probably be better to answer the question, since it's his baby.
Yeah.
The system is. The original concept for the game was that we'd basically use a modified version of my Citizen Soldiers rules.
Yeah.
And so the idea being you roll a dice for any unit that's taking fire. So it's like a morale check, but it does more than just check morale.
Mm-hmm.
And so James then took that and simplified it, and then changed it a bit to represent more, Napoleonic realities.
Yeah.
And so, like, instead of the ACW system I have, where it's, I think, 10 dice that you can choose from, depending on the situation, right?
Right.
We've got 1. It's just 1
very
dice,
simplified,
and we just use modifiers.
There you go.
And so, really, I think I think it's only really applicable to huge battles like this, where you got to run them live and quickly.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like quick and dirty. There's a lot of umpire interpretation involved,
It's like
with
the SoCal
pluses,
system.
minuses, moving and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just, it's going to give you an idea of how the combat went and help you kind of like move it along quickly. Is the general goal.
Outstanding. Good. Okay, yeah, I wanted people to hear it from someone besides me, because, someone with actual credibility. So there you go.
But Carter, you were the only one available, so he had to ask you.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, credibility, that's not exactly my forte. But
somebody who knows what they're talking about as opposed to me.
Wait till one of those joins the IKS.
Yeah,
I
right?
know, right? All right. Well, thank you, Carter.
Yeah.
I think it's time for us to go ahead and have that chat with Napoleon because it looks like he's made all the critical decisions he's going to be making today, which is, where are you going to put the reserve?
He's definitely committing the reserve. We talked about this earlier when Carter was on before. The reserve is starting to be committed, and the big battle in the south is definitely raging.
Yeah. Now, my prediction is we're going to get down there and we're going to get a hold of Chief, who's playing as Napoleon Achilles. We're going to get down there, and he's going to be filled with doubts and uncertainties. He's like,
You think?
oh, for sure. Yeah, he's going to be like, well, I'm not really sure. We're probably going to hear him say that, but I'm taking a gamble.
Either that or he won't admit it. He's just going to say, I'm absolutely certain we're winning. And
wow, you're just quoting me right there.
I mean,
Before
the
my
whole
biggest disaster
yeah,
in Kriegsspiel.
the whole taking a gamble thing is that's Napoleon's MO.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Well, then you don't have a choice. I would even argue in modern warfare, where you have drones and satellites and real-time communication and cameras,
Where they
mounted,
picking all the fun out of war,
right? But even in a situation where you are saturated with data, which can be its own problem, I think you're still guessing and rolling dice, kind of. Yeah, I don't think you can ever escape that situation when you're commanding actual forces.
No, you can't.
Yeah,
even with all the information you're getting, there's a saying that Brent likes to use from the Armed Dragoons about the addition of radios.
Mm-hmm.
That radios just make you get bad information faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really true. I mean, it really is true.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and go down to talk to our Napoleon. Let's see here. All right. And where is he now? He's not in his channel. He's somewhere else. There he is. He's in Lauriston channel. So let's hop down there and let's talk to him, about he's committed the reserve, what's his thoughts, and so on. All right. Hello.
It's going to have to be somewhere in the center, I think, yes.
Hello, guys. It's your friendly neighborhood commentating umpires or whatever. And we want to talk to Napoleon.
Now that the battle's over and you've already clearly lost,
yeah, we're just playing a few turns for those guys who are playing Marching Simulator. We figured they just like to roll some dice. So
they've been up since early in the morning, and we figured they needed to do something right.
Yeah, but you're toast, so don't even worry. No, I'm kidding.
I've been talking a lot about this, and so I'm really curious about this, Napoleon. The decision of when and where to commit your reserves, because that was going to be that's your biggest decision of the day once the battle starts anyway, and it was the key. What is your intent? You seem to be committing them to the south. So what is your intent? Is it a defensive intent, or are you intending to go offensive?
The intent is offensive. And I was just discussing that with our two Miras here, as well as Larson. I think from what I can gather is the enemy is pretty heavily engaged, committed over here and then over in Durlitz. And there's also a lot of forces up northwest near Lindenau, and there are forces up in the north by Ney. And I think there may be some sort of gap or some sort of weakness that we can exploit in the center across from McDonald. I'm going to be going over there in a moment to sort of see what's going on there. And it may have to be sort of a, on the fly, seat of the pants decision that I have to make. But I'm considering ordering McDonald forward if there aren't, 80 billion Russian batteries facing him. And then bringing up one of the Young Guard Corps in reserve, maybe bring up the other one, I'm not really pleased with having to send the old guard up north, but I don't want to leave Ney hanging out to dry.
So my
Okay.
question is, because you mentioned McDonald, what kind of sauce do you get for your nuggets? Barbecue, sweet and sour, hot mustard, or
None actually. I'm very plain. I'm very boring. Yeah.
really?
Although I do barbecue sauce is nice from time to time, I guess, but more often than not, I just a simple
Yeah.
man.
What is your opinion of that thing that you get the 20-piece nugget, but you only get 3 sauces when really you need a 4th one, and they charge you for the 4th one?
I have
Just
no
get the chili
experience with
cheese
that,
nuggets.
but that does sound pretty ridiculous.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. What bearing that has in Kriegsspiel, I have no idea, but you said McDonald, and bam, I'm triggered. So now I know what I'm eating for lunch today. Anyway, how certain are you of what's going on around you?
Fairly. This isn't usually the way things go when I'm a commander in chief, but I feel like I have a decent grasp of where the enemy, attempt is, where their focus is, how my forces are doing. I'm very pleased with how everyone's performed so far, especially our ad hoc Murat down here. He's been pretty excellent.
Good.
So, of course, I
I'm
mean,
curious.
again, as Leipzig, it's like the odds are stacked against us. So if we lose, Napoleon lost too, so it's not that big of a deal. But
I felt the same way about Waterloo.
yeah,
Right. You almost won Waterloo. Like I was commentating at that battle, and you were Napoleon Achilles at that battle, and I remember the moment when the battle was decided and just how close it was. And had one or two things just been slightly different, the outcome would have been different. So it was, as Wellington said, historically, it was a near-run thing. I think he said that.
Yeah.
And it was true in the battle that we played as well. So yeah, you played very, very well, and it just came down to what it was.
My corps commanders played really, really well.
Yeah, you actually just hung out in the rear the whole time and
That's
forget
right.
about it. Remember that? Forget about it.
Me and Carter just hung out at the tents and waited for news.
Yeah, yeah, because again, as a high level commander, there's only a few decisions you make.
That's right.
And that's the thing. People always want to, not always. There are people who want to play the low level commands, but then there are people who want to command the army or the corps in the Kriegsspiel game. And I don't think they always realize just how boring it can be, because you're sitting there, you're getting bad information, sometimes quicker than others, and you're guessing, even though you may be filled with a spirit of confidence. But the number of actual decisive decisions that you make, it's 1, maybe 2.
Yeah.
Well,
And
yeah,
that's,
we'll see this next turn. Yeah, because if I see an opening, I'm gonna send in McDonald and probably at least part of the young guard. So
yeah,
we'll have to see.
It's that creating the plan. That's where you have the bulk of your work. Creating the plan. What are we going to try to do? Disseminating that to your commanders, making sure that they understand the plan and what their part in it is, and then on the actual fight, during the actual battle itself, your primary decision is one of timing, and where and when do we throw in the reserve, and if you've got a counterattacking plan, for example, timing when to launch the counterattack if you're in that area, that kind of thing. But that's about it. Most of it once you've disseminated the plan and all of that stuff, and once the shooting starts, most of it's in the hands of your corps commanders. So
yeah. You basically sign up for, when you play a Kriegsspiel like this, you sign up for hours and hours of preparation in advance, and then on the day of, you sit there and you might make 2 decisions over 4 or 5, 6 hours. And
That's about right.
And that's it. You're front loading. It's all homework. Whereas
Yep.
if you are a division commander, if you're playing at the lowest level here, you only have to listen to the briefing and understand your role. A role that, by the way, a plan that's going to be thrown out as soon as the battle starts anyway.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, which always happens. And then you're going to be making a lot of decisions, but your decisions are also crucial because at the end of the day, you also have to decide where to commit. And once you're committed, that's it. Your unit will be spent, whether it's infantry or cavalry. Your unit will be spent by the end of the action if you hardcore commit. And then your troops will be so disrupted it will take a while to recover them anyway if they aren't destroyed. And that's it. So and somehow we do it. Somehow we find it fun. It's not
because
like
we're masochists.
Yeah, it's not
we're
like
all masochists.
A computer game or a first-person shooter where you're constantly, there's another alien or another bad guy, quick shoot it, and you're making decisions every 5 to 10 seconds probably. Where am I gonna move next? Am I gonna loot this item? What am I gonna shoot at next? In a game you do that, but in this you just kind of sit there and just the cards go where the cards fall, and you get a new card every 15 minutes or 20 minutes, and you just sit there and wait. But it is, by gosh, far more compelling than even the most exciting computer game that I've ever played. And I played a lot of games. You can't beat Kriegsspiel.
My dream is for a proper Kriegsspiel, Total War. Would be so good.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun.
Oh God.
All right, goodbye, Napoleon. I think.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta run, man. You gotta run. Run, better run.
All right, good luck, guys. Good luck.
Thank
Yep,
you.
thank
We'll
you.
need it. All right. Well, at least let's let the young guard survive in time.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my screenshot.
All right. So Napoleon, I found, was more confident than I expected, but also probably more wrong. Let's see. Achilles isn't here, so I may have to repeat that comment. Let me see if I can pull him up. Let's see if he's in there. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? He's down there still. I don't know if he's talking. I imagine he's listening in. Let's see if I can get this to work. Come on. Here we go. There's a little sweet spot on Discord where if you move your mouse, you can move a person up. There we are. Come on, come on, come on. And where am I at? There I am. Achilles, you there? No, he moved back down. Okay, so he must be in a conversation. Let's pop down and see if we're missing something there. He may have had another line of questioning. I don't know. I thought we were done. Where is he? The Discord is really crazy long. You take a look here. I'll put it on screen. And my other screen is not as high resolution as this one. This is a 4K monitor. So I can see a lot of stuff here. But even then, I still have to scroll and scroll and scroll and look for his little icon. I don't see him at all. Here's Napoleon. Here's where we were. He's moved to someone else, or he's dropped. I don't think he would have dropped, but all right, he's Well, we're gonna just continue. He'll rejoin or find my channel in a minute. I'm gonna scroll just for a minute, one more time through. I don't know where he went. He'll pop back in. Anyway, yeah, that's the thing. Like, as a commander, sometimes the more confident you are, the more wrong you probably are. And I'm the poster child for that, which is why there's all of these jokes and stuff about me and credibility and so on. Because it goes back to that famous Battle of Austerlitz that we played about a year or so ago, where I received dispatches that, things were looking good for us, and I committed my corps. I made my one big decision of the day, and it ended up being entirely in error because the dispatches I got were wrong. So I got the bad information. I acted decisively on the bad information, and I ended up getting wiped out. My entire corps was bagged. So there you go. What do you do? Anyway, let's see here. Okay.
How's the commenting going, Marshall?
I think this is one of the best commentated events we've had. I think for the first 15 or 20 minutes, it's a little fluffy. It's not of substance. But once Achilles got in here, and once we started to drill into it, we've delivered some commentary of substance, and I think it'll be worth replaying and watching again for a lot of people. How are things going for you, James?
Going good. It was chaotic to start. We probably had, I don't know, at least maybe between 5 and 10 people not show up, which was semi-expected. So it was a lot of scrambling to refill those positions. But we started maybe 5 minutes from when we wanted to. So a really good start. It really helped to be super organized going into it. And it's a lot, we've got 10 umpires handling the players. And so most umpires have 4 people each, which is ideal. It's, around 3. But we've divided the battle into 3 sectors, and each sector has a master umpire that's handling combat. And so it's going pretty well. We maintained for the most part about 20-minute turns, which is what I was hoping for. And so that's going well, and I think everyone's having a lot of fun. It's going to be very commenting on the game itself. The French look to be in trouble in the north. They've already abandoned Lindenau, and Bertrand is getting his butt kicked in the northwest. So I don't know if the French don't win here. I don't know how they escape. But they do still have their guard not deployed yet, but they have positioned them to be ready.
I think they're committed.
Yeah, they got 2 young guard in the south and the old guard in the north as a reserve. In the north where I've been, the Russians have so far not pushed hard. They've just been happy to shoot with artillery, but they found some openings in the French position on the far right, so they're starting to cross the river, and they're getting onto the French flank. So it's going to be interesting the second half of the day. Can the French hold or not? I think with the old guard there, they probably will be able to. But like I said, their escape route's cut off. So the whole French plan was double down in the south and win there. It doesn't look like that's close to happening yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, do you think this battle is close to being decided? Because it looks like most everything has been committed. There's not. There's enough reserves here. But
yeah, there's plenty of reserves. I've had so far very few units have broken, so it's not, for me, it's not, nothing's decided yet.
I think it's interesting though that they've both committed to their positions though, and now it's just how many reserves does one side or the other feed in before they get tired and say, let's go. And I think if anyone's going to do that, it'll be the French. But I don't see that the French have anywhere to go. So I think the French will feed their reserves in until they have nothing left, till they're exhausted. Whereas the Allies, of course, it's a game, right? In the real world, you would not commit every last man because you need to have something on hand in case things go bad.
Exactly.
Your army has to survive to fight another day. Whereas for the French in particular, this is definitely an existential situation, meaning Napoleon has to win here or he dies here, essentially. And especially with no escape route, there's not going to be a surrender, at least as long as the ability to fight is present.
Yeah. If I were the French, I would send the old guard west to reinforce Bertrand and retake Lindenau and maintain that escape route. But they're committing to the right side, so they're not doing that, but we'll see.
Let me ask you this, James. Did we I do this thing where I call it turning the scenario 90 degrees, which is where I deviate or I change something from historic so that the players don't parrot the history. So if they have a unique problem or something to solve. Did you do anything like that with this event? Did you change the order of battle or the positioning of the troops? Or did you let the two sides kind of decide how they wanted to come onto the map? Or what did you do to change it from history? Or is this piece for piece more or less the historic battle?
It's pretty close to historical. We didn't let them change it too much. What we did allow was the French to be able to have an additional corps in the south or north, basically shift one corps one direction, which they decided to focus on the south, so they have more of a chance to really focus in a certain area if they wanted. Other than that, it was pretty historical in the terms of the order of battle on day one, and in terms of positioning where they could start from.
All right. Your rule set. Now, you authored the rule set for this, and I can't help but be amused because it's getting very close to the SoCal system. You know, we look at our rule sets. You look at the K22, and it's like a 75-page rule book. And then we come here and we play these games, and that rule book, you cannot do that with this rule book, with that rule.
No. So I took, we started with Carter's citizen soldier rules that he has for the Civil War, which is pretty good rule set, but it had 9 sets of dice.
Yeah.
Considering on the situation, and we just can't do that with this kind of game. So I brought it to a single dice, really simplified the rules and the modifiers, made it, the rule set's only 3 pages long. But in doing so, it did bring it a lot closer to the SoCal system, which I borrowed from when I made my Civil War super simple D6 system. So it's somewhere in between that and Carter's system, and really designed for quick resolving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's important because as I commentate this, I'm not only talking about the military stuff that's going on and the exercise stuff. I'm also talking about the Kriegsspiel, the practical side for the master umpire and other things. And when you're playing at this level, like one of the things that Achilles and I learned was terrain. Certain terrain features are being respected, like the rivers, the water features. Other terrain features, the umpires and players are kind of ignoring them, or at least the umpires are ignoring them. So for example, some elevation changes. There have been some hills that should be blocking artillery fire, but it's being treated as flat terrain. Now, this terrain isn't mountainous or anything. Like, you're talking about a few feet in elevation difference.
Yeah.
But
I did some Google research, and it's a lot flatter than it looks on the map. So most of it, there's a few hills here and there, but most of it's pretty darn flat.
But like as Achilles and I were talking, is even just a few feet in elevation difference is enough to mask artillery fire, and that's clearly not happening here. But again, there are good reasons to ignore it. The terrain, some of these terrain details, because the scale of the battle, the limitation of the time that you have to fight it out, the number of people, the umpire to player ratio. Like, you can either sit here with a ruler and measure every little interaction, or you can actually play a battle.
Exactly.
And at a certain point, fun has to win. We are here to have some fun. And yeah, it's just a practical consideration. So, and believe you me, the players are certainly having fun. I'm certain of it,
That's good.
Why do you do so much Kriegsspiel, James? You're more addicted to it than me.
I just love it. It's fun to play and fun to run. I've played games all my life, and done role playing, but it's like the ultimate game because it's so real with the fog of war element that you can have with Kriegsspiel versus any other game. It's just a lot of fun, and on top of that, I'm learning so much history with every battle I do or that I play or run. I love to learn the history of it, and so it's like getting a mini history degree just running all these games.
Yeah, no, it's great. All right, are we taking a break? I'm being told that there's going to be a break via YouTube. Yeah, We're taking a 30.
Everyone's 30-minute break. So
Are we on that
Cool.
break now, or
we are. I just come to talk to you during the break.
No, that's perfect because Achilles texted me. The reason Achilles dropped is his puppies chewed through his power cord. And
wow.
he's trying to repair it or figure out what to do. Now, I've told him he can connect by phone, but since he's probably trying to play with electrical components, he's probably not reading his text message. I don't know if Achilles will be back or not. I don't know how severe the damage is or if he has a replacement. I don't know if it was the computer power cord probably or something. And that's a pretty item-specific thing. So, yeah, I don't know.
All right. Well, hopefully he figures that out. I'm going to go have lunch myself.
All right. Take care, James. Good luck. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you when you get back.
Thanks. All
right. So now it's just you and me, dear viewers. Oh, boy, are you in trouble. At least I'm more awake now. I was literally falling asleep as I was commentating. I'll have to go back and see if I can tell that, oh, wow, you're talking nonsense. You're falling asleep. But I do have this superpower where I can be at the edge of sleep but still speak and often be coherent with my responses.
Hello.
Hey, you're back.
I am. I'm jury rigged, but I'm back.
Are you on your computer or your phone?
I'm on my computer.
Was that
I am.
What did the puppies do?
Okay, one of them chewed. Freya chewed right through the power cord that connects the computer to the
wall.
To the to the power strip.
Yeah.
And she got the shock of her life.
Oh yeah.
When she got in there and started yelping, I thought, what happened to her? And then all of a sudden everything went black.
Aw, poor pup.
Yeah, it came as a surprise to both of us. But yeah, everything just went out.
How did you repair it? Did you just have a spare, or was it actually?
No, I had to kind of push the wires together and kind of try to tie them a little bit and taped it.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was an emergency situation, but I couldn't find any electrical tape, so I had to use Scotch tape to hold it together, and it's just barely holding together.
Mind if I hop in here and say hi?
Hey,
yes, we do.
Ah. Oh, you do? You do?
No.
Oh, okay. I'll back out. All right, I figured it was a break, so I'll hop in.
What's going on, man?
Oh, nothing much. I'm just, being hugs, telling his CIC he's wrong and doing my own thing. The usual.
Okay.
The usual.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's the thing that happened historically. Famously, Sickles at Gettysburg decided, hey, this is better ground out in front, so I'm going to expose my entire division by moving to this better ground. Was it a division? I think it was. But he moved to this better ground. And then
the orchard.
Was it a core? Okay. And yeah, it became one of the bloodiest fights.
Well, that's crazy because this is like 40 years prior.
Yeah.
And my name's Gorchakov,
Now, how is your commander wrong, and why? So what if your commander's wrong? Don't you have orders?
Yeah.
What gives you the right to say that your commander's wrong?
Tactical awareness.
Okay. And of course, you're willing to stake your career, your life, the lives of your men.
Oh, I'm not only willing to. I've already done it. I've already done it.
Like when you disobey an order, it's always all in, right? You're going all in, and you better win the pot. You better have a straight.
Better be right.
Yeah.
Well, we're in the process of being right now, and actually, my 2IC seconded my decision. He actually went so far as to say we should have done what I said a turn earlier. So
what
just also agrees with me.
So we're making a assault on the town of Ober right now. We've been in an artillery duel, and we've been winning the artillery duel for the past 3 turns now. And basically, the coalition, at least on this side, is plagued with over planning, over coordination and like a lack of like awareness of where other corps are like positioned. And I say this in terms of like I wasn't able to fully deploy my corps because coalition cavalry was literally on top of my corps, on top of I think it was the 5th Guards was also like dogpiled on top of my corps. So we had like 3 corps all in one spot, and not a single one was able to fully deploy because our reserves were trying to like get a piece of the action at the front, which basically made it to where it was impossible for frontline units to actually maneuver.
Do the reserves understand what it means to be a reserve?
No, they don't apparently, and that's actually a common Kriegsspiel problem.
Yeah, we've talked about that on this very presentation cast, whatever. We talked about that this morning. How Kriegsspielers will do this, the long line thing that we make the meme about. You know, we've joked about it. I have seen better play, and in general across the board, people are playing better and better all the time. I remember when we played at Waterloo back in June, it was probably one of the best battles I had seen in terms of the discipline and the competence of the players on display. But yeah, you still get these people who do these meme things, right? Well, I don't know how to play, so I'm going to approach it like Rome or Napoleon Total War, and we're just going to make this big long line because we don't want to be flanked.
Well, actually, it's quite the opposite in this case. We do have very, very, very deep reserves, but the problem is those reserves are too close to the front to where we have no room to maneuver at all.
Yeah, they're crowding.
It's too much crowding, and that was a problem we had for a couple turns, which prevented me from getting all my artillery online, which meant that for the initial fight, we actually got the worse off from the artillery duel because I couldn't get all my artillery online. And this honestly is very reminiscent of the actual coalition, I would say, in this battle. It's like the problems with coordinating stuff. And then I'm not trying to jab at my CIC too much, but there is a problem with like wanting to over coordinate things. So with this attack on Ober, and this was the second time I overrode my command. The first was he actually told me to pull back from the hill I was currently located on, which I told him absolutely not. And then the second time, I saw that we were winning the artillery duel. Their stuff was falling back, and there is actually a tree line that's next to Ober that goes like towards where we're located. I was like, okay, well, their artillery can't shoot on the other side of that because they can't see it. So we're going to take our reserves, which are behind the hill, and we're going to actually go on the right side of that hill on the east side, and we're going to assault Ober and go straight up the center. While simultaneously the guard unit is going to go right up the center from the hill, which he's currently doing now. But that actually happened to turn after I ordered this maneuver, and then the artillery is going to actually push up alongside, and we're going to kind of like extend the line. Well, anyways, he told me not to do that and to wait to coordinate with the 3rd Corps. And I told him, I was like, well, I can't guarantee that this opportunity will be here next turn or the turn after when you finally coordinate this. So I'm going to go ahead and launch it now, and then you can just send up the reinforcements as it develops. So you actually have a better idea of where they need to go. And it just turned into this argument. So the umpire showed up, and it was like, basically it came down to like, okay, are you going to order this or not? And I was like, yeah, well, I'm just going to go ahead and order it. Because like the umpire was, you know, he was like, hey, we need a decision now.
Well,
so that's the one I went with.
You're in charge of those troops, so yeah.
Yeah.
I have 3 questions for you.
Okay.
One, do you have command? Do you have command of the of Galitzin's guard cavalry to your left?
I do
Are those under you? Okay.
I don't have any cavalry under my command.
Okay. 2, what do you think is currently in front of you that you're about to attack?
Well, I would imagine
What's your
it's about.
understanding?
My understanding is there's definitely a corps at Ober and the town just next to it. I can actually visually confirm that. And then there's another corps to my north. I would imagine there's another corps somewhere in reserve around the town of Stutteritz. Maybe even 2 corps. I've not seen any French cavalry. So there's probably at least some form of cavalry that I cannot see at the moment that'll probably appear. But right now, none of that actually matters to me. The only thing that matters is the town of Ober and Unter, what like that kind of like locality right there. That's my immediate goal. The guard is going straight up the center towards Stodderitz. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of like a gut punch, you know. Kind of
So arm a
go straight up the center. Yeah, go straight up the center, see what happens. You know, if it fails, it doesn't really matter because we have cavalry to either follow up or cover retreat plus artillery. There's nothing really wrong with this attack. I would say.
Are you prepared to retreat?
Absolutely, we have artillery. Like I said, we have artillery and cavalry to cover any sort of like retreat in good order or in bad order. I mean, and we have reserves behind this.
Any retreat you walk away from is a good retreat.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
much.
Achilles. You're still questioning. Go ahead.
And my third question is: do you have any information about what's on your right?
On my right, not really. I just know my the third corps is pushing up towards Ober's well, so kind of have like 2 corps falling onto this little like linchpin of the French. Past that, it's not really my problem. That's Constantine's problem, who is my CIC. So that's the way I look at it.
Although, you know, by not doing what your CIC is asking you to do, aren't you increasing your CIC's problem?
Not really. I'm kind of.
Does he not have a better picture of the overall situation than you do?
I mean, sure, overall, but when he comes and micromanages tactical decisions, I mean, that's my realm of things.
Fair enough.
I think we need to talk to Constantine. I want to get his side. I do. I want to get his side of the story. I really do.
Dude, I definitely stirred the pot a little bit on that one, so there's a bit of a feud going on. Also, it's just part of my character, you know. I like to cause trouble. It's my thing.
It's hugs. It's hugs.
That's my thing.
What you do as a CIC is you put Hugs Corps next to Miller's Corps, and you let them do the main assault where you want to go. Just say, take these 2 places right here. Take these 2 towns. Here's your objective. You take everything you've got, and you hit right there, and then you just let them go.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's talk to Constantine because this is interesting. I like how this is a game, but most of the players take it pretty serious, and they even kind of get into the role play. They you know, it's like the Stanford experiment where they actually take on you know, the role. You know, you're the guard, you're the prison inmate, and they actually, you know, mentally take on that role. And that's what's really cool about this kind of thing is you can lose yourself in it for a time, which, you know, is part of recreation. And that's important. That's leisure. You need to take a break every once in a while. It's like going to the movies, you know, you're taking a break. But it's also, you know, people are just, they get into it and they explore things. They learn about their character. You know, as we just heard Hugs explain, I sometimes like to cause trouble. And
sometimes.
Well, and what this should do, and what it does for me often, is it causes you to think about it and be introspective. So at night, when you're in bed and you're waiting to fall asleep, you reflect on the decisions you made and you think, well, am I like this in the real world? Am I just playing a role?
Yeah.
Am I like this in the real world? And what are the implications of that knowledge? Is this a character trait that I need to moderate or amend, change? Or is this a good trait that I have? How do I know I'm not taking it too far? You know, I mean, this really should be something because this is going to impact your career, your relationships, and other things that you do. This particular character trait that you have, it can be a springboard to success, but it can also be a terrible impediment. The dose makes the poison.
That's true.
You know,
I think it's highly situational though. Like for example, in my case, like I definitely would not be doing stuff like this because in my actual like position in the army, like definitely not.
Well, let's face it. Hugs doesn't do any of that self-reflection. He's a soldier. He'll fall asleep in about 3 seconds.
Yeah. He doesn't have time to do it. Yeah.
If he's sitting still, he's asleep. Okay. He's either eating or he's asleep because that's what you do.
Yeah.
Or playing Kriegsspiel.
Or playing Kriegsspiel.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna leave you all to it. So
All right.
have fun talking with everyone else, and let me know how it goes with Constantine.
Okay.
We'll do. We'll do.
You see where Constantine is?
Yeah. Do we want to go down there or have him come up here?
Let's. We can go down there.
Okay. All right. Let's do that. Yeah. Real quick. I really think that's an important part of this exercise is that self-reflection, learning about yourself, and.
Oh, I agree.
You know.
I agree completely. Just like the example that we just had, the Halloween game.
Yeah.
The demonstration of what your nature is, and it leads to it led to I thought in our in the last podcast, the one that we did on it, a rather interesting discussion about a sort of philosophical discussion and the nature of human beings and how they react to situations and how we think. And I think it was quite interesting. It does lead to some more depth in that regard than I would suggest any, say, a hex encounter game can, or any casual game can, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And really, I take play seriously. I believe everybody should play. I don't care if you're 90 years old. Adults in particular, I think play is the primary occupation of children and should be. I think the more you play, the more intelligent and capable and introspective you become. We downplay the importance of play because that Protestant work ethic. We have this idea that you should just be working all the time. And if you're not working, you rest so you can work some more. And I think that's absolutely horrible. And really, play is the whole point of civilization. The whole reason we invented, farming was so that we didn't have to hunt and gather and we could have leisure time to do art and other things, to worship our gods or whatever it may be, to have culture. And, not just to have culture, but to really, develop culture because, hey, you have culture. Even if all you do is work, that's the culture. But I really think it's so important. And I think people who play a lot, the more they play, it has so many benefits. So even, yeah.
I was just going to say, what you were just saying reminds me of something that John Adams said, where he said, I study war and politics so that my children can study philosophy and mathematics.
Yeah, exactly. I really think art is the most important subject, and I want my children to study art and be good at art. To me, I prefer that over the mathematics.
Well, mathematics is an art in itself.
It is, yeah. But really, our ancestors who hunted and gathered, our ancestors who farmed, if they were to see us and they were to see how much we're able to eat and how much leisure we enjoy, they would say, well, my DNA arrived.
That's very true.
That's the dream that they had. That to them, that was the impossible dream. To them, that was the description of heaven. And here we are living it, hundreds of years later. Because
totally not appreciating it.
Yeah, I know. We take it for granted, don't we? As we boot up
Yes,
Call of Duty or whatever people play. All right, let's
here's something before we jump down there. Let's look at this. How is Hug's decision likely to affect the overall situation?
Yeah.
If you look at this, Hugs is going to hit Ober. He's going to try to hit Ober and Unter. Let's say that he succeeds.
Yeah.
Right, his units are already getting chewed up in the process. But let's say he does succeed and he takes Ober. He was saying that there was maybe a corps to the north up there. Yeah, what is that? The Young Guard up there? There's two corps up there.
Yeah.
Not only that, on his right, there's a whole mass of French cavalry that have nothing in front of them. If those guys ever figure out that they have nothing in front of them, his entire flank is way out in the open. Okay? but there's a mass of French cavalry, cuirassiers, lancers. There's horse artillery.
They're just
chasseurs
kind of hanging out.
cheval.
Yeah.
They're just hanging out around Sommerfeld. And if they ever figure out that there isn't anything between them and his flank, he's going to have a nightmarish problem because he has no cavalry over there to protect him. He has nothing on that side to protect him, and they would be coming in from his flank, and that could be a real nightmare for him. But now the other side of that coin is he's going to be hitting this area, and that's probably going to force the commitment of those 2 corps of French infantry, which are not going to be able to be anywhere else. And if you look over there at where is it? Schloss Dölitz. If you look over there where this big fight is happening, and you can see the French lines are actually weakening. Right there. They were fairly thin to start with. And there's a whole lot of Austrians coming down on them from both sides in that angle along the river. And the only thing they've got left to throw in there will be all this cavalry up here. Now, the problem that the Austrians have is they have no cavalry over here.
Yeah. Well, they've got these Russian cavalry over here on the right, but they're not coordinating.
No.
And they're outclassed by the French. The French might be on a defensive posture, though.
Yeah, but these are the best, really the best French cavalry right here. And if they do, if the Austrians do break through here at Dölitz, those cavalry could stop them from going anywhere from that point, because there's no Austrian cavalry to match them at this point. There's no coalition cavalry over here to match them. But look how thin the French have become at Konowitz, a lot where the crossing of the river is.
Yeah.
At Losnig,
yeah,
again, where there's a very large Austrian force, easily outnumbers them. And then these guys punching through here. If these guys punch through here and join up with this force coming at Losnig, they're going to break open this entire sector. And then that cavalry is going to be the only thing that can save the French, because there's nothing else to bring in. There's all that infantry is going to be committed over to the fight that Hugs is essentially creating over here.
Yeah, I'm going to make a prediction. Hugs gets his hat handed to him, but the Allies still win. The French still lose.
I think that's a pretty accurate possibility, unless this French cavalry over here wakes up and hits him in the flank and just crumbles these guys before. And this French cavalry over here is able to basically stop the bleeding and kind of hold the line on this side. Then it could go the other way.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really, really interesting. But we are rapidly coming down to the key moments here.
Yeah, the battle is almost decided. I think if we just played another hour rather than take a break, we could have called it. But let's see what happens. So let's go pop down and talk to Constantine while we can. Okay.
Yeah.
Dog Pilot, also known as Grand Duke Constantine, are you there? Earth to Dog Pilot.
He's currently not here.
Oh no! What is he eating? Is he eating food?
I guess so. Yeah.
Do you know? Do you know?
Were you and he talking about the situation?
No, I'm Dog Pilot's not here. He's probably eating.
No, I was asking Rivetsky.
Oh, no. I'm just thinking. I've been up since 4 a.m. All I've had is 2 cups of coffee. I don't need to eat. I'm committed. You know, these people like Dog Pilot, they're not committed. They're just involved. And I only accept commitments. You know, it's like my breakfast when I have breakfast, but on Sundays, because not when I'm doing Kriegsspiel. You know, I had breakfast and like the chicken was involved in my breakfast, but the pig was committed. And that's what I want right there. The bacon was committed. So you got to be like the bacon.
Revsky, where is your command?
Poor Dog Pilot.
He's currently in his tent eating some pork chops.
No. Where are your troops?
Oh,
Should have asked it that way.
My
Sorry.
troops are pretty much on the far right side.
So you're the cavalry way over on the far right?
No, I'm the
No. He's there's artillery there. He's got a line of 6-pounders. He's got a couple Austrian 6-pounders. He's got horse artillery. It looks like.
Yeah.
And then he's got his. What's that?
The horse artillery is actually originally from Constantine, but temporarily under my control.
Yeah,
I found you. Okay.
Yeah, he's just immediately southeast of Ober.
Yeah. And what are your orders right now?
Currently, we're doing a full-on attack on the city in front of us.
Okay.
And since the original plan was to wait for everybody to be in place to attack, but on the left side the attack has already started, so I got the orders to also attack, and we'll see.
Did you need more time to prepare, or were you okay with the hasty order to attack?
No, my troops were already in positions. Like, I was literally just waiting for the order to come. So yeah, pretty good.
Okay, so who is it? What is Hugs' name in this game?
Oh, he's Gorshov or whatever.
Yeah, Gorchakov or whatever.
Yeah.
So when his forces moved forward to attack Ober, it essentially forced a commitment from your forces to also do the same then.
Yeah, I was actually together with Constantine walking, and we saw his troops moving forward, and both of us was quite surprised because the plan was for all of us to push at the same time, even though like he got literally the orders to wait. And 1 hour later, we decided I got the orders by a letter, push forward, the left is already engaged, the attack has begun.
Okay.
Was Constantine upset at all?
He was a little bit mad. We didn't talk too much since the break, but he was a bit mad, saying that the attack has started too early, but he has hopes to win.
Interesting. Well, we have the results of the DNA test, and in a moment we'll find out if he is the father. Yeah, no, I'm making a joke. It's a very American joke. There used to be this.
He's doing a Jerry Springer show here.
Yeah.
Am I going to meet my dad?
Right? Your father. Hugs is the father. Yeah.
I am your father.
As I hug him, a cannonball blasts his head off.
Oh no. You're my father, my real father? And then boom. I've waited my whole life to find you.
Oops.
Oh my.
I just came back. What's going on?
There he is.
There's Constantine.
There you are. What's up with you, man? Are you even committed to Kriegsspiel, or are you just kind of you're just bored on a Saturday or something? What's going on with you?
I'm bored on a Saturday. And I was making glurg.
You were making what?
Glurg.
What the heck is glurg?
Sounds Klingon.
Yeah, is this some food that I'm not Eastern European enough to understand?
Oh, I'm not Eastern European.
Well, it sounds Eastern European. What the hell is glurg?
It's Swedish.
Oh, that's the same thing.
Oh,
It's the same
of
thing.
course.
You're on the eastern half of Europe.
He's northeastern. Let's
Oh, okay, yeah, that's significant. What is glurg? What is glurg?
It's what even is it? I need to check it out.
So
you don't even know what's in it.
That's how Americans eat. We eat the McRib. We don't know what's in the McRib, but we're excited that the McRib's coming back to McDonald's.
The one thing we do know about it that it doesn't have any meat in it.
Yeah,
we don't question it.
Yeah, it's not meat. That's for sure. Well, it might be meat, but it's not pork.
See, vegans can eat it. I mean, just.
All right, so
it's 12:30. Yep.
So, Yeah, that's kind of cool, actually, because we are the International Kriegsspiel Society. I will point out that you are in Sweden. What time is it there?
I'm
for
not
you?
in Sweden.
You said
Yes, he is.
Where
It's a
you're,
Swedish
you're
drink.
eating Swedish food, but where are you?
What? Look at my profile picture. Is it not very obvious?
I can't see your profile picture. I think it's too
Okay,
tiny.
well, it's
Yeah.
well, I'm Finnish.
Oh, he's Finnish.
Oh,
You're
oh.
Finnish and you're eating Swedish
Yeah,
food?
okay, yeah.
It's
Isn't-
drinking a
Can-
Swedish drink.
Can't you get arrested for that?
Alright, guys, I'll be back. I'll let you guys finish up because we're gonna start
Hopefully
here.
not.
So,
All right. Yeah, all I can say is all these Scandinavians seem alike to me, so I don't know what the differences are. As far as I know, Finland, Sweden, whatever, those aren't even states. Okay? Texas is bigger. It's all I care about. So, anyway, typical American, right? Idiot. I'm joking, of course, about myself. We did want to have a serious question or two for you. We noticed that the attack went in, that Hugs made an attack. What's your plan? What's going on? Are
basically,
you guys coordinating or what?
What ended up happening is that I came up to Hugs' channel and I told him, "You are not allowed to make an attack," and then he gives the umpires the orders to attack right in front of me.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna have him court-martialed for that after the game, just so you know.
What if he's right though and you win? You still gonna court martial?
Well, yeah, I still court-martial him because he disobeyed orders directly.
But what if he won the battle? What if he is the guy who essentially defeats Napoleon? What if he's right?
I'm taking the credit for that and killing him still.
Welcome to
his
how it
loss,
works in real
but
life.
our victory.
All right.
It was all my decision. This guy disobeyed me though, so I'm having him shot.
But but Krivetsky is gonna join the attack. I've sent the guard through, and I've sent a dispatch for my cavalry to make a breakthrough attempt. Towards
Do you
what
have
I.
any? Do you have any idea what's going on to your east?
From what KB's told me, we're having amazing success at where is it? Dövitz, with the enemy not having artillery there.
No, sorry, your east. Your east.
My
the other
east.
direction. On your right.
I heard there was cavalry running towards the south. But then I got reported that it was going towards the east in reality.
Yeah, but
so
I'm still scared of them. I think they're going around us. I'm not sure.
yeah, I've sent my Cossacks to join the Cossacks so he can go beat them up.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully.
Well, you know they're Cossacks, so they're just going to spend their time looting.
Yeah, they're gonna do Cossack things. So
Maybe.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see, huh?
Wow. Could be quite interesting.
Okay, so let's say.
All right.
What's your plan if the attack fails? You're making this attack. What if it fails? What are you going to
retreat to the cannons?
Okay, good.
I ordered the cannons to move forward.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you have cannons behind yourself as well, don't you?
Don't you? Don't you know?
Let's just say.
From what I can currently see, they're at least behind you.
Yeah,
there's.
You're co-located. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, why am I talking to him if we aren't co-located?
In fact, you're sitting right next to them.
Yeah.
Hey.
All right, guys.
Hey, Constant. Yeah.
I gotta interrupt and get orders. So.
All right.
Okay, let's go back up.
Yep. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so situation is Constantine. You see your infantry is going forward. Third Corps is also pushing forward. They pushed past the cannons that were there and are advancing as ordered. And you can see all the other infantry advancing as well. And it looks like some Jaegers were pushed back, and but the rest of the corps are moving forward also.
All right. And yeah, that's, the umpires will give the players a screenshot so they can see what they would see from the position they are on the map. So what you would do as an umpire, you zoom in like this, and you know the size of the screenshot can be very tight like this. If there's a lot of smoke, people, action blocking your view, it can actually be very broad. If it's a clear day and you're on a hill and there's nothing to block your view, they'll give you more of a view. We do, in fact, have these ranges worked out. In fact, the Prussians worked them out, and that's where the data comes from. How far away you can see another soldier, how far away you can see a cavalryman, how far away you can see a formation, how far away you can see side affiliation, you know, what color uniform are they wearing, what flag do they have. The flags are quite large and flashy during this period for that reason. But all of those ranges and distances are known and worked out and incorporated into how we run the events. And then we give a screenshot then based on what this commander could see from his position. And then they give a verbal report, which is what you're hearing. And that's how the player gets their situational awareness, and then they make their decisions. So
we have some key stuff going on right now. And you can go from right to left here. Okay, yep, here it comes.
Yep,
all that French cavalry at Sommerfeld is about to hit the Russians on the right.
Oh boy. And you know, if the umpires are considering terrain, this cavalry has the advantage. Big time.
Oh, they're gonna this is gonna be quite interesting.
Yeah, they don't have that much distance to close anyway. But
the attack on Ober is not succeeding.
No.
This guard infantry just walked into a maelstrom because they're getting hit from front and side. Okay, so this is going to get ugly right in here. But now,
and even if they survive it, there's 2 divisions back here of reinforcements.
There's two more corps of really good French troops up there waiting for them.
Yeah.
Now, if you go all the way over to the west, at Losling and this area at what was it, Doritz? You can see that.
West. Okay.
Yeah. Along the river, you can see the French line was starting to break. Some of this French cavalry or Polish cavalry has come in to try to support it. But yeah, the French line is kind of crumbling over here. There aren't enough. I was about to say there aren't enough Austrians over there, and then a whole bunch more of them just showed up. So yeah, there's a big problem for the French over here along this river line, right in this area.
Well, yeah. Look here in the center north, near Sellerhausen and Volkendorf or whatever, Riedenitz up there, and they are wholesale kind of falling back under Ney. You see Ney's command position just north of Angers.
Leipzig?
No, he is. Ney's position is.
Oh, I see. Yes, yes, I see what you're. Oh my gosh, yeah.
So that whole unit is falling back. Now that's a collapse.
Yes, this part of the line is falling apart, and there's a lot of Russian cavalry off to their right that's about to come in too.
Okay, we got to talk to Ney.
This whole sector is coming apart, and at the same time, the Austrians are steadily shoving this French corps back towards Leipzig. Look at these guys. These guys are about to get trapped. There's a whole group of French here and to the south of them that are about to get trapped between 2 Austrian wings here. Yeah. Leipzig looks to me like the coalition could take Leipzig itself.
Yeah, well, I think so. Or the French will be pocketed in Leipzig.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be French units that will take refuge in Leipzig, but they're going to be pocketed there.
Now, Hugs' attack is turning into a bloody morass down here, but at the same time, the victory is being won elsewhere.
Yeah, as we predicted. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's talk to Ney. I want to talk. I'm real curious to talk to Ney.
All right, Let's
All right,
find
let's-
him. Let's
no,
see.
he's
Where
under
are you,
slow.
Nay? There he is.
All right, let's go. All right.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Hey,
Marshall.
Marshall Nay. Man,
What is
you are tearing it
sir?
up, bro. You are tearing it up.
Am I?
How do you feel right now? How do you feel?
You're tearing up. You're tearing up French troops everywhere. Great job.
Technically, Bertrand wasn't under my command, so anything that happened to him is not my fault.
Oh, I see.
okay.
Shift the blame.
Yeah.
First lesson of Kriegsspiel. Shift the blame.
But we're being heavily pressed from two sides. We
You're being
on
pressed
one
because being pressed suggests you're still in contact with the enemy.
It suggests you're still in control of something.
I'm in control.
Yeah,
Okay.
I hope.
You can quit anytime.
So what I think is so what I'm hoping to do is the old guard has just arrived, and we're withdrawing the third corps to a new line from Rudenitz to about Sellerhausen. The old guard is being withdrawn to Sellerhausen and Baunsdorf, and my cavalry should be moving to Baunsdorf, the cavalry corps under
I see.
Casanova.
So you're basically giving up that section to fall back on a new line between Baunsdorf and Sellerhausen to up to Leipzig.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Giving
Marmont-
ground to recover. Yeah.
Not only that, but the idea is if we draw, I know that they have it. My understanding of things is that we've got two corps to the west of us, but they're going to be slowed down by murdering Bertrand. And then also they have to try and get through. Yeah, I mean, Bertrand is doomed. But, his death will buy us time to potentially not completely lose this position. But they're going to be hampered because that whole territory sucks for an attack. Like, if they're going to try and move through the west and try and outflank me to the west, which they probably will, they're going to be moving through marsh, which it's just bad. They can't get any cavalry through really well. They're not going to be able to position their infantry super well because there's a million rivers over there. I mean, Napoleon learned this lesson when he tried to flee through that position. So I can't imagine that making an offensive is going to be great over there.
Yeah, you can pretty much only cross at the roads, the river crossings. That's the only way to get anything across there.
Well, the one thing they have going for them is there'll be no French shooting back at them. So
that's true. It's just a matter of walking in. How fast can they walk into Leipzig? But other than that,
don't get a blister. Don't trip, though.
Yeah. Change your socks.
Yeah, change your socks.
We do have. We did shift. Marmont is eminently aware of the situation over there, so he's trying to shift as much as he can over there. But the idea is, if I shift to Rudenitz with the third corps, and then I draw the enemy at Macau and Plosen out into these fields south of Naundorf, I can counterattack them with the old guard and my cavalry while they're in the open field and potentially still crossing the Parth. The other thing I can do is, if I do that, I imagine I will win because it's the old guard and a cavalry corps that I think is still in pretty decent shape. But if I do that and I'm too heavily pressed in the west, I can actually shift the third corps west, because they'll be in a position to use interior lines and swing west to stabilize. So that's kind of the delicate position that I'm attempting to do. I've also given Marmont orders to, essentially use Leipzig as the cornerstone of your defense, but we don't need Leipzig anymore because we don't hold Lindenau, so we can't escape through Leipzig anymore. There's no way that we can counterattack to Lindenau. So he has permission to withdraw from Leipzig if he's too heavily pressed.
Okay. Very good. Okay, you want to pop back up to
Yeah.
to the channel? All
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
Well, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
We'll see how it goes.
We
Yes.
will. Thank you.
No problem.
All right. Oh, commentator. I went to the wrong channel. There we are. Okay.
Well, we can already see how it's going.
Yeah.
And look down at Konovitz over on the west along the river.
Let's see here. Konovitz. Oh, in the west. My other west.
Yeah, in the west along the river.
Right. Well, I see Bertrand.
South. Yeah. Well, look at Konovitz.
Yeah.
Down here,
Yeah,
where
I'm there.
The Austrians have crossed.
Yeah.
And have punched through, and there's only two
Polish line infantry.
Two Polish formations
Yeah.
left at Konovitz, and the Austrians have broken through here. And yeah, I mean, the Austrians now have 3 paths to Leipzig and into Jen's rear up here. So he's going to try to form this line up here from Bonsdorf to Sellerhausen to Leipzig, but they're going to be coming in from his west in 2 locations, and there's nothing. The French don't have anything to put in front of them. These cavalry down here that are facing the breakthrough further south along the line,
yeah,
they're going to have to commit some of them to stop these guys.
Ooh, yeah.
If they're even aware of it. I mean, by the time they get the news that they need to commit them over there, it might be well too late.
Yeah, it could be 15 to 30 minutes easily 30 minutes before. Yeah. Wow.
So I see, I mean, these guys are getting shoved out at Doritz. That's gonna lose the position for the French at Losnig because they can't hold it once these guys are out of here. They can't hold Losnig anymore, and they've already lost Konovitz. That's this entire sector has completely disintegrated.
Yeah.
The only thing they have left is their cavalry to try to slow them down. Otherwise, the coalition forces are going to come right through here, and meanwhile, the French reserves are all committed to this giant battle that Hug started over here.
Well, I would think that in real life, it's over, because as you see your friendly troops retreating in the distance, you're going to be like, okay, I'm out of here too. You know, this stuff is contagious. Now, if you're better troops, better trained, you'll stand, maybe, but I don't know.
The coalition just needs to. They need to throw everything. Go. They need to hit them everywhere along the line. But you can see, look at this massive amount of Prussians and Austrians down here who have done nothing the entire day, and they're still not close enough to the front line.
Yeah.
These guys need to get up here and be attacking. They should be attacking right now.
Mm-hmm.
They need to get up there and pin all of this French force here, and I mean, just it will be a complete breakthrough. This whole sector would just completely collapse.
Yeah, they are giving the French some breathing room there. They have cavalry out there facing opposite artillery, which is very pointless. They need to have infantry in that position, and they need to push.
They need to push, and now if you look where Ober is, you can see the results of that French cavalry charge onto the flanks of the Russian infantry over here.
Yeah,
it basically broke this attack from what's his name, Rivesky.
Yeah,
Rivesky's attack has been completely stopped.
Yeah,
that French cavalry charge just wrecked them.
And I would imagine First Corps is going to attack now, or they're going to at least move in on the flank. So yeah, I'm looking at these Austrians down here. So the Austrian eastern flank is it's in trouble. It's kind of mixed though. No, the Cossacks are all together as a coherent force. I think when they come in, they will stabilize the situation. But ultimately, I think the French are in great trouble. I would be excited to give Napoleon the good news that the way to Paris is open, The bad news is he's going to be making the trip in a cage.
Yes. It sure looks that way. Yeah, I mean, just the way I see this right now, it looks like, yes, the French are probably going to the French are going to stop this attack over here, Hugs's attack.
Yeah, Hugs is in some trouble today.
He may push these guys back, but there's more back there. It depends on where these guys end up going, but yeah, this whole area here that's not really going anywhere. But then the French can't take advantage of it because there's plenty of Austrians back here who can refuse this line on that side if they need to, because they're winning the battle over in the west and the north. That's where they're winning this battle. And yeah, if they're able to just hold on over here at Holzhausen and Zuckelshausen and that area, they're going to win the battle elsewhere. And I mean, yeah, it's exactly what we were talking about. I mean, a couple hours ago, basically, this was the heart of it, and the French committed their reserves really to the wrong fight.
Yeah.
They committed these guys their best infantry, except for the old guard, of course. The old guard is up here in the north, where where they really got into trouble. But these guys are just sitting here. The young guard is just sitting here. It's going to probably come in now. He could try to shift them to form a line to his west, but yeah, I don't know. I don't. In my opinion, for what that's worth, which is not a lot, I think the French have been beaten here. They just don't know it yet.
Yeah. And I agree, and that's a tough position to be in because you haven't got the reports. I've been in that situation where I've been commanding, and to my front, everything is just roses, and I am like, let's go, we got this. And then I hear, okay, battle's being called, and your side lost, and I'm like, but wait. And it's like,
how could that be?
Yeah, you're winning here in command of the guard who are carving through the enemy, but the rest of your army is basically falling back in disarray. So
the rest of your army is about 100 miles away from where you are because they ran away.
But you're doing great, man. You're having a good day. You're having a good day. The rest of the army's having a bad day, but you're having a good day. So
good news, bad news. The good news is you can attack in any direction because you.
yeah. Oh man.
The bad news is you're completely surrounded and all by yourself.
Yeah. Well, I want to go. I just want to pop in on Napoleon again, and I also want to talk to whoever is running some of these Austrian commands. We should talk to more of the Austrians, but I don't think they have anything exciting to say other than we're pushing them and we're just going to continue. Now, it would
of course,
be good.
they may have a completely false view in their own minds. So
That's why I want to pop in and just test and see. So where do you think we should go?
You want to start with the Napoleon, and then we can go to Schwarzenberg.
Okay, yeah, let's do Napoleon briefly here.
Okay.
Let's see.
He's down in Agoro. He's in Agoro's channel.
Okay. No, that's not right. There he is. Okay, I see it. Okay. Vive l'Empereur.
Vive l'Empereur.
Maybe not for too much longer, but yes.
Well,
what do you think is happening, sire?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, once again, the Allies are bringing their superior numbers to bear, so it's a little problematic. And
blame the math.
Guard, well, unfortunately, the Young Guard is also getting contradictory orders from myself and Murat, which is not good. But
where do you want the Young Guard to commit?
I want them to commit here. I'm going to try and come in and completely sweep these pitiful Austrians from the field, and then hopefully swing them east, and maybe come into the enemy rear with the 1st Cavalry.
Where is here? Where
here?
This is around Dürlitz, I believe. Let me check the exact.
Dürlitz. Unfortunately, okay. I see. Okay.
Supposedly 2nd and 5th Corps are getting hit pretty hard, but they're just going to have to deal with it. We have limited resources, We have limited guns. We don't have a whole lot of reserves. All the reserves are deployed. Ney's being pushed off the Parta in the north.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's not looking good. I'm really starting to feel like, maybe Napoleon shouldn't be hated on too hard for losing Leipzig, because ouch,
He
this
should be hated on for having gone to Leipzig.
Yeah.
It was a bad place to start a battle.
I do have good news for you. The good news is the way to Paris is in fact open. The bad
Through
news
the
is,
enemy.
the bad news is you'll be making the trip in a cage. But the way to Paris is open. Let's just focus on the positive. So,
sure.
Actually, I don't know what the outcome's going to be. Obviously, it's still in flux, but we wanted to kind of get your sense of how you feel and what you think is going on. And we can't tell you, we can't give away any game. It continues. It really is fascinating to see where the players are at mentally and what they see and understand versus what's actually happening. There are times when it's widely divergent, but there are also times when it's very congruent, and I can't tell you which applies here, but it sure is interesting.
Yeah. I don't think it looks good at all. But, I'm not, normally I would be kind of upset, but again, it's Leipzig. And as Napoleon, you can only do so much.
It's hard being Napoleon, man. I feel
especially
for you,
since
brother.
we keep doing all these battles where he's just totally screwed.
Yeah. When do I get to be Napoleon at, Austerlitz or
Italy or something?
Let's do God, what's the not Friedland?
Wagram?
Not Wagram. What Prussia, where you just steamroll Prussia. I'm blanking them.
Jena Auerstadt.
Jena Auerstadt.
Yeah,
let's do that. Let's just blow off some steam where the French actually stand a chance.
To be fair, Napoleon lost Austerlitz in Grand Austerlitz.
Yeah. It's pretty brutal.
But we didn't get to be Napoleon for that one. So
that was Sam Miller, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Oshiro's been doing pretty well from what I understand, but he could only hold so long with this very small corps against a lot of Austrians. So I can't really fault him for what's happened here.
Do you need the mic, Tunis?
I do. Just talk to Ojiro.
Oh, sorry.
So as you've probably gathered by now, the line has been hit extremely hard from the south. Fresh Austrian reserves came in and just overwhelmed your line. And at this point, probably 7 or 8 demi-brigades are streaming to the rear. The cavalry across the river at Dürlitz still demonstrating, and your own cavalry staring at them across the river. You do have a few regiments that are holding just on the other side of the Grand Battery, but at this point, you personally can see Austrian soldiers charging toward you. You're also getting a report from Konowitz to the north that the garrison there has been overrun, and at Losnig, just south of Konowitz, they are also under attack from about a division-sized Austrian force. So Konowitz, they're reporting that the Austrians are across the river. Losnig is holding, but they can see that there's quite a bit of Austrian reserves behind the main line. And then, of course, where you're at right now is crumbling. Your units aren't even requesting orders; they're requesting somewhere to retreat to.
Indeed. Well, I'll give it to them now. Let me pull out my map so I can show the area. Yes. I would like to do a fighting retreat behind this tree line, if we can, sort of like this.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a mess, but yeah, just withdraw northeast, just fighting retreat. The only thing I do want is that the cavalry engage the infantry to the south of Dölitz, so to give the infantry time to retreat.
Okay, and what about your artillery as part of the Grand Battery? What will they be doing? And then there's about 4 regiments just to the right of your artillery batteries there. Will they also
I want those 4 regiments to stay with my artillery and just try to fight on as long as reasonably possible until they break on their own.
Achilles, let's go up.
Okay.
Okay. I have an interesting thought here now. As a person who runs games, obviously, who's, the big dog here, the 800-pound gorilla. If I were master umpiring this, this is where I give Napoleon a chance to win the game, win the event, win the Kriegsspiel. And the way he wins is he orders a proper retreat and pulls something off and gets some part of his army to survive to fight another day. One of the problems that I get into when I run Kriegsspiels and when I see people play Kriegsspiel is they are playing a game. And because they're playing a game, every hand is all in. Like you're playing poker and you're going all in. Nobody plays poker like that unless they want to lose very quickly. There are people who think that's a strategy. Usually they're very inexperienced players. But when you're playing a board game or a war game, you're going to fight to your last man because it's a game. And you're hoping, well, maybe I'll get a series of lucky rolls, whatever. Whereas in real life, when you're dealing with human lives, and this is what we want people to see, we want them to think like this is real life, think like these are real flesh and blood soldiers, think like your fate is inexorably connected to that of the army at large, and make a reasonable decision that, hey, when you've been beaten, when you can't hold your line, when you have troops that are in retreat, I need to think, you know what? It's time to quit. It's time to fold them. The gambler's song tells us that, right? You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. I even did a whole podcast on that. And yeah, this is, where Napoleon, or I should say Chief, the player, wins the event because he makes the right call. So we've heard him talk about how, look, it's Leipzig, and of course Napoleon's probably going to lose. And that's right. You see, when we play Kriegsspiels, and this is one of the things that I forgot about. This is one of these threads that, because I was falling asleep for the first half of this, that I let hang and forgot. I remember now, and I'm coming back to it. In Kriegsspiel, games are not balanced. They are not fair and balanced like they are in chess, where both sides have the same exact thing. And the only very marginal advantage is that one person gets to go first, which is actually, they can kind of take the OODA loop, meaning they can get in that decision cycle. So in other words, they have the initiative. White has the initiative in chess. But they can also lose it very easily with one poor move. Yeah, here in Kriegsspiel, the battles are they're not at all fair and balanced. You get thrown into a battle and you don't get to pick all of the circumstances. You could be in a situation like we put Chief in here as Napoleon, where on the field of battle, your army will almost certainly be defeated. So how do you win the Kriegsspiel? You win at Kriegsspiel not necessarily by mopping the floor with your enemy's faces. You do it by making the right decision at the right time, even if that decision is a decision to retreat, because sometimes that's the right decision. And the player who consistently makes the right decisions is the one who wins the Kriegsspiel, regardless of what happens on the table. So that's my take.
If you were,
and you're like, he's just a loser.
You fight to the last piece of cardboard, man. What's the matter with you? So actually,
it goes like this. Any way you look at it, you're a loser. See?
Your men, in real life, of course, your men will decide it for you. If you wait too long, they will decide it for you.
That's true.
They're just going to say, look, yeah, we're done. We don't think we're going to win. We're out of here. It's better to get them escaping while you still have some control over them.
Yeah.
Because once you lose control over them, then they're just, that's it. You'll take forever to recover. Now, here's your question: what is your route of retreat?
Yeah, I don't know.
If you're Napoleon, where do you go? Well,
Yeah,
he does.
Summerfield.
I think he does. Sommerfeld,
Bounstall.
yes.
Yep.
Because the Swedes are not here, and because this is only day one, because eventually this side would be shut down by more coalition forces that arrive later.
Yeah.
But right now, just today's match, that area is open, and he has a lot of cavalry, a lot of very good cavalry, plus the guard infantry, and he's bent back the Russians down in the south at Sommerfeld, and he has cavalry superiority down there. He could, if he ordered a retreat now, that's his route of escape. He could he can head that way, and he can hold both flanks. Now there's a bunch of Russian cavalry up here in the northeast
Mm-hmm.
that would have to be dealt with, but he has the cavalry up here. He has all his guard cavalry up here that could deal with them.
Yeah.
And hold the road open, hold the route open. So he could escape that way. You know, how much of his army will get away, that, you know, who knows? But he still would hit, the guard would be intact. His reserve infantry down here could probably get away. A lot of these other guys are going to just be cannon fodder, but he could at least get that part, and the part that's escaping out of Leipzig, you know, that's actually formed a line up here in the north. All of that could still get out of here if he decided to leave now.
Yeah,
they could still get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be the only way. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I like to see. I see that as a hallmark of maturity in a player when they say the battle is lost, so we're going to make what would be the correct military decision, even though I'm playing this as a game. You know, and that, like, a good example of this was just last week. We were playing that little game on the space station for Halloween, so it was kind of, you know, it was kind of different because it was Halloween, our Halloween event. It was meant to be fun and amusing. But Great Gold was commanding.
Unlike the rest of our games, which are meant to be miserable and dreary.
Yeah. Well, it's a little more, I guess. You know, we took it serious. It wasn't silly. It was actually played quite seriously. But, you know, it's not a realistic premise necessarily in that, you know, it was sci-fi, alien universe kind of thing. Anyway, getting back to it, remember, I, as the master umpire for the game, I declared Great Gold the winner of the event, even though he did not survive. Now, technically, none of the human players survived, but he was killed by Eli. Eli, you know, basically gave an order which resulted in his prompt death. And I don't know that Eli was deliberately trying to kill him, but Eli was quite cool with doing it because Eli had an issue. Eli wanted that factor neutralized anyway. But the reason I declared Great Gold the winner, even though he died and his team was eliminated, is because he made consistent, correct decisions. And the reason he was, you know, killed off is because his opponent could not develop the trust needed to work together with him, which is how they could have won the scenario, solved the Kriegsspiel problem. But yeah, Great Gold was consistently making the mature decision. Now, Eli played very, very well too. So I don't want to suggest that he was immature or played poorly. But I really liked Great Gold. I think Great Gold kind of figured it out first and was trying to solve it. But, you know.
Send your cards and letters, care of Marshall.
Yeah, that's it. So, yeah, you know, and this is where it would be good to talk to Carter or James, too. I think they'll be calling this soon because I don't see a reason to play it to the bitter end. And Kriegsspiel games are usually never played to the bitter end. They're played to a decision point, which I think we've reached. And as if I were master umpire, I would go to chief and say, what do you want to do? And I'm listening for him to say, it's time to get out of Dodge.
Yeah.
And if he says that, I call the battle and I I give him a medal for making a good call.
Mhm.
If he says we're going to stand and fight, I still call the game, but he doesn't get a medal. He gets an ass chewing.
He
So
gets lead fired from a Russian musket or something.
yeah. But that's really what it comes down to. I really would like to pop into the umpires. What are your thoughts though? What are your thoughts before we go anywhere?
On that, I think, yeah, I mean, I think they may be, the umpires, Carter may be giving him some time to, see if he can make that decision or correct his position, try to improve his position in some way so that he, like if he were to pull back and create a new defensive arc that kept his route out open, you could call it at that point and say, okay, the French still have a way out of here. It's still going to be a coalition victory, but but at least the French preserved their escape route, which is better than Napoleon did.
Yeah.
So that that's something.
We should also talk to the coalition commander before anything, probably.
Yeah.
Just touch base and see what he's saying.
Yeah, let's see what Schwarzenberg thinks is going on. Let's see if he realizes he's got this thing. If he just steps down.
Where is he at? I'm looking for him. Okay, I see Schwarzenberg. There he is. Okay, yeah.
Where is he at?
Coalition West Voice.
Coalition West Voice. Oh. Okay. Is that him down there?
No,
is he even in that channel?
He's in Yermlov. I'm sorry, he's further down.
Oh,
that's his channel, but he's
yeah.
actually not in it. He's in a different one. Let's go there.
Oh, okay. There, I got him. Okay.
Keep that in check, though.
Hello, gentlemen.
No, we don't.
Wow, this is one hell of a tea party. How many of you are hanging out here?
Yeah.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of you guys here. Where's the beer, man? Where's the party?
That was the same.
Coincidentally, I did begin drinking half an hour ago.
More importantly, though, I'd like to point out I'm a mere second in command, and that's not technically part of the tea party.
Yeah,
and also, this makes none of this my fault.
Okay.
Oh well.
You're about to be in command.
I will mention I
You're
too
about
am
to be
a
in
second in
command.
command, but I take full responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Schwarzenberg, what do you think is going on?
Overall?
Mm-hmm. Overall.
Okay, so there is this massive French artillery battery or grand battery stretching from Dölitz over to Probstheide and then over to somewhere near Melkau, somewhere south of Melkau or Stötheritz, somewhere around there. Starting from the left, we're currently dislodging French positions in and around Dölitz, and we have a bunch of reserves pouring in there, so I hope we'll be able to turn that flank. Over on the right here, it appears that the situation has only deteriorated since I last left here a couple hours ago. First/second Russian corps destroyed itself, and Umpires here.
I've got your report. So for Vermilov, you're going to press ahead into the French line, and kind of it's even Steven. Both sides are kind of given as good as they get. Some of your units have been put slightly, but you're seeing it continuing to press, and you also continue to open the sails on your right flank. On the left, the Prussian guards have come off slightly worse than they did half an hour ago, but they've remained continuing to hold the line, and to the further the Russian cavalry attacking into the your left of the salient. Your guards attack into the French artillery and broke it, and they retreated, but they were then repulsed by infantry in the rear. And that's a situation for you. For Gorchkovsky, your artillery, as you ordered, fire into the into the French line as you ordered, and you don't know what's going on over to the left from order Ober from where your position is now. That as a long line of about, well, crikey, 8 batteries have formed on the hill pointing eastward, and that's the situation as it stands for you. So orders.
Quick question.
Yeah. So.
Go on, please.
Quick, I have a question. Why has the
Yep.
Prussian artillery not deployed?
The Prussian artillery has deployed to your rear, and the Russians ones are moving over as you asked.
Okay. Yeah. That's my bad then.
So those
and
those
there's
6
also-
pounders are my artillery that I ordered up, correct?
Correct.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, Yermolov, I've got more artillery that's gonna plug in these gaps over here. We can just keep pushing. We have cavalry that's with us as well. And it looks like their line's about to completely buckle in front of you.
Yes,
Umpire, can we have some time to discuss, or how quickly do you need the orders?
I kind of need them now, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's fine. Artillery is gonna keep forming up and firing into this line. I assume the battle on Ober is gonna keep doing its thing, so I'm gonna leave them be.
Yeah.
Just gotta let things develop.
Okay. Yermolov?
Yeah, the Izmailovsky and Preobrazhensky will pull back to refuse the flank. The guard artillery shall be brought up, and the Prussian guard cavalry shall charge once again.
Okay.
I think you shouldn't pull back the flank.
I mean, like, they're literally surrounded on 3 sides. So.
I'll send in my cavalry.
Actually,
That'll be
yeah,
fine.
I recommend sending in that cavalry and that salient right there, and then just keep pushing.
Don't pull back the Ismailov and the problems.
That is what I wanted to ask.
Okay, sweet.
Okay.
So then yes.
So the change is you want to send the guard cavalry in to attack into that cell.
Guard cavalry and
I want to send the Cossacks, the Guard cavalry, and the Guard light into basically where that 11th line with the 1 marker on it is. With the intent of repulsing the enemy from the flank of the Russians.
And bring up the guard guns.
Grand. Okay, thanks a lot. I think I've got everyone. Constantine,
me.
anything from you?
Yeah, I'm up with the orders.
You're
wanna-
beautiful. Okay.
What? What?
Anything from your artillery?
I want my artillery to move up to reinforce third corps, and I want to move the 3rd corps personally.
I would be following Constantine, by the way.
Okay.
Schwarzenberg will be following Constantine.
You're gonna shout at me, aren't you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, where was I? So the attack here somehow worked then, is that what I'm hearing? 1st corps actually penetrated the line.
The attack is working, yes. I've tried explaining that several times, but everyone's like, no, it's gonna fail, it's gonna fail. Between us and the guards, we're buckling the line.
There is also
okay, so I want to tell you guys that the line at the Derlitz is also buckling, so we're buckling the French line on 2 positions. I think now is the time
this attack
launch
is
the
probably
main
going...
attack in the center, probably.
Yeah, I've launched
I will mention this attack. Oh, good. That's really good. Left of us, right?
Yes.
Does anyone know? Does anyone know where Tolly is? I'm gonna launch the main attack.
Okay. Yeah. We just need to keep putting pressure on the whole line, and this will work. We're probably attracting a lot of their reserves. I'd imagine they have a corps that's going to be moving to try to check us.
We will be back in 15 minutes.
My only comment is in the chat of this VC.
All right. So, do you feel like you're winning or losing, and what do you think is happening elsewhere? Have you received any reports, like out of the north or the west, for example?
So, a report I received out of the north is that at 11 o'clock, Gilliai captured Lindenau. I believe he was ordered to continue into Leipzig. He also reported that he's established lines of communications with Blücher, but I've yet to receive any communications from Blücher. So I don't know if that's entirely correct. So it could be going very poorly for Blücher, is what I fear, but it could also be going very well for him, who knows.
Okay.
No
All
news
right.
is good news.
I'm gonna head up, Achilles.
All right.
Yermolov, what do you?
Okay. All right, put my thing on here. Okay, so it's interesting because here is a situation where the guy's winning, and he's not sure that he's winning.
Yep.
You know, although I do think he's being sufficiently decisive to go ahead and win. He is attacking. He is committing.
Yeah, yeah. They, as they were saying, committing across the line, which is the right decision. It's what they need to do. It's just they don't realize how close to winning this all out. I noticed that the that French corps that was in reserve near Hugs's fight has now shifted over to the west.
To cover Napoleon.
Mm.
Yeah. We got to protect what's important here.
But there's a giant mass of Austrians coming up the
we've
road.
got, two corps here. It's crazy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And again, I think we go back to Chief now that he's got these reports and just real quick check with him. And then I think it's really over to the umpires to decide when they're going to call this.
It feels that way to me, but I don't know. It look at I just noticed these Russian cavalry, Karpov and his Cossacks, have moved down into Sommerfeld.
Yep, cutting it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, Napoleon's in trouble, but he's got the force up here around north of Baunsdorf. He's got the forces to push through, to burn through that, but it won't be easy. And he's going to have pressure from the Russians in the north. So
yeah, the cork is almost in the bottle up there.
Yeah. Oh, goodness, I am falling asleep again. Okay, so let's go check in with Chief real quick.
Okay, he's Napoleon. Where's Napoleon?
He is in McDonald.
He's in McDonald. Okay.
To McDonald's.
The enemy, that the enemy would send a lot of troops to the other side of the river.
Yeah, which is odd. Which is why we need to counterattack now.
That's
okay.
Okay.
I don't want to interrupt. If you're giving orders, please continue.
No. We're just.
No, I think
talking.
we're over that.
Okay.
I think we're over.
You're past giving orders.
we are over.
Over. With McDonald, I'd like 2 McRib sandwiches, please. And
Make
a
it snappy.
20-piece nugget with
We don't sell McRibs anymore, sir.
Oh, well, it's a seasonal item. Huh? It's coming in November. But,
I want the double quarter pounder with cheese and a large fry and a Diet Coke.
Yeah. Well, the Diet Coke is what cancels out all the calories.
Oh. Yeah, exactly.
It's critical.
As long as I drink the Diet Coke, I won't gain weight.
2 apple pie. Don't forget the apple pie. Now you could ask for a McFlurry, but the machine's broken. So,
of course, it's always broken.
Let's put this tired, sick joke away, and talk about where are you wanting to counterattack.
Well,
yeah, about that.
About
that. What is
everywhere? I would like to do it everywhere. Yeah.
What is your thought here?
Why?
What's the plan?
Well, there's been some problems with delayed orders and delayed dispatches, and the problem that we're basically hopelessly outnumbered, and so part of the Young Guard was diverted by Murat to the east, which apparently is under very heavy attack. And I'm trying to send the other ones to go relieve Augereau. So basically, my hope to keep the Young Guard concentrated for one massive counterattack is gone. But Udono just sent me a message saying that the 2nd Cavalry Corps is having some considerable success and that he's about to launch his own attack on the enemy flank. So I don't know what on earth is going on out there.
Where's Udono? Is he on
the east? He should be further to the east.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. It's looking very hairy. I think you know, everyone talks about Napoleon finding the crown in the gutter. I think it's going back in the gutter very soon.
I mean, here's the thing: it can't go worse than real life. It's like
It
physically.
can.
Well, I mean, the
It
entire
can,
army
if our
could be
entire
destroyed
army
here.
arrives.
That could happen. We might not have a Battle of Waterloo. Yeah.
Currently, Napoleon is calling for an Uber to.
Yeah.
Good luck. Enjoy the battle, guys. I'm
Of
getting
course,
an Uber.
thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Yeah. All right. So you are you ordering any kind of a fallback, or I mean, what?
Well, there's a forced fallback in Durlitz with auto troops.
Yeah. I've also given Ney permission to just conduct a fighting withdrawal if he needs to, counterattack if he needs to. That's basically a separate battle up there. I have no idea what's going on up there at this point. I think he can hold his own. I think the critical moment is down here, because if we can't blunt this Austrian attack in the west, it's going to be pretty bad. So
Have you made a plan to get out? Have you made a plan? No.
Me personally, I don't think we can escape because they took.
What's your
Lindenau.
line of what is
We
your
don't-
expected line of retreat?
The line of retreat. The line of retreat at this point, and I sort of figured this. I said before planning, if we lose Lindenau, we basically have to punch through and destroy a part of the enemy army and convince them to withdraw, because otherwise we're not getting out of Leipzig. We're cooked, and that's already happened. They already took Lindenau on like the third or fourth turn. So,
was the original eastern side of the board that had been essentially open? Was that not allowed? Were you not allowed to try to go that direction? Because on day 2 and day 3, of course, coalition forces arrived there, but this is day 1, so there was a different situation. Were you prohibited in the setup of the scenario in any way?
We had like borders and edges to how far forward we could deploy, but considering our intel, considering the situation, we weren't really going. The original plan that me and I think especially Ned had come up with was we wanted to really just sort of go all in the south and just immediately attack with basically everything we had. Sort of crazy, typical grand game open Saturday type strategy. But I think it was Mirat who especially said maybe we shouldn't do that. To his credit. So it's a little bit more conservative, but the plan is unraveled quite quickly because maybe we were outnumbered even more than we thought. I'm not quite sure, but we'll see what happens.
Blame the numbers.
Well, I mean...
So, I've talked about this on previous podcasts. I've talked about it with the audience here. I've talked about how you can lose on the battlefield but still win the Kriegsspiel. And the question I would ask you is, how do you think that's possible? How do you think it's possible for you as Napoleon to be the winner today, even if your army is wiped out?
Bribing the Umpires?
That's exactly correct. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I guess maybe have some sort of crushing, very local victory, but still basically lose everywhere else. Because I mean, again, we can't retreat across the river, we can't retreat into enemy territory. I think our hope for a real victory is to really convince the enemy to withdraw, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Have you tried asking nicely? Did you even say please? You didn't say please, did you?
Come to think of it, no. I demanded. I stomped my foot, and I said, I am the Corsican ogre, and I demand that you leave Leipzig immediately.
I will not.
It'd be remarkable, if you could just solve all the world's problems by asking nicely. Could you please stop?
You should have sent them a candygram. That's what I'm thinking.
Candygram.
Yeah, candygram from Napoleon.
Yeah. Ooh, Mongol like candygram.
Can we leave now, please?
Yeah.
It would be nice, but
All right. Well, thank you. Hang in
Yes,
there.
yes.
All right. Well,
We'll try, or we'll be
Here we-
hanging. Yeah, for certain.
You will. You will. If you don't hang together, you will surely hang separately.
Ah, yes.
yeah. Well, it's
All right,
not,
back to the commentator booth.
not
Yeah.
bad to hang out. Don't lose your head over it. You know,
Oh, jeez.
the situation might not be as grave as you think it is. So,
It's
yeah.
probably worse than we think it is.
Right.
I'm,
Yeah.
I'm sure. I'm sure Louis XVIII will take pity on you.
Yeah. Louis the 18th. There you go. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh man.
So he wasn't even thinking about,
No.
you know, what
No.
he's talking about. And I'm guessing from the way he said this, I think that, you know, they're not going to allow that. The only retreat option that he would have had, which was Sommerfeld, they're
Yeah.
probably going to allow them to escape that direction. So they would have, if they were going to escape, they would have had to go the historical route, and that's completely closed. There's no hope of that.
There is no scenario that I can see, even just mathematically, where he burns through these hordes of Austrian and Prussian troops and artillery.
No.
I mean, it's
There's
over.
no chance.
It is
Yeah.
over. He is not thinking of a plan B. He does not have a plan B, which is disappointing. You know, it's like a pilot when you fly an airplane. You know, everything may be hunky-dory, but you're always thinking, if an emergency occurs, if my engine gives out in the next 10 minutes or 5 minutes, where am I landing? And you should have an instant answer to that question whenever you're in flight. And I think it should be the same on the battlefield. Not that you are planning to lose, but at the same time, if you don't have a plan to get out when you realize, hey, I may lose, I'm losing, you will lose. You'll lose everything. You'll lose your army. You know, and so that's where I think we're at, you know. People think that if you plan the retreat, if you're like, well, I want to plan the you know, what happens if it goes south, that's kind of some kind of defeatist or weak mindset. But I think that's a survivor's mindset. That's a winner's mindset, because you can't win them all. I don't know what they teach you in the Army. Maybe you read something in that book you read about that.
Well, it's the same. You always have, that's part of the process of planning an assault, is that you always have your fallback. You know, how do we extricate ourselves from this if it goes wrong? That is part of the. It'll be part of the plan. It would be in the op order. You already have, just like if you're leading a patrol, just a simple patrol. I mean, if you're just a platoon or something like that, you're always setting new rally points as you move. And those rally points are, if we get into trouble on this next, you know, section of movement, this is where we fall back to.
Yeah.
This is, you know, if you know, we run into something and we got a problem and we need to get back, we need to get out. This is where everybody rallies up. This is where everybody meets up, you know, because you don't want to do that, you know, afterwards. It's too late. You can't say, hey, remember that big tree, you know, back there about a half a mile, you know, everybody run back to that, you know, because you can't do that. It has to be, you know, as you're on the move, you're saying, okay, this is you're designating rally points as you're on the move, so that if we get into trouble in the next leap, we have some place to go back to. And it's also part of the plan. The op order itself is, you know, this is how we extricate ourselves from this if we get into trouble.
Right.
So that's always part of the planning. And also, like Bulka's Ditka.
Yeah.
It's
World
part
War
of
I
his.
days.
It's part of his Ditka as well. Always know your line of retreat. Always know how you're getting out of there.
Yeah, because your gun
you know,
could jam, your engine could quit, you could run out of ammunition, and
it
there's
turn
all
out to be
these
more enemy planes than you thought originally, or whatever. You know.
Yeah, always. Just like when you drive, you have to think, if this idiot cuts me off, where am I, or someone tries to merge into me, where
Defensive
am I,
driving.
Yeah, where am I going? Am I going into the emergency lane? Can I just tap my brake and, let him have that space? Because physics is a thing, and you don't want to
Yes.
occupy the same place as another car at the same time.
That's right. And it has to be. These things have to be anticipated, because you can't do them effectively on the fly.
Yeah.
You don't have time to think about it at that point. It's you have to have already
Made the
anticipated
decision,
that. So that because that shortens the reaction time. If you've already anticipated that moment, you can just say, okay, everybody back to the rally point, and everybody knows where to go. You don't have to worry about the chaos and confusion of it.
So at this point, I'm looking at the map, and I think Ney and Friant and whoever this is here, Casanova, are going to enjoy Christmas in Paris. Everyone else, I think, is going to be spending Christmas away from home.
Making license plates or something.
Yeah, whatever they did.
Whatever the equivalent is.
They actually did have a system for that. They did have a parole system, and you would be confined. You would basically be on parole in an enemy town. They would house you with somebody if you're an officer. You'd be put up in somebody's house, and they're basically your guardian, and you can't leave that house. So they actually had a way to deal with these sorts of things. If you weren't just sent straight to a camp somewhere, but
yeah, it appears to me that Ney's position, he's stabilized along this road up here in the north.
Yeah.
And basically the coalition attack there is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
It's he's got that area stabilized, but to the west in Leipzig itself, and just off to the west of that across the river, those guys are dead. Those guys are done. You can already see one part of the French force running out of there.
Bertrand is bagged.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, they just removed his piece. They just pulled it out right as I was looking at it. Is he running? Oh, it's because he's running. Yeah. Okay. So they're entirely shattered and routed in the rear.
Yeah, they're done as an effective force. They're running, and So I mean, Ney may be able to hold that line up there, but everything else to his west is collapsing to the west and the southwest.
Yeah, but let's look at this. Let's be positive here. This is a really nice line. This is a really pretty line. Like, wow, everything's kind of spaced out. It's a very nice line he's made.
Yeah, you can't. It's a skill to make a line like that. Yeah. And there's this big block of young guard infantry that are still sitting there in a large block. I'm sure they should be committed to something at some point here.
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
oh, good Lord. Konowitz is completely. These guys have withdrawn away from Konowitz.
Yep. That's the collapse. This is definitely over. So now I think at this point we go to the umpires and see where the umpires are at and what they're thinking, because now at this point we're just burning up our Saturday. Which is fine, though. This is fun. But at this point, this game has gone on even a turn longer than most Kriegsspiel umpires would run it. Now Carter has his reasons. I'm very proud of this game, by the way. This is one of the best games I've seen since Waterloo that we played.
He may be trying to get these Prussian and Austrian infantry that have basically just been sitting still for the entire day.
Yeah.
He may be giving them a turn or two of action.
Yeah,
because they're they're just now getting engaged. So
It's what von Kleist and who else? Yeah,
Yeah.
Totoli. We might pop down to like Schwartzberg, Totoli, and well, Schwartzberg just met up with Totoli. We might pop in with them and just say hi to see how they enjoyed Marching Simulator or real life. You know, I mean, they probably had the most realistic experience of all the players. You know, all right, stand there and wait.
Oh yeah, look at this area around Dulitz. I mean, they've shoved the French completely out of there.
Yeah.
And then there's this massive Austrians that are coming in behind. But these guys, this is Colorado, and yeah, they haven't been engaged all day. So, and neither of these Prussians here,
Well,
or these Austrians.
And that's why I like Kriegsspiel, because it reflects real life. It's just like, you know, in Little League, every kid gets to play. In reality, you might be on the bench for entire games. You know, it is what it is, and that's reality. And it's the same in war. You know, you might never see action. You might get deployed, but you might never see the enemy. That's okay.
Yeah,
you know,
if you're lucky.
Yeah, they all exactly. They also serve who stand and wait. You know,
That's right. What'd you do in the Great War, Daddy? I was a librarian.
Yeah, there you go, man. There you go. I got a paper cut.
That's right. I got a Purple Heart.
Yeah,
Purple Heart for a paper cut.
Yep, that's it, man. That thing hurt like hell. I thought I was gonna die.
Yeah, there was blood.
Yeah, there was. There's blood everywhere, all over that sheet of.
I bled for America. Damn it! I bled for America.
I'm a bad influence on you. I'm afraid.
I want my discount at the movies.
That's right. Well,
I bled for America.
That kid literally gave me a movie ticket discount because I told him I was a veteran of the Cola Wars.
Yes, which really, really tells you the low level of American education.
Yeah, I've never been disappointed betting on that. Anyway, do you want to pop to Umpires, or do you want to check in with these sleepy Austrians?
Either way, wherever you want to go, man.
Let's go say hi to the Austrians real quick. Totoli, Nostritz, Homburg. Nostritz
Where
and
are they all
Homburg they're together, but Ostritz and Homburg are the ones that, you know, I just want to compliment how clean the muskets are.
Yeah, and their uniforms are absolutely spotless.
Yeah, I think they're under Coalition West Voice. All right, hello everyone.
Hello, Marshall.
Hello.
Your friendly neighborhood commentators are here.
Hamburg and was it Nostritz? Who's got the Prussians over here? Was that?
They're under Kleist.
They're in a different channel, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We wanted to compliment you guys on how clean your uniforms are.
Looks great. Your muskets are spotless, and wow.
We're trying to find the square inch of ground to shoot at the French from, but it's very difficult when they keep running away.
Yeah. What do you do? But I've got to say, this is a remarkable performance. You're winning, and you haven't even fired a shot.
Yeah. Which is, by the way, that's the best way to win.
Yep. Sun Tzu would be proud.
Well, we're about to fire a shot, so you know.
We're looking to fire that.
It'll be a perfect record for a while.
The real victory is not having to clean your weapon after the battle. They'll probably still make you clean it anyway.
I honestly hope the French have some reserve behind here that we can throw the grenadiers against, because if they don't, this is going to be very disappointing.
Yeah.
Well, never underestimate your ability to be disappointed.
Yeah, always bet on it.
Yeah. If you have low expectations, you know, you can't be disappointed very much.
It's like me. I've got my standards, and I don't raise them for anybody. It's great.
That's right.
It's great. How do you feel? I mean, you've spent the entire battle pretty much in reserve. You really didn't have much action, but you've also played a lot of Kriegsspiel, so you know that this sometimes happens. What's your personal take as a player on this? You know, is this just how it goes
This is
sometimes? Or
is this a question for me?
yes, yes.
Oh well, I don't have a command, so.
Oh well, there
just
you
a
go.
quick
The
question.
Your horse looks amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have people under me who I have forced to be in reserve. Yes.
Yeah, no states and me.
How do you
Yeah,
feel
but
about
I mean,
that? How do you
I-
seriously? How do you feel?
My horse is not clean because he forced me to become a dispatch.
Yeah,
Dispatch rider.
I was too lazy to write messages, so I just made use of them by having them run around and talk.
Lord.
Exactly.
I'll find
Our
something for
men
you to
are
do.
just waiting for us to return to them from the running around.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good use of senior officers because
Yeah.
you know those guys just get in the way otherwise.
At least they're not bored, sitting with their units.
That's
Yeah.
true. They're riding around on their horse,
Yeah,
jumping
because
fences.
if they were allowed to sit around for like an hour, they would maybe start disobeying orders or going off. but
That's
by
right.
giving them
Idle
something to
hands.
play with.
I've had 2 coffee breaks and I've come back and nothing has changed.
All right, so
I must say,
yeah, I do want some serious opinions on this, though. I do want to hear how you feel.
I mean, it just happens sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, genuinely. Okay, so this is technically like I'm very new. My first battle with Kriegsspiel ever was just me sitting around doing nothing because I didn't know where the enemy was. So I was constantly scared. I was genuinely constantly scared with like 8 units as well as four cavalry. So it was pretty big.
You had a division,
Just
good-sized
sitting there on the
division.
left side.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the entire French corps was on the right, pushing what 2-1 odds.
Yeah. Yeah. So you came back. You're playing more Kriegsspiel, and of
So
course,
clearly you didn't learn anything from that
Yeah.
experience.
yeah, you could have a new high score on Call of Duty. You could have read a book and learned something.
I did actually.
You could have watched a movie. I mean, holy cow! You don't learn, do you, man?
Well, after that first one, it actually other battles became better.
Yeah, yeah. So, why are you playing Kriegsspiel? Is it because, like, sometimes?
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, what's wrong with you? But no, I asked seriously because you've had what I think is pretty boring game, pretty slow game. Are you happy with that experience? What's your opinion?
Currently, with this experience, I'm fine.
Yeah.
In my opinion, Kriegsspiel, sure, there's this part of like the actual game, but sometimes it's just equally fun to just talk to people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's because we're all sitting here in VCs
Yeah,
just
yeah.
talking to each other,
Having a
while
tea party,
waiting
yeah.
for the time. Yeah.
And
that
I
would-
think that's okay, especially when you're in reserve and you know your enemy is actually boredom. Yeah, and I've been in this position as a player too, where I played what we call marching simulator, or I just been held in reserve and I didn't ever see any action. And I think that's okay because that's what real life is like. And to me, that's part of the value. That's actually part of the fun. You know, while it would be great to play a slot machine and hit a jackpot every time you pull the lever, it wouldn't be particularly fun. Maybe it would be. I don't know.
It would be.
Yeah, it would be pretty fun, actually.
It depends on the presentation.
Yeah, yeah. But,
Bad example. Bad example.
Yeah. But the thing is, the idea is, you know, what makes the human mind tick, which is pretty bizarre, is this idea of intermittent rewards. That sometimes you just have this amazing, phenomenal experience, and other times it's just like, okay, whatever. You know, but real life is like that. And Kriegsspiel is a really cool game because it's like that. I think it actually adds to the quality of the game and the experience that sometimes you might not see action, which is realistic, you know? So it doesn't bother me to occasionally be in that situation. I do worry about players being bored from a gamer perspective. I think you've adapted and overcome by saying, you know what, we're just going to hang out and voice. And as an umpire, I'm super okay with that. Yeah, as long as if you're not co-located, I don't mind if you're hanging out in voice because you're bored and you're not talking about the battle. You're talking about something else. Talk about cars. Talk about television, food, whatever
I
is
mean,
fine.
It might seem like they have been in reserve, but there have been a lot of logistical issues on our end that we had to
Good.
sort out. But they helped. Yeah.
Yeah,
Them
so
running
you
around.
found a way to niche them and
So that-
involve
yeah.
them in the experience.
There was some use.
Yeah.
There was some use.
Which is also good, and that shows that you are a conscientious corps commander, and that you're also thinking from a practical perspective, how are my subordinate players feeling, which is important, because we
I don't
want them to
think
come back and play again and again and again. And that only happens if they have generally positive experiences. So, yeah.
That's a side effect, but I was mainly just lazy to write dispatches.
Yeah. You know what? Hey, a win is a win. A win is a win. So, yeah. All
Maybe
right.
they'll see some action now. So.
Yeah. I think they're gonna let you roll some dice. We'll see. So, okay.
Yeah, it
All
looks
right.
like some of you guys are going to get engaged here real soon. So
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just don't get married, okay? But
Bring us the
engaged is
guard.
fine. All right. Thanks, guys. All right, I'm gonna go back up.
all right.
See ya. See you.
See ya.
All right. Well, that's the breaks, right? That's what makes Kriegsspiel so interesting. Again, it's so different. Anytime you play any other game, even if you're playing in a, even if it's an adult softball league, which I've done before, you get to go at bat. You have a position out in the field. You play. You participate. But in reality, and certainly in war, you may not participate necessarily, which, by the way, as you correctly pointed out, that's actually great. Because then you get your Applebee's discount and you didn't have to get shot at.
That's right.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, look at this. They got something surrounded here up near Leipzig.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've been looking at the south.
Yeah, up there. Yeah, they got.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Those poor guys are done.
And inside Leipzig, yeah, I told you they were going to take shelter in Leipzig earlier, and that's exactly what's happened. But they're done. That's just sometimes how life goes. And that's, again, what makes this a really cool game is that it is realistic even in that regard. Unlike other games where it's like, well, we want everybody to participate and get in. Now, I do think that's why Carter's stretching this out. I think we're at the point, though, where we should check in with the umpires and see what their thought processes are.
I would think, that they're letting some of these guys who haven't been engaged yet at least get a little taste of it.
Right. Which, as an umpire, you do want the players to come back and play again. So, from a practical game runner perspective, you do want to kind of, give everybody, a little piece of the action. I get it. So let's pop into the umpire chat and just see.
Me, this feels decisive.
It is
but,
decisive.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see we'll see how they call it, but that's the way it feels to be at this point.
Do you want to go northwest or south? They got 3 umpire channels here. We got Carter in the south. We got James in the north.
We haven't talked to James at all. Let's see if we can have a chat with James here.
Yeah, okay.
If it's possible.
I actually talked to him at some length while you were offline, but yeah.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's do it. Okay.
Where are they?
North. All right, let's see here. I can pull him in. There we go. Okay. Hey, guys.
Hey, Marshall.
So, the game is still ongoing, but I feel like it's reached a decision point. What's your opinion, though?
Close to it. I think we got 2 more turns. We're slowing down to about half-hour turns, so another hour. But the old guard and not all of the young guard has been deployed yet. So we want to give those players a chance to have action. And there's a chance, I mean, in the northeast, they may run off the Russians with a giant cavalry charge they got lined up. In the south, it doesn't look good at all. Their flanks breaking. I see massed infantry charges. So Bertrand made it to kind of safety with half his corps. The other half's got captured. Leipzig, they'll hold for a while, but Leipzig's gonna fall in the next couple hours, maybe before the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So-
one of the things you can do if you just want to get these last players involved is you can shut down a sector and say that's resolved. We're going to play out this little sector, and the umpires will help or whatever. From a practical perspective, because at a certain point, and this is one of the reasons why we don't play battles to the bitter end. Once a decision is reached, the loser is not going to have much fun because now they're just getting kicked across the map.
Yeah.
That's not very fun. So you call the game before that misery just gets prolonged. But you also want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to, play a little bit, especially if they've been making a big plan. They want to see how the plan turns out. I get that. That's your payoff for all that homework you've done. So what you sometimes do is you just split it and you say this half is done. You guys just hang out, or you can spectate this other one. We're gonna play out the plan and just see how it plays out, and that's that.
Yeah. I don't know if the French, at least in the north, they're not ready to throw in the towel yet. I don't know about the south, but yeah, I want one turn, maybe two, and then we'll call it. But
yeah. Well,
yeah, it seems to me that if
they're being
Leipzig's
strangled
fall,
with the towel in Leipzig.
if Leipzig's going to fall, which it will,
Yeah,
I mean
they
that's
have
just
no
a matter
escape.
of time. Then essentially, this is decisive.
Yeah.
I mean, despite even though they can hold the line over here with in the northeast, the rest of the army is going to fall apart around them.
Well,
So-
what is
and
that
there's
line
no way out.
defending? What is that line defending? It just exists for the sake of existing.
Yeah, exactly.
It serves no purpose.
There's nowhere for them to go. Even if they win that fight and drive those guys out, the best they could hope for is that part of the army escapes up there somewhere. But otherwise, there's nowhere for them to go.
Yeah. Yeah, they can hold that line all day, and it don't matter.
No.
All right, hey guys, everyone's done, so go ahead and do screenshots and orders.
All right, see you soon.
Sorry to cut you off, Marshall.
No, that's okay. No, you have to do your job. That's great.
Okay.
All right. Good luck, guys.
All right. Where are
Let's
we
see.
going?
I'm going to go to a commentator again.
Okay.
Okay. I need to take a short comfort break, so if you want to entertain the masses, I just have a zoomed out view of the overall situation. I'd probably be back in 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll do my rendition of Gary Owen.
Oh my goodness. Let not the sons be not dismayed. Yep. Come join with me, each jovial blade. Yep. Come fill your glass and your aid to help me with the chorus. Yep. Yep. We're good. All right. I'll be back.
All right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. How many of you can tell me who the patron saint of tankers and cavalry is? Those of you who guessed St. George, you're right. I can't see the YouTube channel or any of the questions or anything like that. But so I'll just regale you with what I see.
You can see the map, right?
I can see the map, yeah. I'm not looking at YouTube. I thought you went away.
Well, I just heard you say that you couldn't see, and I was like, oh, is there a technical issue? I want to make sure that...
Oh, no. I can't see
you're
the
set up for
YouTube.
success.
So what I was saying was that, if anybody's putting comments there, I can't see it. So
there are no particular comments that require there are no questions or anything. You know, there's some
Okay,
com-
that's
there's
fine.
some comments there, but they're just kind of incidental in passing. They're nothing that requires.
Okay, well, go do what you need to do, man.
Okay, I'll be back.
All right. See if I feel a lack of trust there. So yeah, it looks to me like the Austrian attack down in the southwest is going to break through there. Certainly once these Prussians come in as well. I mean, there's just huge amount of coalition force there. They are going to break through that part of the line. Leipzig is going to fall. And the French around Unter and Ober, they're kind of holding on, but they're pretty badly beat up. They, so in my opinion, yes, I think this is a coalition victory, and I think it's a pretty significant one. Certainly the old guard and the guard cavalry up here are in decent shape, and they can still hold up here, but strategically, where would they go? There's no place for them to run. So that's the way it appears. Anybody has a different opinion, please put it in the comments. And like and subscribe out there, guys. Yeah. Good for the organization, for the channel. Anybody who's interested in, who might be watching this in the future or now, who's never played in one of these games, join the Discord. The links should be in there. Join the Discord. You're going to find it's a very, very open, welcoming community. You can pop in and you can play on an open Saturday. There's one every Saturday. Regular games, open Saturday games. You can play in them. You don't have to know anything. You don't have to know the rules. You can just be there and get to play. Start getting some experience with it and see if you like it. And I think you probably, if you enjoy this kind of thing, if you're watching this, you probably do, or at least you're interested. I think you will find it really worthwhile. It is a very different experience than, people say than a traditional war game, but quite honestly, this is the traditional war game. The other ones were created much later. The kind of hex encounter and board games and that kind of thing. So who's just popped in here? Is that Carter?
Again.
Hey, Brett. Marshall's off at the moment doing something. So it's just me, and I was trying to entertain the crowd or not put them to sleep. But what now? It's my feeling, and I wanted to ask you how you're seeing this, but it is my feeling that at the moment we're basically on the verge of a decisive coalition win.
Yeah.
Leipzig is going to fall. It's just a matter of time. The
It was
Yeah.
mostly James. I kind of helped with the idea and order of battle, but like
Mhm.
he was the one who came up with the rules and did a lot of the stuff building up to this. So most of the credit should go to him.
Yeah, but we don't like to give James any credit for anything.
Okay.
Because if we do, his ego gets really big, and then you can't deal with the guy. I mean, it's just you know how it is.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, this is all me.
It was all me. That's right.
And now that like they can't hear anything,
Mhm.
unless if Marshall's back, maybe Marshall's back. But
No,
the
he's
original
not.
idea, was I went to James and I was like, hey, you want to run Market Garden? I'll give you the rules, I'll give you the order of battle, I'll give you the map. You want to run Market Garden for me?
Mhm.
And he was like, how about we do Leipzig live instead? Because I can't do another play-by-post right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, fine, we'll do Leipzig live. Okay.
You pulled my
Really
arm.
pulling my finger here.
Twisted my arm, forced me to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Back online. You're back online.
We're back.
Oh, now we're back online.
Just in time for me to say I've got to go do umpire things.
All right. Excellent. Well, do you figure this is going to probably be another turn or two?
Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to James about that actually at this very moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This should be over quickly, I think.
I think so. Yeah. Okay. Good work.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, little behind the curtain stuff there. And of course, Marshall went off to do a couple of things, and he muted us. So much of the conversation that I had with Carter there, nobody got to hear. But we discussed, what the overall situation is, and agreed completely that the French are pretty much toast here. This it looks like even though the Guard and the Guard cavalry are probably going to win their little fight up here in the north, there really isn't any place for them to go, even if they do win it. Leipzig is going to fall at some point. It's going to fall. Down here in the southwest, the French are done. The Prussians are now engaged. There's a massive amount of coalition forces breaking through over here, and there's just nothing really that the French are going to be able to do to stop that. And this area around Ober and Unter is essentially a stalemate. So the French were not able to really win in any of the key areas on the field. And that's going to decide it. And yeah, you have to remember as you're looking at this, if you're unaware, the escape route for the French army historically was up through Lindenau, which is to the northwest of Leipzig. That is completely out of their reach. In fact, Leipzig itself is going to fall. And, there really isn't any place for them to run. So, yeah, it's going to be a sad day in Paris. We're going to be hanging the black crepe everywhere. So, yeah, it's quite interesting. And as I was saying before, Carter came in. If you're watching this game in the future and you have never played, or if you're watching it now and you've never played and you're interested, check out the Discord. Jump on there. It's a very friendly community. There's open Saturday games every Saturday. Try to pop in and join one, or join one of the play-by-posts if you can't do live game, and get introduced to the experience. You don't have to know anything going in. You don't have to know the rules, because they're really only the umpires need to know the rules. The players don't. You just make good decisions, and I think that's one of the things that Kriegsspiel is a great trainer on, is giving you a chance to make decisions and play them out and learn how to make better decisions. Always be learning. Always be learning. I'd also like to put in a plug for La Fondios's channel. He does some excellent work on presenting Kriegsspiel problems and AARs and that sort of thing. And it's a great learning experience. Anybody out there, whether you're an experienced player, an old hand, you know, whether you've been military or not, any of those things, what he teaches there is good stuff. It's refresher for some. It's brand new to others, and he does an excellent job of presenting it. And I do want to put a plug in there. I think he does really good work. And some of the others as well. And we can put in a plug for some of our players who have their own channels. There's Dave Pumphouse. He does some fantastic stuff as well. Quite a variety. And when he's playing live, he often streams it for his channel as well. And you can get his perspective on what's going on. And it's very entertaining and good stuff. It's very interesting. See how he does it. So look for him. And let's see, who else? Who else that I know of has a channel out there? Oh, Jan, of course. Gosh, Jan in Let's Play History. Also great stuff. And if you're a German speaker, he does some in English and he does some in German. So that's always really good. And I'll be back in 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Little little problem with the puppies. So yeah, check out some of those. They do some very interesting things, and you know, introduce you to a kind of a wider world on this. But Kriegsspiel is, in my opinion, it's the grandfather of much of what we think of as wargaming, and certainly for D&D, it was the grandfather of that. Although I've never been a D&D player, but it is the grandfather of that, and it presents you with problems that the others do not, and ultimately, double blind is always the best way for anything like this. So that's the heart of Kriegsspiel. It's that double blind system. Okay. You're right. Okay. Yes, and if you guys have any comments, questions, anything like that, and you're watching the YouTube, make sure you put it in there. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Said that before. And as Carter said, they're probably going to call this another. We may have one more turn of resolutions, and then they're going to call this, and we'll have the debriefing. And the umpires will debrief the game and explain to everybody what happened, what their orders and expectations were, and how it went, and why things happened the way they did. And that's always fascinating. It's good teaching moments. You can learn a lot from the mistakes that you make in these things. And as Marshall likes to talk about, how you do learn about yourself in these things as well. What's the base nature of your personality? How you view problems and how you try to solve problems. Your problem solving methodology. All those things come into play, and you can learn a great deal about yourself. Are you hyper aggressive? Are you more cautious? And it can be quite challenging. I mean, you're on here. You have very limited information most of the time. You're having to get a feel for what's going on and then guess what should I do next, and that can be very, very difficult. And you're creating a picture in your own mind, as he likes to refer to as the movie in your head. And the movie in your head is not the same as the movie in everybody else's head of what they're seeing. So how all of that comes together is quite fascinating.
Achilles, I'll be back in just a minute.
Okay.
No, I want 2 barbecue and 2 sweet and sour. Sorry, I'm getting me some Mickey McDonald's. I was just so hungry. I'll be back.
Okay. Trying to get a McRib. You can bet on it. Or 4. Yeah. Well, it is getting to be lunchtime. All right, let's take a look at what's.
Yes, for McRib. Why are you looking at me weird? Are you glad I'm buying from you? This is your establishment. You're making money off me. Who says they're all for me? Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. I'm getting judged at the drive-thru. I'll be back in a few minutes.
I'm sorry, sir. This is a KFC. We don't have that. Yeah, it looks like this attack of the guard in the north did have some success for sure, but it's not going to change the overall situation at all. Yeah. I am surprised that the Austrian forces at Konowitz have not pressed more, because they could basically be coming down on the rear element here. But there's so many Austrians coming in, and now all these Prussians as well, that French lines are basically going to break in here. And down in the southwest, I don't see any way they don't. There's just too much weight of numbers there. And those are fresh troops coming in. Yep.
Okay, finally.
Mhm.
All right,
Wow.
I just got out of there. They're like, "This is a KFC, sir." Well, I don't care. I don't care. Give me my McRibs.
Oh, there's Carter. He's back.
I'm
and
back.
Just in time, because Marshall just popped back in. So.
Yeah, I had to run to McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the McRib.
Yeah, the McRib.
Oh.
Yeah, that unholy concoction of God knows what that. Yeah.
You're probably eating the same thing these French soldiers are going to be eating in a moment.
Yeah, that's true.
Horse meat, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the McRib doesn't come out yet. It comes out, I think, around Thanksgiving or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know these things.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to wait a little longer for my McRib.
It's seasonal.
Yeah.
Whatever it is they make it out of doesn't doesn't come into being until this time of year.
Yeah. Oh boy.
All right. Well, Carter, we ought to check in with Nay and see how he's feeling. I was thinking, But
Okay. I mean, if you want to do that, do it quick because once we get these next set of orders, we're about to debrief.
That was just to pass time. I do
Yeah.
want to say that Chief, who's Napoleon, I feel missed an opportunity to really shine. By the way, great guy, excellent player. He's a tremendous asset and a joy to play with. But I think where he messed up is he should have ordered a withdrawal and played the retreat rather than just going all in and staying all in. I don't know what the historic Napoleon would have done in a case where he couldn't escape. He might have just gone all in. But and I understand that when people play a game, their mindset is, well, I want to win, so I'm going to go all in. But in Kriegsspiel, we want people to treat it like, like the real thing. We want them to think like an actual commander would. And would an actual commander leave his army engaged, or would he see if he can get away to fight another day with, half or 3/4 of his army, or whatever?
Well, if you want to use Napoleon as an example, 4 times in his career he abandoned his army on the field.
Okay, and you're right. You are right. Yeah, I mean, we're going to get bundled up in a sleigh and get dragged all the way back across ocean.
He left them in Egypt. He left them in Russia. He left them at Waterloo, and he left them at Leipzig.
Well, he had to. I mean, he's very Napoleon.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what he had to do. Someone's got to be Napoleon. I can't
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
So
he was the one irreplaceable part.
Yeah, that's it. But that's my take on it. Had he ordered to get himself out, even if, yes, I'm going to get on a horse and I'm going to ride personally by myself and run away, I would give him credit for that and almost declare him the winner of the event, because it's almost a foregone conclusion you're going to lose at Leipzig with the enemy surrounding you and having the numbers that they have. So, it's great if you can come up with some strategy that allows you to actually defeat all or a portion of the coalition. But barring that, I think the way Napoleon player wins a Leipzig scenario is by saving his army. It's a retreat scenario, not a stand and fight until you're dead scenario.
Well, the thing of it is, though, that and I give the umpires and the Carter and James credit here. They're only doing day 1 of Leipzig, and at day 1 at Leipzig, Napoleon could have won.
Yeah.
Okay. He wasn't massively outnumbered on day 1 yet, and he had the opportunity to win the battle on day 1. It's day 2 and day 3 when it was over for him, but he still had a chance of pulling it off on day 1, and the results that we're looking at right now on the map, this is much worse for the French than day 1 was at Leipzig. They're looking like they look on day 3, and it's only day 1. Okay, and there's still a lot more coalition forces that arrive the next 2 days. They're done. I mean, their army's going to be destroyed before the rest of the coalition even gets there.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I think, he kept talking about the numbers, and you can blame the math to a certain extent, but the reality is that these were not as imbalanced as when we think of Leipzig. The imbalance of Leipzig is day 2 and day 3. Day 1, the French still had enough force to win the battle.
Yeah.
But
I will say, again,
it was possible.
In the context of playing Kriegsspiel, you can't, you have to put the history aside. I mean, you can't help but have the history inform some of your thinking. That's why it's so important, in my opinion, to do what I call turning the scenario 90 degrees, because you don't want the players to parrot history or to be heavily informed by the history. You want them to make their own independent decisions and solve a problem on their own, not try to solve it the same way Meade or Lee or Napoleon or whoever did it. And so And the other thing is, I'm very big on picking on distinguishing a winner, even though there's really not clearly winners and losers. Although today there's certainly a winning side. But I like to declare a person as the winner of the Kriegsspiel because they make the right decisions with what they're given, even if they're defeated. So it looks like we're being called into the lobby now.
Okay, well that's probably it.
Yeah. I'd like to congratulate myself for winning today's Kriegsspiel.
Hello and welcome, everyone.
Well, now
Marshall
prize.
wins.
Yep.
Always.
My prize is a McRib.
All right, make sure you're muted unless you're talking. We'll give everyone a chance to talk. Thank you so much for participating in the Grand Leipzig. It was a lot of fun.
Okay, it's over.
Make sure you're muted. We'll start first of all. Well, I want to say thank you to all the umpires for making it possible, and for all the players. We're going to start with the CICs. I want to hear, before we show the screen and kind of give a battle overview, I want to hear their thoughts on how the battle's going. So we'll start with the French. Napoleon.
Yeah. We are attempting to mount some sort of counterattack in the southwest. Do you want me to just sort of go over what I think is happening? Is that what you want me to do?
Yeah. How's the battle go? What's going on?
Oof. Well, in the southeast, it's a fight for dear life for, I believe, Victor and I've already forgotten his name, Fifth Corps. It's been a lot to try and manage so far. Nay's in the north with the old guard. I haven't heard from him for probably 3 hours now, maybe 4. So I have no idea what's going on up there. He could be dead now. Maybe he's won the greatest victory in French military history. I have no idea. It's looking very hairy for the French right now. I'll say that much.
All right. And then Schwarzenberg, how's it? What's your view?
So the French line was many kilometers further north than anticipated. So we kind of assumed that we weren't really going to know where it was, so we made a bit of a universal plan. We didn't really account for the fact that the French would have a continuous line of artillery stretching from, I think, Malchow over to Dölitz. So we had to become creative in attempting to overcome this obstacle. However, as far as I'm aware, we have made pretty good progress on the right, though the situation is a bit volatile there when I left it a couple hours ago. But on the left, we are making very steady progress and have an immense amount of reserves. And I don't think there's any real threat that the counterattack is going to do anything to us. The Prussians are moving up in the center here, our Prussians, and the Austrians as well at Probstheide. So I think all of this combined with the fact that Lindenau was captured at 11 o'clock, it's going to be a very decisive defeat for Bonaparte. I hope.
All right. I'm going to share my screen and give a high-level overview of the battle, and then let the other umpires share their perspectives, and then all the players can have a turn. So this, what was that?
Shouldn't Blücher get asked as well? Isn't he a CIC?
Oh yeah, thank you. Sorry, Blucher, would you like to share your side?
Sure. I guess initially I was a bit surprised as well that the French didn't choose to defend as far north as they could and that they pulled back. And the current situation, I think, is at least in the north is looking okayish, I guess. I think we are going to capture Leipzig within the next half an hour or 2 hours or so. Further east, 2 of my corps have been attacked by the French Imperial Guard, which is a mixed blessing. At least we have them sort of tied up, but they are probably going to wreck a majority of the corps. But further in the west, we are launching our own attack against the French rear, though I did not get to find out how it went.
Okay. Yep, we will show that. So this is starting deployment. I started at 8, and then this is 8:30. So the French, I would say, deployed much more consolidated. Their plan was to double down on the south, I would say, and win big there, and hold along this line here in the north. So I think they surprised the army of Silesia that they weren't holding any of these cities as they could have been and were historically. In the south, they were also further north and consolidated. They had a grand battery. Here's the grand battery of 170 guns. So for the French, fairly historical orders of battle and deployment, although the French are much more consolidated, focusing on the south. I'm going to show a mid-game screenshot. Let's see, we will do 11:30, and then I'll show the final state. It'll take a second to load. It's a big file. So I had, while it's loading, I had the French in the north, or the northern sector. The French did a good job, I'd say, delaying and retreating to avoid getting overrun. They did well. Before I get to the end, we'll show what happened. So mid-battle, the Young Guard and Old Guard had moved south of Leipzig in reserve, ready reserve. Bernard, did I say that right? Bertrand, sorry, was already retreating from Lindenau. Juliai had scared him out of there, so he's retreating to the southeast. Leipzig's already starting to be pressed, but the French are holding, and it's mostly an artillery duel all along the line with the Russians and Prussians getting into position. In the south, you can see the French flank getting pushed or pressed near Lossing, and the Austrians and Prussians and Russians mostly still getting into position. Lots of artillery duels going on, but no cavalry or infantry engagements quite yet. As we go on to the final state, we took orders and drew general movement and action without resolving this final turn. So you'll see a lot more arrows in this screenshot as soon as it loads. While it's loading, Leipzig is indeed under threat of being surrounded and captured. It's getting reinforced, but there is a heavy risk that Leipzig will be taken before the day is over. And even if it's not, the historic French escape route is long gone. There's no escaping out through Leipzig. The French were aware of that and knew it was all or nothing. In the east, it's a better story. The Old Guard and Casanova's cavalry division charged the Russian 8th Corps at the same time and are absolutely demolishing them. The 8th Corps will be wrecked, and I think after that happens, the 9th and 10th Corps will have a hard time holding as well. So that's a bright spot for the French, but unfortunately, it doesn't help too much with the rest of the battle going on. Bertrand has escaped with half his corps back here and is holding the mid flank. But his corps had a lot of hard times today. In the south, there's a lot going on. Large infantry charges. The French left flank is getting surrounded and overrun. Massive cavalry charges over there. It's not looking good for the French in the south. And so I think personally, well, obviously it's a coalition victory, and versus history, a stronger coalition victory as they've trapped the French with escape route. The French are going to have a hard time breaking out on the second day and are going to take even heavier losses than they did historically. That being said, I'll turn it over. We'll start with the master umpires in each sector to talk about their perspective and game, and then we'll move down the line. So, Tunisgrad, you want to go next? Is he still here? Maybe not. Carter.
All right. In the absence of Tunis, then I'll just kind of try and go over the whole southern side of this. So I can't speak as well to the western part of the south, but it was definitely the area west of the main road that runs south out of Leipzig that was the decisive area in the south. Generally, the Russians in the east formed up along the axis Zuckelhausen and Balsdorf between those two towns, and then launched a two-pronged assault against the French positions of 2nd and 5th Corps. The Russian 3rd Corps launched a assault. Actually, yeah, the Russian 3rd Corps and Russian 1st and 2nd Corps launched an assault against the town. I forget what it is, but the Obersweiendorf there, the southern part of that town, was the site of some particularly heavy fighting. It changed hand, I think, 3 times during the course of the battle. Currently, it's occupied by the French, but and the Russians don't seem to be in much of a position to take it at the moment, though we'll see. But that was just a generally kind of back and forth stalemate engagement. So 5th Corps held its ground. And the Russian 5th Guards Corps, in pretty impressive style, advanced up the main road towards Stodderitz against French 2nd Corps, and it was a back and forth again, especially with the introduction of the Russian Guards Cav Corps trying to exploit the gap in between the, I guess it would be the right flank of 2nd Corps and the left flank of the 11th Corps under MacDonald. But that attack petered out, and same with the Russian 5th Guards Corps. That attack, again, it pushed the French back, but then both sides took such heavy casualties and were fighting for so long that they just had to withdraw and recuperate. And so, all told, this Russian attack here on the French left just ran out of steam before it could achieve any decisive result. The only truly disastrous thing for the French over here is the fate of 2nd Cavalry Corps and the 2nd Young Guard Corps. 2nd Young Guards Corps, you can see they're circling the wagons, about to be attacked by just a truly ridiculous amount of Austrian and Russian cavalry. All this spent Russian cavalry, all these Cossacks here, that is what destroyed 2nd Cavalry Corps for the French in a fight over by Engelsdorf. And so the Russians are now in the process of starting to turn this French flank, but not in any meaningful amount of time that it would actually change the outcome of what would happen on the left, regardless of what happens on the left. Fortunately for the coalition, though, what's happening on the French right, coalition left here in the south, is just a truly massive infantry attack that is only now just beginning to take form. They've been preparing for this basically the entire battle. And the Prussian corps here, von Kleist and Graf Klenau, they're all moving in now to smash MacDonald, who up until this point had been engaged, but not, not decisively engaged. But this is that engagement now. And MacDonald and Augereau are just trying their best to hold on, but they don't have the forces to do it. And so my prediction for what's going to happen throughout the course of the rest of the afternoon is that Augereau and MacDonald are going to be forced to either withdraw or break. And the coalition is going to sweep up the road toward Leipzig and move in towards that area. And so the French are generally probably going to be forced northeast towards where the old guard and all that is attacking. But again, the likely escape routes have all been cut at this point by coalition forces. So any escape route for the French forces is it's either you fast march a long way around, or you're gonna get surrounded and cut off, and you're gonna have to surrender. So yeah, ultimately this is going to be pretty disastrous for the French, I think. But that's generally what happened in the southern sector.
Thank you. All right. I'd like to give a chance for all the umpires to share their piece. So I'm trying to work my top bottom, starting with Portal. If you have anything special to share.
I don't have a whole lot. I was in the far south, far the left, the south. I will say, I do think Detoli, the Russian commander, did a very good job coordinating the troops in the sector, and that ultimately led through the breakthrough that's going to happen here. So very good job for him. I think the French also did a good job having reserves behind to not let the breakthroughs that did happen be too exploited. But we did see at the beginning there was a massive line of artillery the French had, and right now most of it has been overrun, and most of the guns have been captured or abandoned. So it's quite poor for the French there.
All right. LTD. He's muted. Okay. So I'm looking down at my umpires. Liam.
Hello. I commanded, I umpired for the 1st and 2nd French cavalry, as well as General MacDonald. Towards the end, I stopped umpiring the 1st French cavalry and switched to umpiring General Klaus. The Austrians attacking MacDonald. Overall, it went quite well. MacDonald sat for a while as no one attacked his grand battery and just fired until the Austrians came in. And they were able to push into the grand battery. As it was blinded by the smoke, they did not realize in time to change targets. The French 1st Cav unfortunately got moved around a lot without doing much fighting, though thankfully that works for the French as they are now in a position to cover and defend the retreat of the south, as that's probably going to be what ends up happening. 2nd French Cav is very beaten up, but has done quite well for itself, blocking 2 entire Russian cavalry corps, though sadly they were unprepared to deal with the 3rd and the 4th that showed up. And sadly Oudinot will probably die, but these 2 more cav corps would probably give the French the chance to escape without the massive casualties that would ensue of retreating in front of 2 fresh cavalry corps. As far as I see the battle, I think the French could escape northeast, as they'll likely. I did an umpire it, but from the looks of Russian 8th Corps is going to get annihilated in the northeast, so the French may have a route out that way. But I am unfamiliar with the larger campaign to know if that is a place they want to go at all. Also, I got to give French 2nd Cav his Field of Elysium.
All right. Arp, I'd missed you. Any comments on your side?
I think Carter gave a really good synopsis, really. So for my looking after, Constantine was in charge and moved around the battlefield well, and figuring out what's going on. Both Gorbachev and Vermalov, Carter said, both did excellent attacks. Heading north, I did really well, really. Certainly, Vermalov looked like he was going to break through at one point, but they French managed to hold, and they coordinated together well. So it was a really good concerted effort. They didn't hold back as well. There was no timidity. They really pushed the French line. As you can see, it's bowing. They pushed the French line in. I also, who didn't have unfortunately was in reserve and didn't have a massive amount to do in the early part of the battle. It was a bit difficult for me swapping between the two. So I think I didn't get quite good umpiring for me on a couple of occasions. But however, towards the end, his cavalry corps was coming in, as it's been said, and he was gonna set up a secondary line here, which I think would have bolstered the Russian panic that was happening in front of Ober. So yeah, no, and I think everyone played really well from the people that I looked after.
All right, thank you. All right, Marshall, not an umpire, but the commentator. What are your thoughts?
Well, what is the McRib made of, really? No, I'm kidding. You asked for my thoughts. There we are. I think that the French plan was solid going into it. I liked their deployment. I like having that big central reserve that can go in any direction. I think that the French made a good deployment. Where I think the French went wrong was they didn't fold when they should have, because I think the French players understood, look, this is Leipzig, you're surrounded, you're probably not going to win militarily. I do think they gave it the old college try. They tried to win, which is fair and fine and understandable. It's what I would have done. But then once it was clear that they were not breaking the Austrians, although they might not have realized that they were getting defeated in both the north and the south. I don't know if the right hand knew what the left hand was doing. They should have switched the plan. This is, I talked to Achilles about there are key decisions that a commander has to make. And one of the big ones we talked about today was, where do you put your reserve? But another one that we didn't mention is, when do you issue a change of mission order? And had the French issued a change of mission order, even in the last couple turns, I would have been so thrilled with that. I would have placed the crown on Napoleon's head myself for the game. Even though, yes, the French army's getting, wiped off the field, that's the exact correct decision to make. Even if Napoleon says, you know what, I'm going to do what I did in Russia, get me a sleigh, bundle me up, and I'm going to ride out by myself with a few hand-picked guards. And the rest of you, hey, good luck. Hang in there, because that's what he did historically. I would have given credit for that. Unfortunately, we all stayed in the game. We went all in to the bitter end. I do get that, though, from a gameplay perspective. I just like to see that next level of play going on personally. That's a personal preference, though. I really was happy, though, overall with the French performance. I would give the French commander a B+ rather than an A, because in those last 2 or 3 turns, I was looking for the change of mission order that never came. That's enough to say for the French. For the Austrians, brilliant work. I thought the dynamic between Hugs and Constantine was very interesting to explore, and I hope Hugs thinks about that and thinks about it from an ontological perspective, how he chooses to be, because he kind of he went full Dan Sickles, and all I can say is it's probably not a good idea to go full Dan Sickles. And I'll leave it at that. We'll talk during the podcast tomorrow. And by the way, all of you who are involved are invited to the podcast tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific. Thank you.
Thanks, Marshall. Yeah, on the French, I would have liked to have seen the old guard reinforce Bertrand and make sure Leipzig and the escape routes were there, but it's a tough call. All right, a couple more umpires. Muffin, would you like to share your perspective?
Yeah, sure. I don't have that much to say, as you summed it up already, but I had the army of Silesia, who did quite well attacking from the north, crossing the Partha and forcing the first French defensive line to fall back, and even making it into Leipzig with a pretty well coordinated attack. The fight at the bridge was particularly bloody. But in the Far East, they unfortunately failed to respond to the threat of the Old Guard combined with the 3rd Cavalry and the Guard Cavalry, and are now stand to be encircled and probably wiped out.
All right, thank you. Skrevsky.
I don't have too much to say because most of it's already been said. I was also in the south with our Carter and them, and I was doing some of the Russians. The cavalry battle with the Kazakhs was really fun. He led them on for a little bit, so really appreciate that battle. And being able to surround the young guard was pretty neat to watch. And I thought everybody did a great job. The guys were great with your orders. You did it within real quick. We even had a small quick time things like, hey, I need you to get this in 3 seconds, and with the third corps, and he did, and it was really fun. Really enjoyed it, and I thought everybody did a great job. So that's kind of where all I really have to say on that right now.
Thank you. Achilles, what was your view of being the having God mode, seeing the whole battle?
Well, first of all, I think all of you guys did a great job. The umpire team guys did a great job. These are massive things and a huge effort. So congratulations on getting it pulled off. Was it Chief? I believe was Napoleon. Is that right? Chef was Napoleon.
Chief, yeah.
Chief. I'm sorry, Chief was Napoleon. Yes, he got to find out firsthand here just how difficult it is to be to be Napoleon in a late Napoleonic battle. That's fascinating. For me, it was early on when he had the massive reserve up there, and I was saying in the live stream, the key is going to be when that moves and where it moves to, and that was really going to show what was going to happen. That was going to tell us what was going to happen, and it pretty much did. I don't feel it didn't get committed where it really needed to get committed, and part of the reason for that, I suspect, is definitely what Hugs did down here. On the locals, as a local attack, Hugs' decision, I think, was not a good one, but its overall impact turned out to be, greater than that, because it got the French to start putting those forces towards that area instead of where the real key was going to be, which was over along the river on the west side. And to me, that was always the key part of the battlefield. And there was so much Austrian and Prussian force coming down on that side, and it was a very thin line for the French on that side. And that's really where those Young Guard units needed to be, over in that southwest side, if they were going to have any chance to hold over there. But overall, it was fascinating. It was a great fight, and I hope everybody had a great time. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. I'd love to let every player talk, but we'd be here another 2 hours, and I have to go. I'd like maybe a couple players, maybe especially ones who are brand new, to share their experience. If you will raise your hand in general discussion, if you'd like to talk, I'll select a couple of you, maybe for the last 5 minutes. Oh, sorry, I missed Sean Matt. Go ahead, Sean Matt. Then we'll do players.
So, I would say there's a lot of, like, I love chewing on the strategic analysis of it, and so I will stay for a while to do that. But I think the French, in terms of my sector, which was the southwest, kind of in this area, I think the French made a couple of key mistakes that allowed them to kind of just be shaped, and then you have this entire fresh Austrian reserve just blasting through here. I think one of those was not putting a force in this village, Dosen. That allowed the Austrians to pick apart this section of the line, which had no artillery, because it was all in that grand battery. So I think that was probably a mistake. In terms of other thoughts, I can share more later.
Sure. Yeah, we can have lots of talks on Discord as well. All right, we have a new person. I don't know. Your name's L331, but the person who played Sakin, or the 2IC for Prince Gorchakov. Would you like to share your experience with having your first game?
Yeah, thank you so much. This was my first Kriegsspiel game. I was originally supposed to be second, but I overslept because I failed to get up at 6 a.m. but that's neither here nor there because I think ultimately being a second IC for Lord Hugs was probably the best introduction to the Kriegsspiel that I could probably ask for. I really, there are moments where it's like, there are moments where decision making you just get hung up on. It's like, oh, maybe I should have done that earlier. Maybe that should have happened. Oh, I should have listened to that piece of advice there. Or maybe just like these moments of getting hung up on these thoughts, and you can't let that bog you down, and you have to like keep pushing through. And so I thought that was really awesome. I will be back. I will definitely be back. This is pretty awesome.
Awesome. Glad you had a good experience. All right, Googly Eye, Loggy. If you're there.
Hello. Yes. Basically, I I just wanted to say I'm up to 6 successful flanking maneuvers in one battle now. I was the corps that attacked Lindenau, or at least started by attacking Lindenau, and after kicking Bertrand, well, he got cold feet and left, and then I basically chased him across this really interesting terrain with tons of rivers and rivulets, and ended up by attacking Leipzig. And I'd say this was probably the most fun I've had in a live game.
Excellent.
So yeah, props to the umpires, props to everybody who played. It was great fun.
All right, I see the play for Hessen Homburg, Hakamala. Do you want to share your experience?
The experience on my end was just waiting, but I literally experienced everything from the middle of the south to all the way in the left side. So it was fun seeing the failed Prussian cavalry charge, a few infantry charges, and then at the very end I managed to get a few of my grenadiers in, because yay! Everyone had clean bayonets on my end, bro.
Excellent. All right, Nay.
Yeah, that final Old Guard charge, it did get a little borked. The infantry is supposed to be where the cavalry was, and the cavalry was supposed to be where the infantry is. But I think we were about to roll up the Russians, and we were reinforcing Leipzig. So I resent the fact that anybody is telling me that Leipzig is about to be taken, because I think we've still got a lot of fight up in the north, and there's still some daylight that we could use to turn this situation around on the coalition. Maybe not escape to Lindenau, but we could have at least swept away what was west of the, or east of the place, for sure. And I still have all of Third Corps more or less unengaged, and they were all moving to either support the attack of the Old Guard or support Leipzig. So I think we would have been able to actually held Leipzig. But anyway, enough of me whinging. I helped Chief with the planning, and I was just talking to him in private chat, and we both were like, well, I think the mistake was staying here. And kind of our main thought process when we were planning this was, okay, do we want to try and escape, or do we want to try and win? And so we decided, our chief said, I want to try and win. So the plan became the best way we could try and win, which was to create a really balanced formation where we could, activate our reserves where we needed them. And the South was supposed to win in the plan, though. So the fact that they didn't win, yeah, I'm really upset at you guys. But it also may have been a mistake to have sent the Old Guard to me. I mean, I don't know if I could have held much longer with what I had. But, maybe I could have turned the tide with only my cavalry, and maybe if the Old Guard had stayed in reserve and been sent south, it would have been a different story. But at the time, it looked, for all purposes, that I was just going to get completely crushed. So I needed something. and Chief decided to send me the old guard. Possibly it might have been better if he had sent one of the young guard instead of the old guard, but I don't know if he had that option by the time it got activated.
Okay. We'll do one more, at least for my part. Malberg, Latour, Malberg, Sheephead.
Yeah, so I was the 1st Cavalry Corps, the one that you can see marked here about to counterattack. I think it was a fun game. There were definitely some communication issues in the early game, so I wound up being sent back and forth across, like east and west across the battlefield, because I don't think people were really sure where to send me. I was making jokes with my 2 IC that I was doing the cha-cha slide here across the battlefield. In the end, I finally, after being sent west, I managed to make some kind of contribution against the attack coming from Konowitz. There was an attempt by the Austrians to outflank, I think, the line, which I managed to repulse, so I was happy about that. Then I got the order that, there was this big attack coming around Popsaida, and I got, orders and permission to launch a counterattack. And then the game ended in the turn right before I finally got to do something very cool. So that was a little bit frustrating, but aside from that, I thought it was a cool game. Yeah, and I had fun despite doing some, making some very interesting detours back and forth across the battlefield, and at one point having to essentially circle around the guard as it was moving south.
Sounds like you get the Riding Simulator prize.
Yeah, no, I was 100% playing Riding Simulator throughout this battle.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for playing and being part of this huge game. It was hard to do, but a lot of fun. I have to go, but you guys can stay on and keep talking about it. So thanks again, and we'll see you in the next Open Saturday and next Grand Game, whatever that is. Thanks everyone.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the live stream myself. I see we've got still a number of viewers. We've got a lot of views. This is a really good podcast or battle or whatever I would say, because Achilles and I felt did pretty good commentating, and there was substance in the commentary that we don't even always get when I do the commentary by myself. So it was good to have someone else there. I'm very grateful. I want to thank Achilles, and I want to thank all the participants, of course. I really hope that Chief, and I've had a little bit of dialogue with him in private chat, comes away from this learning something about himself and the calculus. And we'll talk about this in tomorrow's podcast, about that change of mission order. What he has informed me is there was something that happened that made him say, I need to commit to punching through here in the South. There's a couple things that happened, actually, that made him feel that that was the correct decision to make. Totally understandable, absolutely defensible. But I would also say that there was evidence or sign that was available to him that should have told him or triggered that change of mission process, and it didn't. Even though he noticed it, he obviously picked up on it. But the lesson he has to learn, or I guess the growth opportunity, whatever you want to call it. I don't want this to be seen as negative. This is he has to learn that there's another step now. He has to learn this next step. That sometimes you almost always have to issue a change of mission at some point. And sometimes that change of mission is we're no longer going to attack or defend, we're going to retreat. And of course, we don't play retreat games very much, but I really think we should, because it's a very interesting, it's a completely different problem than what our players are used to. And I think it's a critical skill for any military commander to know how to fall back, rally, and live to fight another day. So we'll see. All right, we'll talk about it during the podcast tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific. I want to thank you all for being here, and that's all for now. We will see you on the next adventure.